differently. Top 20 people will make quite good, and then maybe top 10 women in the world will make pretty decently as well. How do you stay locked in during classical games? Like, what are you thinking during the long silences? People think that 1.5 hours feels like a long time. When I play chess, I feel like 10 minutes have passed and there's like 1.5 hours. It's pretty nice. I think when I play chess, it's kind of for me like meditating, because it's the only 1.5 hours. It's pretty nice. I think when I play chess, it's kind of for me like meditating, because it's the only time when I'm not on my phone and I'm not constantly getting an influx of a lot of different notifications and things going on, and I can just sit peacefully for myself and think and play a good game. Chess is such a diverse game with so many different nationalities. Have you noticed if they have different play styles? I think that's for me one of the coolest things with chess. I remember when I was 14 years old, that's when I got really interested in chess, because I went to the chess Olympiad and I remember walking in and I saw 2,000 people, everyone coming from all over the world, South American countries, Asian countries, European countries, African countries, North American countries. And I was like, I'm seeing so many people that I would never meet in my life if I wouldn't be here. For me, that's one of the coolest things with chess, that you get to meet people from all over the world. I have not noticed any difference in playing style. I think that everyone is just trying to play good chess. So no, I can't tell you if there's any difference. Is the Bong Cloud opening? Why is it a meme? Yeah, I mean, it's a meme because of how bad it is. Like, I think Magnus Carlsen, he always says it, like it's one of, it shouldn't exist or something like that. I think I saw him say. The Bong Cloud opening is when you, on move number 2, push your king forward. Now, this is objectively one of the worst things you can do in chess, because it's all about checkmating your opponent's king, and you're, instead of protecting your king, you're putting it in the middle, and you're just not protecting it in any way, and you're never going to be able to castle. But I think it was Hikaru that popularized this. And I think Hikaru and Magnus played it against each other in some game, and it became an iconic meme just because you're seeing the 2 best chess players in the world basically playing the worst opening there is. So yes, I've myself never played this because it kind of hurts my soul, but it's it's possible, it's just not recommended. What's the real secret behind the Sicilian defense? Why does everyone love it? Okay, I love this question. The Sicilian defense is my love, okay? I've played it ever since I was a little kid, because my mom once said, Anna, if you want to win games with the black pieces, you got to play the Sicilian defense. And that stuck to me. Typically, when you play with the black pieces, you kind of have a disadvantage because you're 1 tempo down, white starts, so you typically end up getting a little bit of a passive opening, but not with the Sicilian. So the Sicilian goes like this. White goes e4, and now you go here. Now, what is the reason of you going here? Well, the reason is that you kind of want to prevent white from getting a lot of space immediately. So you're immediately saying, hey, if white goes for this setup, which is the idea that white typically has to get the 2 pawns in the center, then we're going to capture this pawn and we're going to eliminate this, and we're going to try to get our pieces out very quickly. So the Sicilian typically goes something like this. And now you can do a bunch of different moves. There's like 10 different variations within the Sicilian. You can get your knight out, you can push one of these pawns, you can go here and try to get a sniper bishop all the way from here. But it can become a lot of different things. But the key move in the Sicilian is c5 on move number 2. From there, you can learn a bunch of different lines. People say it's not good for beginners. I think it can be good for beginners. So I think you should try it. It's such a great opening for black. Help! I've been stuck in ELO hell for years. What do I do to escape? I'm very sorry you've been stuck in with your ELO. Just watch the videos, improve, play more. I'm sure you'll get out of there. I believe in you. Yeah, that's it. I've been grinding on chess.com for years, and I finally got to 1500 ELO. How much longer do you think it'll take me to be a grandmaster? I'm 15, by the way. Hashtag on the grind. Okay, listen, I love the positivity you have, and I love how much you want to become a grandmaster. It's amazing. There's a long way from 1500 to grandmaster, but you just keep playing, and we'll see where you go. But it gets exponentially harder. But don't let that stop you from achieving your dreams. If you want to become a grandmaster, keep going, keep grinding. I believe in you. What is one thing I should know/learn to beat most people at chess? I don't want to be the best, just better than most. I feel like I'm seeing a red thread, which is that everyone just wants to improve at chess, and everyone is stuck at just not knowing how to improve. But I think that, I mean, in real life, most people are not that great at chess. So if you just reach like 1300 online chess rating, you're gonna be better than all your friends, and already that is a great flex. If you're able to just pull up a chessboard and challenge all your friends and destroy them, who cares if you're 1800 or 1300? You're already flexing on your friends. Just watch master players play, watch games, try to improve from your games, watch a lot of videos, and just become better. Okay, final question. Could a noob beat Magnus Carlsen if they had like 30 queens? You, my friend, are very lucky because the Esports World Cup just tested this. Click here to watch the video.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now. The Mid-Season Cup at EWC makes its 3rd appearance, and for the first time in MLBB history, the prestigious stage arrives in Paris on European soil. Awaiting the 25 teams from 15 regional qualifiers is a monumental $3 million prize pool and crucial club championship points. MSC opens with the group stage, where 15 qualified teams and 1 team from the wildcard qualifier will be split into 2 groups of 8. Both groups will compete in a double elimination bracket, where 2 wins secure a spot in the knockout stage, while 2 losses send teams home. The top 4 teams from each group will advance to the knockout stage. More unforgiving than ever, the knockout stage puts everything on the line. In this single elimination bracket, teams will clash in a best-of-5 series throughout the quarterfinals and semifinals. For those denied a place in the grand finals, one final battle remains, a chance to secure a podium finish and claim an additional $100,000 in the 3rd place match. Here, one moment can change everything. One mistake ends the dream, one clutch play creates a legend, and at the end of it all, 2 teams remain. One final series in a best-of-7, all for the grand prize of $1 million. One chance to rise above the rest. Who will become legendary? Who will prove unstoppable? 2 champions, 1 game. This is MSC at EWC 2026.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Esports World Cup up.
It all feels extremely familiar. I've been here before. I've been here for such a long time. This view of the Eiffel Tower, this rooftop, it all feels so similar.
Chris, wake up! Wake up!
Who the hell are you?
It's Eterna! We were just talking a few minutes ago. I know my hair's a little messy, but I'm still the same person.
Is this Dota?
No, we're moving on, Chris. We're moving on to the biggest mobile esports title.
We are. You are right. I've snapped out of it. Yes, this is the mid-season cup for MLBB here, and we're so excited to get into it.
Super duper, and especially now that it's going to be collaborating with EWC 2026 here in Paris.
So excited. Let's jump into a quick explainer for the club championship before we get things started.
16 of the best teams in the world have gathered in Paris, France for the MLBB Mid-Season Cup at the Esports World Cup 2026, and the action for day one begins today. Chris, you are not dreaming. We've got a lot of action here on Stage 3. The Lenovo Legion Gauntlet welcomes you back with Mobile Legends Bang Bang, and I'm so excited to get started. My name is Rain Day. I will be your host over these next 2 weeks, but I am joined by a slew of talented, professional commentators that really, you should already know. They need no introduction, but let's introduce them anyway. It's Mirko and LaFell. What's up, guys? Mirko, how you doing?
Bro, I'm feeling excited. As you can probably hear from my voice, maybe a bit too excited as of the last 2 days.
I mean, like, for me, you guys know about the moon? I'm over it.
Yeah.
I'm over the moon.
Dang.
That's like a different way to say excited. We're ready, y'all. Is your ears okay?
My ears are good.
All right, perfect, and we're ready.
If you can't tell, these guys are going to be having fun throughout the entire time. It is going to be a blast. And MLBB been one of the most enjoyable games I've had a chance of learning, and we're so excited to dive in. Everybody who is a fan of this game, welcome again. You are going to love it. And also, we've got a chance for you to engage. Yes, by watching, yes, by chatting, but also by making your tournament pick'ems. You can decide who you think is going to win. You can go to esports.com/play, esportsworldcup.com/play, or scan the QR code on your screen for your chance at $300,000, and of course to see if you get these pick'ems right. So make sure to check in with us and let us know in the chat if you're doing well. Mirko, you got your pick'ems in?
I got my pick'ems in. I had to, redo his fantasy picks.
Hey, wait,
later.
Hold on.
My picks are way better.
Hey, no, bro. Come on, you got to think of, you got your boy, I got my boy, man. I got to be loyal.
That's true. That's true.
I can't have a team without Story Me in it, all right?
Okay,
Let's
fairs.
make that clear. Plus, Scrammy has that killer instinct. That's why I had to have him over Sanford. I do have to say, based on the meta, we'll see how it turns out.
Yeah, it's clearly going to be interesting because there's so many good players, so many young players today. Stories will highlight from all around the world, and of course Southeast Asia, which has dominated MLBB for so long. Will we see some new champions rise? Will we see some old teams come back and defend their title? We'll find out in just a moment, but we're not alone. We've got more talent with us. You saw them briefly in the intro. Let's go introduce themselves fully. It's Chris and Eterna.
So we thought you'd give you a little bit of an introduction to us. I'm Chris. I'm going to be covering all your needs when it comes down to the club championship here at EWC.
And I'm Eterna, and what was it again?
We talked about this.
I don't remember.
Right,
but I was desk host before.
Remember what I told you. Remember what I told you.
Okay. I'm Eterna, and I'm going to be the reporter. So I'm going to cover player interviews, just getting the back scoops of everything, and perhaps maybe even get some coaches.
Yeah. What am I doing again?
I don't know what you're doing. I don't remember what you were.
Okay, I've remembered, thankfully, exactly what I'm doing. It's going to be covering everything to do with the club championship. So when you do have teams competing in all their respective games over every single stage here at EWC, they are accumulating club championship points. And I'll be keeping you up to date with everything that's going on with especially teams like Team Falcons, who are going to be vying for the win here in the MSC.
Chris, don't forget the defending champions.
And Team Liquid, of course, the favourites coming in this tournament. They'll be looking for the 1,000 points that you get for finishing first. But that is going to be our job, so we're going to be covering all of that with no bias whatsoever.
None. Right?
None.
$75 million, 25 tournaments, over 200 clubs, only one club champion. The Club Championship is the beating heart of the Esports World Cup. Over 7 weeks, esports clubs send their players to compete. Every placement, every win, every podium earns points for their club. At the end of 7 weeks, every point counts. The club at the top walks away with $7 million and the title of Best Esports Club in the world. It's not about being the best at one game. It's about being the best across all of them. Depth, versatility, consistency under pressure. One championship trophy, one title. Who will take it? Watch history unfold in Paris at the Esports World Cup 2026.
History certainly unfolding here at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, and MLBB is set up for a mid-season cup that will not disappoint. There's so many through lines here from obviously last year, but also the wild card to get here. And I think setting up that story is one that we've paid special attention to. Falcons MENA made it through a 10-team gauntlet that included teams all the way from East Asia, Mekong, Thailand, MENA, Turkey, EECA, Europe, the Americas, to finally outlast and battle to get here, guys. And it's a journey, but now they have their first chance to make it on this MSC main stage.
It was crazy. I mean, it was a brutal journey all throughout. I'd go as far as to say that Falcons MENA, nobody really predicted them to make it through, especially with their curse in the wild card. They always seem to fall flat in the wild cards. But again, they were able to really capitalize on the utility jungle meta. So a big question mark here coming into MSC would be, has Boyet adapted to the assassins in the jungle?
Yeah, it's almost to the point where the meta has shifted so much that some people might say like, oh, they're slightly at a disadvantage because we've seen a lot of their a lot of their meta during wildcards. But the thing is, a lot has changed that maybe they won't even be using the same heroes.
Well, it's a really interesting conversation because last year, as you guys mentioned, they did not make it, failed to qualify, and they were not expected to make it in this one. So Falcons MENA, by qualifying, they've actually given Falcons, our club championship back-to-back winners, 2 teams at MLBB. So twice the amount of chances in this 16-team group. When you look at the split, Group A versus Group B. LaFell, I know you've got your eyes on Group A. I want to hear from Group B as well from you, Mirko. But LaFell, Group A obviously has some great stories there. True Rippers is coming up in my eyes. Guangzhou Gaming. What are you seeing here?
Honestly, when it comes to Group A and Group B, I feel like it's a no contest that Group B is the group of death. So for Group A here, I want to see the teams that are here actually maximizing their chances to actually get quite a few more metas in. Like for teams like Team Vitality, Falcons, PH, even Team Spirit are probably one of the favorites to make it through out of Group A. I want to see whether they're just going to go all in, use their best strat, or they change it up.
It's crazy to see Group B, though. I mean, Group B is ridiculous. LaFell's already mentioned it, but we have 7 champions in Group B. Only 1 runner-up. And it's crazy to say, but Onyx is the one that feels like the odd one out here up against all these champions.
It's an incredible slew of teams, and the reason it's so important and the reason that they are here is not just because of the pride, obviously, regionally to prove that they're the best, but because of the life-changing prize pool. $3 million on the line from MLBB here at the Esports World Cup. $3.5 million total for all competitions. $1 million for the first place winner. So everybody, whether you're here, is not done with their journey. Remember, nothing is granted, right? And so you have to find a way to earn this moment. And if you do, Mirko, it is life-changing.
Absolutely, man. Especially considering if you look at the format of this event, man, it's fantastic. We got the group stages already with a completely different format to all the other MLBB tournaments, and then single elimination bracket in the knockout stages. If you lose, you're out. No second chances. I love MSC EWC.
Yeah, one of the great things about this, too, is that right now we don't have to worry about losing any team. We actually do have our schedule for today because it's going to be group stages for the next 4 days. You guys are going to see teams battle against each other, and I love what LaFell said about this because you get to experiment. If you're in Group A, you might have a little more leniency to save some strats for later on if you know you have a weaker group in some people's eyes. But we'll see a lot of teams here. Team Vamos, Team Falcons MENA, Team Falcons PH, and Guangzhou Gaming right after that. Vitality will take on True Rippers, India's first chance at an international representation here at MSC, and Team Spirit versus Ignite Gaming. LaFell, all great teams, and obviously games that are going to give us our stories that are going to help shape this tournament.
Oh yeah, for sure. Especially because for now, sure, there are some mismatch in terms of who they're facing up against. I'm looking at Team Vitality because True Reapers, yes, is the first India experience here at International, but Team Vitality, honestly, one of the favorites to win it all. So this is going to be a good test for True Reapers, but also for Team Vitality, because I feel like in that matchup, it's not enough to win. You got to win very convincingly.
Yeah, both teams have so much on the line. Coming up next, our first matchup of the day, Team Vamos and Team Falcons Meta. It's time to narrow in on what will be our first set of the day. Mirko, Team Vamos, Team Meta. Obviously, two teams with a lot to prove. Maybe two teams that people didn't expect to be here, now here, fighting for a chance at $1 million like everybody else.
Absolutely. You know, I'm sorry, Lafel. I'm sorry to all the Malaysian fans, but I'll say it. Vamos look uncoordinated. They look chaotic. They look awkward. They look weird. But funnily enough, that's exactly what you need in this meta. With the Assassins, I actually think Error 404, not GOAT, I should say, would do really well.
Yeah, no, actually, I'm there with you because I feel like everyone has their doubts for Vamos, but now we're looking at Team Falcons Mena. They already quieted a lot of the doubts come wildcard because, again, people thought maybe they'd be top 4, maybe at most top 3, but they made it all the way through. But again, like you said, that was the tank meta in the jungle. We'll see how Boya adjusts when there's a lot more Assassins.
How do you guys feel about this meta report here? 84 unique heroes in 69 games at MWI, Mirko. Healthy?
I think it's very healthy if you look at MWI, but just like last year, I feel like if you look at MSC and MWI, we're going to be seeing completely different metas here, especially when it comes down to those weird picks like the Hanabi. Yeah. I don't think we're going to be seeing it here at MSC. I think we're going to see many more Assassins and less healers.
Yeah, this is why I'm actually looking forward to this one and why I see in Group A, there's a little bit more room for you to test out new things, because here's the thing. It does seem like there's a meta where with 16 different teams, everyone can have their own identity and possibly not get punished that much. The only thing that I feel like would be super punished if they have 0 early game, right? All mid and late game. Other than that, I'm actually looking forward to how the meta shapes up.
I'm really looking forward to how this is going to work out. And obviously, our first match of the day introduces Team Vamos and one of their stars, their youngest stars here in the tournament, Error 404. We had a chance to catch up with the man who was so aptly named based on maybe a little bit of a mistake, but now it is caught on and caught by fire here in the MLBB community about how he's feeling going into the first match of MSC.
We're now back here with Error 404 from Team Vamos. This is your first international. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling a little bit nervous but excited at the same time.
Nervous but excited. But more nervous or more excited?
But I think more excited.
More excited. That's what we want to hear. Because I heard, back home, in MPL MY, your heart rate's always off the charts. It's always above 130. Is that true?
That's very, very true.
That's true. Why? Why is it always so high?
I think it's just the adrenaline of the game.
Adrenaline of the game. What do you think today is going to be for you?
I think it's going to be high also.
What do you think? 140? 150?
140 maybe.
140 maybe, 130. But of course, we do see a shift in meta. It looks like the Assassins might be back in the jungle position. Are you excited about that?
Yeah, I'm really excited because it patched back to Assassins, right?
So you like the Assassins?
Yeah,
Are you good at the Assassins?
I would say definitely better than the utility. Yeah.
Okay. What's your favorite assassin?
For now, I think just Fanny.
Fanny, okay. We're gonna keep an eye out for that. Do you have any message to your opponent today, Team Falcons Mena?
Good luck, especially to my ex-coach, Coach Pao, and let's give a good match for the viewers today.
All right. Thank you so much, Era 404. Over, back to you.
Well, loves the assassin jungle instead of the utility. That's exactly what this meta seems to be offering up, guys. Lafel, your thoughts on here in Era 404?
I mean, first of all, good shout out that Coach Pao that used to coach for Vamos is now in Falcons Mena, so he should know quite a lot about the kids. And I gotta say, something about Era 404, we know a lot of energy, right? Marco, you would understand this kind of energy where you're all in a hotel room and you know where each other rooms are. He will go to your room and just keep on ringing it, and then when you open, he'll come in, he'll run around, jump on the bed a bit, and then get out.
He's got that energy for sure.
He's done it. He's done it to casters, he's done it to some of the players. So they're like, you know what? He's a good player, but oh my goodness, is he annoying.
So that's why he's got the beats per minute that high. Dude, he's running around jumping on everybody's
always
back.
140. It's insane. During draft, 140.
You don't realize mobile games, you could just do a lot of physical activity, unlike just being at a PC. So, one of the benefits is that he could still be ranking up at that point. He's that good. 17 years old, the star of Team Vamos. We'll see what he can do. But we also had a chance to catch up with Team Falcons MENA. This is a team that, again, did not make it last year to 2025's MSC and did not come in as the expected winner of the wild card, but somehow they are here. We had a chance to catch up with Boyette about why.
Hey, Turner here for a pre-match interview with Boyette right before his match. So, quick checkup. Boyette, coming from wildcards now, going into the first day of groups. How is the preparation like for the team?
For the preparation, we don't know because we never practice because my teammate go to their home and try to study, and me, I'll go back to Philippines and try to fix my visa for this wild card, for this EWC.
Okay, so you don't have as much time to practice, but obviously you do have a hold of the meta, right? You have a hold of the meta, right?
Maybe.
Maybe. Because in wildcards we saw a lot more, tank junglers, and now we're seeing a lot of assassins. Well, we're getting rumors about more assassins. Are you familiar with this?
Yeah, I'm familiar because I'm playing around game before we come here. So I think the team pretty much know about the meta.
But it's all good, right?
Yeah, all good maybe.
Maybe. Boyette, you gotta give us something here.
Because we never practice. We just met when we arrived here. So, and this is the first time we play.
I wish you all the best.
Yeah, thank you.
Good luck for this first match. Okay, I'm gonna give you a handshake here. Good luck.
Yeah.
Do you have anything to say to anyone before your match?
To anyone, mostly our supporter, keep supporting us, and we'll try our best. This MSC, and to our enemy, Vamos. Good luck, have fun, and let's give them let's give a fans a good match.
And good match we will see. Thank you so much. Over, back to you.
Well, looking to give the fans a good match. That message goes out to anyone. And I love that MLBB has such fun commentators and players to work with. Mirko, you're nodding there. Special message from Boyette.
All right, Boyette, the message to anyone, I like
anyone.
that. I like the anyone message. But who the heck was that? To your opponents, good luck, have fun.
Hey.
Where was the Boyette from Wildcard, bro?
Bro, they gotta step onto the stage, okay?
No.
Eterna was there. She was making it nervous. So she's like, well, I'm good, maybe.
Eterna has been making people nervous, I think.
That's
I think
true.
That's been happening.
I'm nervous.
Hey, Turner, you got to stop, all right? But I think Boyette and Araw 404, one thing I want to see for sure isn't just the assassins, but I want to see the taunt. I want to see the emotion. These two players bring out the most out of a match by yelling a lot of I love yous.
A lot of I love yous
in Malay and in Tagalog. So if I don't see that, I'll be very disappointed.
And Mirko can't yell right now. And so that's why he needs you to yell for him, because he's kind of living vicariously through your yell. So make sure you do it. By the way, make sure you also get your pick'ems in, guys. It's EWC 2026, so you already know you got to be a part of it. You have $300,000 that you could potentially earn your share of. So make sure to get your pick'ems in for this match. It's open now. Get them in very, very quickly. All right, gentlemen, I'll go with you, LaFell. What's the biggest story here? Who has to get going? We talked about Araw 404. We talked about Boyette. Who needs to be the star of this game for their team to have success? Let's start with Team Vamos. Is it all Araw 404, or who else needs to support him?
I mean, here's the thing. Yeah, it's a good thing I'm doing Vamos because they're my boys for this
I know,
one.
yeah.
So
boys.
Vamos, the story coming in is there's always a lot of doubts because right now everyone has the same idea that Malaysia should only have one representative, and that's SRG, because they are far ahead against anyone from Malaysia. So Vamos coming in, Araw 404 is the new generation. He's supposed to be the new face, the young guy coming in, but then the rest of his team, a lot of veterans supposedly there to support him. So I want them to be able to prove all the doubts wrong and actually show up and make it to the knockout stage.
See, we got all those wise words for Vamos. I think for Falcons MENA, it's kind of sad, but it's true right now. It's just play your game, because it's so weird. We heard it in an interview with Eterna earlier. Boyette said they didn't practice. I'll give you another fun fact. I got this from Boyette and Sanji, not the mid laner, the XP laner for Falcons. He said they didn't practice for wild cards either. They're coming here with just the power of friendship, dude. Like
The
pure power of friendship. That's what Falcons MENA have. So at this point, I'm thinking, how do they synergize together?
Gentlemen, before we get started, it's tough because we're coming in first day. We haven't seen the meta develop. We have ideas of it. Any predictions heading into this one?
I think
Close set? Are we seeing
I think close.
close?
Full 3 games for me.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like that definitely can be the case in terms of the heroes. I'm looking forward for Vamos to use a setter for supply, something like an Arlet, and then come into the into the jungle. Either a Ling or a Nolan, it's kind of like Araw for style of play. I'm thinking more of the Nolan to be safe, but if they see an opportunity, I would like to see the Ling.
I would love to see fast from Araw 404, but for Boyet, maybe he actually takes this assassin meta to subvert our expectations. Maybe he goes for the utility jungle because we've seen a lot of it already at MWI.
Well, high expectations. That is one way to describe what MSC means to these players. Another way to describe it is what is at the end. $1 million and a chance at glory, regional pride, and the moment that every player dreams of capturing a championship. Let MLBB begin.
Welcome to MSC at EWC 2026. It is amazing to be back. And ladies and gentlemen, for another year, Rose and Milosh are your hosts for this year of MSC.
What incredible time we had. There you go. That's all the fans out there. Last year we had a lot of fun together on Heroes. This year we get to do it again. And every summer is MLBB season. We had it earlier on where only last week MWI wrapped up and Team Vitality were victorious, but it does not end there for MLBB. You continue on and start off with MSC.
You know what, Milosh? Today we have 16 teams, the best in the world, battling it out for their nation's pride, prize money, and of course, club championship points.
A lot on the line for all of these teams, as you said. So how about we bring them out on stage for you? So big introductions. First up with Team Falcons Philippines. Flap, Kyle, Hachi, Super Marco, and Okwen.
And up next, we have Guangzhou Gaming, Modi, Recall, X-Ying, May, CY.
Hometown Heroes, Team Vitality. Shogun, Nile, Moreno, Eamon, and Finn.
Making their international debut, True Rippers. Rehansha, Jans Asuna, Kimi Garcia.
Please welcome Team Spirit. Kid Bama, Czar Egoist, Sunset Lover, Hiko, and Sao.
It is time for Ignite Gaming. Diablo, Kelvin, Roy, JCS.
GK Esports. Aizen, Zeno, Quanok, Yaga, and Shen.
Please welcome Pro Esports. Sorry, I'm Felix, Coily, Sa, PP, and Kuzen.
Joining us on stage, it's Aurora Gaming. Lunar, Tenzi, Rosa, Sigibun, and Pagu.
And of course, it is Onyx time! We have Lutpi, Kyrie, Sans, Keyboy, Kelra.
It's in the name, it's Entity 7! Akashi, Hide on Bush, Shin, Doom, and Vakoon.
And please welcome Yangon Galacticus, Ying, Han, Kaiser, Blink, Sanji.
The Huff and Puff, it's Selangor Red Giants. Cram, Stormy, Innocent, Yums, and Sakai's.
And of course, for our opening match of the day, we have Team Vamos! Sapat, Error 404, Klokun, Zikif, Natko.
It takes two to tango, so please welcome their opponents, Team Falcons Mena! Sanji, Boyet, Cuffin, Sano, and Troll.
And you know what? We mentioned 16 teams, but now only 15 are on stage and we don't even have a trophy yet.
I think that's coming in a special way, so please join me in welcoming our MSC 26 trophy held by our MSC 2025 at EWC champions, Team Liquid! Sanford, Carl TZ, Sanji, Teddy, and JP.
in pursuit to defend their title. Team Liquid is in the arena. "16 of the best teams in the world, eyes on the prize." And of course, as we head into the land of dawn, only the best will prevail. It's time to rise above.
Bloodshed, tears, and glory. Bloodshed, tears, and glory. The land of dawn calls for contenders once again.
Against all odds, GK Esports is here to win MPL MENA Season 9.
Guangzhou Gaming! They go straight to the main stage. Ignite Gaming! MPLSG Season 11 crowns a new team. True Rippers are your champions.
The place where a new chapter begins. The newcomers.
MSC at the EWC, Paris. For many of us, this is our first. We may be the underdog.
We may have sacrificed everything to come this far.
We'll prove why we belong here.
It's the first MCT Grand Finals, and Entity will be your first champions.
Bro! Esports is the reigning champion!
Team of Falcons will push forward to the main stage of MSC.
Congratulations! Vamos as you punched your ticket to France for EWC!
Breaking barriers, defying limits. The aggressors come with nothing to lose.
We carry the expectations of our country, our families.
The fans who believed in us.
This is the stage we've been working toward.
Maybe this is where a new Dutch house is born.
Aurora Gaming have wiped the Young Gun Galacticos out.
Megatron have not merely joined the Kings, they have become the Kings. And the Dragons of the North defend their Empire spirit.
Challengers of the throne, the Titans stand ready.
We have already achieved what many thought was impossible.
Whether it's defending our regional title
or taking down the champions of our region,
we're here to break curses and set new milestones.
Falcons AP Runner moving on through the grand finals.
Slangor Red Giants are your new champions. MSC 2023 champions. Honor!
Team Liquid is your grand champions.
The names that shaped history, the kings and legends.
It's been a while since we stepped foot onto the world stage.
It's been a while since we brought home an international title.
Our fight continues because our story isn't finished.
Our legacy awaits.
The journey to rise above begins.
And Team Liquid bringing in the trophy, letting everyone know that they have been put on notice. They are going for the defense of MSC. What a journey that was, seeing you guys were hyped on that. Yeah. Before we even jump into this game, the draft starting soon, just, Mirko, what does this mean for these teams coming here to play for MSC?
This means everything, man. This means everything for all the players, not just playing for EWC, going to Paris for MLBB. You know, I don't think any of these players, I think I speak for a lot of the talents as well, no one expected this game to bring us all the way to Europe, to Paris. To compete here, it's an honor for them, and to represent their regions, their organizations, it means everything in the world and more.
Gentlemen, you know what I saw there? It's a lot of motive. But before that, this is my champion's pick.
Yeah, and it's two champions, one game. My champion's pick. The event is now live from now until July 27th. So make sure to get involved. Lafel, you were saying.
Like I said, man, watching that video, it was so high because the thing that I got out of that is the motives, man. Like everyone here, there's more than one reason why they are here. They got the spirit, they got the energy. They're fighting for their family, their friends, the pride of their country, and also just to take down the final boss. And Carl, like that was such a hero shot by saying, try. I'm here, I'm waiting. If you guys can't stop me, I'm gonna win it over and over again.
If we were to tell a story before it happened, and we were gonna give a little bit of a prelude and an idea of what could be the story for Team Vamos or Falcons Meta before they jump into the draft, Mirko, what would it be? Would it be rising against the unthinkable odds to secure what no one expected them to have? In your words, how would you put what begins right now?
Absolutely. I think especially after that opening, you saw the peak of MLBB. Now we go all the way down to surface level. This is where Vamos and Falcons Meta started. Heck, Falcons Meta had to start below sea level.
Jeez.
I mean, like, here's the thing. Everyone has proven that they're good enough to come here at EWC. But once you're here, good enough is not it.
Nope.
Even being your best is not enough. Even being perfect sometimes is not enough. You have to somehow break your opponents in the process.
Nothing is granted.
And good enough is not good enough. I like that. You got to somehow be your best, but you have to also let all the things that happen in a tournament happen and still survive those bounces. We've seen it in the World Cup that just ended. The ball doesn't always bounce your way. You have to navigate those moments where things feel good or they don't feel good, Mirko. And as we do narrow in and we see the big picture, we get a chance to now kind of focus our attention on two teams that are climbing that mountain. And in this way, as we take a look at the map reveal, it starts that mini moment of, hey, this is going to be what we're playing. Broken walls. Looks like it's going to be the map, Lafel. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, one of my thoughts is this might be just a little bit better for Falcons Meta here because they might go for a composition that has a tank jungle that can go for an early invade and able to get out of that scot-free. And Broken Walls may not be the very best for picks like the Fanny or the Ling. We'll see whether even in that situation, Air 4-4 will still go for those picks.
And as we do look at these picks, and again, narrowing down, we see the map. Now it's time to almost start looking at what is the composition, because this idea of the jungle has been something you guys have been discussing in the green room quite a bit. Mirko, for those coming in, do you really expect to see a lot of, I guess, the unique heroes that we saw at MWI increase because that jungle has become more available?
I think we're going to be seeing a lot more unique heroes, but not the ones that we saw at MWI.
Okay.
A few of those heroes we already saw at MWI. Again, a lot of utility jungle usage all the way to the grand finals. I feel like we're going to be seeing a lot more aggressive picks here. Assassins coming down, and even maybe a bit more diversity in mid. We've been talking a lot about the jungle. I think now we need to move our focus into the mid lane. In the last few years of MLBB, it almost seems like it's just been 1 to 3 heroes in the mid lane. I think the meta has opened up a lot. I think a lot of picks that you guys back at home aren't expecting will be coming out because of the assassin picks. Those vulnerable heroes like the Yi, like the Farsas, or even the Gorge that have been meta for a while may not see the light of day. Heck, we might see more heroes like the Kadira, the Eudora to deal with the assassins.
So that entire meta shifting because there's more pressure.
Yes.
From the dangerous jungles.
It's volatile.
That'll be interesting to see. And, you know, I want to go back to it. Star players. I mean, we talked about Arrow 404, but Zekeef as well has been somebody who has kind of been that new version of Team Vamos trying to claim that youth. Lafel, how do you feel about just this team, Zekeef, Arrow 404, their synergy coming into this?
Their synergy is amazing because the thing about Zekeef is he's almost redefining how you should be playing the roam, which might be quite interesting in this current meta here because he can play a front line. He can be the toughest guy just to get all the ults out and then let it be safe for his team to go in. But also, sometimes there's a situation where he has to be the carry where he use some damage dealers where, sure, eventually he will toughen up, he will be that front line, but in the early game, he makes life hell for the opposing jungler. So I want to see if they want to go for that kind of strat here. And Zekeef is one of the new prospects coming out of Malaysia to be a top roamer here in the international stage.
Expect a lot of that, by the way. Hirara, Fanny, both banned out. From what I've heard, those are two most prioed heroes. The Atlas, his first pick prio for Team Vamos. This will erase a lot of that pressure and actually a lot of the comfort picks from Falcons Meta. They've been playing utility jungle with an Atlas here. It's going to be very, very tough to pull it off. So they might have to already move in a different direction.
Boyet and Sanji trying to do their best with the 2-pick response. But that's what you hope a first pick does, right, Mirko? Just kind of sets the team picking second on the defensive end so they don't get to set the tempo of this draft.
Yeah, especially because I feel like for now, in terms of the roam, there's not a lot of counters for it. It's a very safe early pick. It's really the EXP as well as the jungle that can really get counter out. So I kind of feel like that's something that Vamos wants to be careful of. If they see certain picks coming up from Falcons meta that makes it much easier, then they will go for it. But look at this. Falcons meta already picking up the Arlet as well as the Valentina. The Valentina, I think, is just an overall okay pick, but also maybe to deny Sapa of a potential pick for the Sora. But the thing is, Paquito is still there. Esmeralda is still there. There's still good picks for Vamos here. So the Arlet, I think maybe just to take it away from Silpai, but also doesn't it show that Falcons, they want to pick up a Nakai later?
Could be. The Guinevere gets picked up though for Team Vamos, so they need a little bit more damage in gold or mid. There you go, the Eudora! I called it. I was going to say, against the Valentina, this is an amazing pick, and I've been hearing a lot in scrims. This hero isn't just in the meta. It is prio. It is a first phase pick. Falcons meta lean back to their comfort, and I'm so happy we get to see the Eudora straight up because I've been talking about it behind the scenes.
And I gotta say, even as a tank, it's surprising by how much poke damage that she does, not even by using her ult. So this is going to be very interesting. Right now, we're looking at the opening picks coming in from both teams. Rather similar, except for Rome as well as EXP. We see here for Vamos and Falcons Meta, they have their junglers as well as their mids. For Vamos, they have a roamer, and for Falcons Meta, they have their EXP. For now, Falcons Meta, it does look like they're going for a more team fight composition. A lot of crowd control and a lot of AoE. Coming in from Vamos here, there's a lot of, I would say, crowd control coming in from the Atlas as well as the Guinevere. And now Falcons Meta, they understand how important the EXP is, so they're taking out the Yuzong. And for Vamos, they want to make sure that the side lanes is not going to go crazy, so they're going to be banning out the Moskov. I wonder if they will ban out the Claude as well, considering I feel like they might have an okay draft for a Claude.
LaFell, you know this team very well. They're from Malaysia, and what would you like to see from them to complete this draft? What's somebody you'd like to see picked up here to complete this lineup?
I want to see something fast that can invade the jungle coming in from the EXP, something like a Paquito or Esmeralda, because the thing about how both Era 4-4, the jungler, as well as Zekif, the roamer, how they like to play is a lot of forward momentum. They like to be in the face of their opponents because they know they have the strength, they have the firepower for it. But for that to happen, if their EXP wins the lane, they're going to try to end the game as fast as possible by 14 minutes, 12 minutes. Like, that's how they speed up the tempo.
And I feel like, especially for Vamos, having a person like NatGoat in the gold lane makes it a lot easier for them to move around the map. Like, they don't need to go just for neutral objective fights here, because, again, Falcons meta, they kind of have a combo to control neutral objectives. So who's to say it's all about neutral objectives at this point? You have a winning matchup in mid with the Eudora against the Valentina. You have a very, very mobility-centric composition with the Guinevere and the Atlas. I think they might go strong side gold here. They ban out the Moskov. The Claude could be an answer. They go for the Cho to deal with the Atlas. I wouldn't be too surprised if we see a Bruno here for Vamos.
Yeah, honestly, like Natko, as long as he gets a pick that can survive a lot of engage, which, by the way, I kind of feel like, sure, these are 4 scary heroes for Falcons meta, but I feel like there's quite a few gold laners that can survive that kind of onslaught. So now all we're looking for Vamos here is the gold lane as well as the EXP. The Esmeralda is still up, but they do need a little bit more damage, so I wonder if they want to go for something else. In terms of Natko, there's a lot of picks in the gold. There's still the higher of the Claude, and like you said, the Bruno. I feel like none of those are bad choices here.
Well, typically, you know, we've talked about kind of coming into this, the difference between the aggression versus the calculated approach of these gold laners. Natko being, as Mirko had said, just very, very aggressive, wanting to push tempo, but Sano wanting to take his time, get to that late game. They're getting their last couple of picks here. How do you feel this has set that storyline up between two different styles in the gold lane?
I feel like having a weak side Claude here for Natko is going to be amazing, especially because it really does feel like they're going to be playing a lot of 4-1, maybe a 1-3-1, but I'm really feeling like a 4-1 formation here for Vamos, letting Natko absorb maybe 2 sides or 2 minions in the gold as well as the mid, and now a Bruno for Team Falcons meta. I gotta say, for Vamos, I'm liking the idea here, and Falcons meta, it looks like a very easy to execute draft.
Yep. For Vamos, I think it's also pretty easy, right? It comes down to who executes better right now. If Vamos can play the strong side of the map, play around those neutral objectives, win out the skirmishes early on, and it's going to be great. But Falcons Mena, I feel like they have more ways right now to play around their gold lane if that neutral objective loses out.
If you think somebody won a draft, is it leaning towards Falcons for you?
I'm leaning more towards Vamos.
Towards Vamos.
Yeah, same.
You too, LaFell. It's obviously a great showcase of two teams coming in with different strategies. Nako and Sano in the gold lane trying to go toe-to-toe. In terms of their dynamic, will aggression win over calculated patience? And will Error 404 find a way to be the young star that he is? It's our first game of MLBB MSC at EWC 2026. I know two guys who are ready to call the action. It's Naisu and Gideon HQ.
It took us weeks, if not months, for everyone to make their way here to the Mid-Season Cup in Paris. And we're going to find out the next champion for MSC here at EWC 2026. It's me, Naisu, Gideon, to bring you the action to start off our group stage. Gideon, we have to talk about the Eudora.
Oh yeah, this is interesting. This is really interesting to see because most of the time, most people wouldn't even consider Eudora to be part of this particular meta, and Clockwood has already missed a couple of minions, which is already pretty bad look for the start. But the laning phase is by far the hardest part for the Eudora.
The Eudora, it went through an interesting change, man. I mean, when it was its older self, you know, she kind of had a one kind of trick, like, here's my ultimate, here's a bunch of damage. But now I know LaFell mentioned it, you know, you can actually do quite a bit of damage just with her first skill even.
Yes, that Fork Lightning is now interesting. Now that they've kind of revamped the way that her passive works, especially with the Superconductor. Now, if you look over Troll, right, he's got that little indicator, and that's because that's the Superconductor stack. If he's able to hit with another ability, you can empower it to do some things. Now, Fork Lightning is particularly interesting because now you can start getting some movement speed on top of extra DPS. So you start kiting around these people if you can apply it more effectively.
Yeah, one thing too is we got a chance to go ahead and call the games during the wild card. You know, we got to see Falcons Mena make their way through that gauntlet that it was. Again, even those best of ones were pretty brutal. We know that they developed over those weeks, you know, or that week, those days that they had to play. We heard that they didn't even have much practice, you know, but they managed for the first time to get to the points in the group stage here for MSC after all that they've been through. And again, this is a team that we talked about that has this kind of innate synergy between each other, right? They've played together so much on the international stages.
Is it going to happen? Arrow 4-4 has waited for 30 full seconds until level 4 has been hit. Straight away with a combination, but it's going to get disengaged instantly. Landshaker will buy a little bit of time, allowing Arrow 4-4 to get on out of there, but the final slash will put Sabat in a compromised position with no flicker. First blood, achieve fatal links as well to combo in, and the power of friendship nets them 4 kills in the first 2 minutes of the game.
Hey man, forget the turtle. Let's just go get some bodies, and they'll do just that. First turtle's going to be theirs as well for Falcons Mena. What a start. Let's take a look at the replay here brought to us by STC. I mean, again, man, this was a setup waiting to happen. A flicker, a stolen fatal links for Cuffin was the setup.
Yeah, great eyes on Cuffin, actually, because he saw the angles. Like, maybe I can actually get a little bit more. They could have been happy with just 1 kill, but they decided we're going to go above and beyond. And now, unfortunately, that wasted 30-second angle that Arrow 404 was sitting up on that top side forward to try and unlock Subot has now failed, and now has put him significantly behind, because if you look at Boyat, he's already level 6 to Arrow 404's level 4.
Yeah, this is one of the things, again, where, you know, if you're able to go ahead and get these early starts into this game, the current meta that we're seeing, snowball potential can be quite insane, and you're talking about a 2,000+ gold lead already at this point, nearing that 4-minute mark. You're setting yourself up successfully here for Falcons Mena. And across the board, too, Troll, again, one of the, I would say he's a prominent Cho player. This is probably his best, or one of his best picks that he brings to the table. It's what he kind of made a name for himself in their first international experiences. And, you know, now that you have this lead, you can take that chance. Try to set things up. Oh, Troll.
Speaking of setting things up, they already have the Wombo combo of a lifetime, but Troll, they don't have enough base damage to kill him just yet. Luckily, he is rocking the tank emblems, able to keep him alive for the time being. But for now, it just goes to show they're just getting stat checked early on in the game.
Stat check for now. Here's another.
Oh, now once again, getting the superconductor off, but Boyette, well-timed heavy spin. Now this is the big issue that I'm seeing, right? Because Vamos, they've got a lot of wombo combo tech. If Falcons, Mina, are in the right place at the right time, that heavy spin kind of counters everything. Same can be said about the final slash at the end, but the fact that everybody has flickers, it really goes to show, yo, we are here to fight, we are here to combo, and that's it.
The heavy spin's so good, man, and that's why the Akai, over the course of the past weeks, if not months up to this point, he's been taking a value in terms of picks. Whoa, Troll, I was waiting for it.
Already had the way of the dragon, but Sapat manages to get on. Do we see the punish? And yes, it is good. It pulls one more over the wall. Almost unintentionally, but they already saw everything. This is one back, a double kill for Vamos to pull him back into a better position.
Hey man, Vamos brings himself back into this game. They should be able to go ahead and take this turtle as well, so they'll even out the objective. Turtle takes really good counter punch. Again, this was Troll starting that fight up, but Vamos saw it coming and they responded exactly how they needed to. Now after the turtle, they'll rotate down to the bot here. Yes. They want to put some pressure on Sana if they can.
Very, very nice. I like the way that Vamos is taking advantage of this, right? Initially, the game plan is if he just gets Sapat a slight lead in the lane, that lane should be basically done for, and then we can go straight back into team fighting and play for our strong side like Miracle mentioned earlier.
Yeah, there's a lot of...
Oh, wait, the dragon. Onto Z-Keep's side?
I don't know if that's who you want to kick, you know? I mean,
yeah.
Here's what... You're just saying hi. Here, I'm going to kick you in the air, you know? I know you're an Atlas, but he might have wanted that here. Oh, on the turret?
I don't know. He probably would have wanted the way of the dragon. It would be nice if he had it, but Nako still has Purify, so it doesn't really matter. Very surprising to see that despite Nako not exactly having the greatest of matchups into this Bruno, that he usually, Bruno usually is the one who takes down the first turret. This time, it's Natko.
And Natko's up 700-ish gold, almost to the 700 point, right? This is, yeah, again, one of those cases where you see a lot of gold laners, they just kind of sit in their lane, they do their thing, they get farmed up. I call it the gold lane experience. And for a Claude especially, you want to hit that power spike, right? Those 3 items. Bruno hits it a little bit faster because of just the nature of the hero. But, you know, right now, both gold laners are set off in a really good momentum in their own. This is Z-Keep actually looking for a potential pick, but it's not going to happen. Now Natko can just go ahead and switch over sides and continue to farm up.
I think what you meant was actually Claude's the one who gets it faster. His items are significantly cheaper compared to like Berserker's Furies and Haas Claws, right, coming in from Sano. So the fact that we're seeing Natko already doing so well, oh boy, this is dangerous. Final Slash coming through and Z-Keep getting Wombo combo to the ground. But let's see whether Falcons can reach for a little bit more. They decide not to after using 4 ult and they back away.
Okay, so no flicker burn. It looks like Falcons Mena. Do they still want to put some pressure here, Troll?
They're trying to call it. I think that at least for Trolls, it shouldn't be anywhere close. I'm not 100% sure. This Cuffin definitely can steal an ult.
A little look there at Boyette. Here we go. Turtle, 3rd one of the game. Last one here. Fighting for space.
Already, Spatial Migration is good. Now into the Blazing Dew. And Nako somehow is the one who actually takes away this turtle. And now they're on to Boyette. A double kill for Nako so far, and they're not done. Do they have the Fatal Links to actually pull? They've delayed enough time, and Sanji, unfortunately, cannot outplay into 4 members.
Okay, the firepower seems to be there for Vamos. They get the turtle. They're looking for more fights, potentially here.
Ooh, and now underneath the turret, stolen Fatal Links on towards Nako, but it doesn't matter. He has Purify, gets out of there quick, and now, in fast succession, from that bot tier 1, they've taken away the purple buff. They've taken away the mid turret on top of defending their own jungle.
Vamos is taking a whole lot, man. I mean, think about it. Just minutes ago, you have that 2,000 gold lead for Falcons Mena, and it's changed so quickly. You know, the pendulum has now swung over to Vamos. They're knocking down tier 1 turrets now, taking what they can to set themselves up for that first Lord here in about a minute. Looking at the items coming into place. Again, look at the lead between the gold lane.
Yeah, it's actually kind of ridiculous. I'm not 100% sure. I think maybe 1 recall is what I spotted out in the laning phase, but then after that, not 100% sure how badly it went for him. But it's great for Nako. Like, this is the gold lane experience that every gold laner prays for. Let's look at the gold distribution for a deeper look. Oh, wait, hold on. Immediately, we find a pick off the Subot side. The Fatal Links eye catches onto 3. Heavy spin from Boyette. It's good. They're thinking about it. The combos are just too much. Sanji able to find it into 1 more. They need to get the last 2, but Clockwind and Echo have lost their front line. Beautiful train.
What happened to Vamos' positioning on the map, man? I mean, again, we were just kind of talking about how they had this lead. Let's take a look at the replay here. Once again, they just catch out Sapat. The rest of the team gets, they got heavy spun on, man. That's what happened.
Big heavy spin, no way to kind of buffer the spatial migration, and worse yet, it was literally at the edge of the mid lane wall. So a little unlucky, I think. Vamos, no sweat to break, but it kind of evens out the gold.
Yeah, that's essentially brought it to an even game for this first Lord now, as both teams fought for position. If you want to look at the upper hand for Vamos, it's they've got a couple extra turrets down, right? So they got a little bit more space to work with on the map. But Lord, and the fact that you also have an Akai in the hands of Boyet, and you have this kind of tanky front line to deal with this, you could potentially set things up off of your own initiation, depending on what Cuffin decides to do with the Fatal Links. He's got his own, so they're going to take their time with this.
Oh, look at this. Even Cuffin, Troll is looking for a flank angle. He's sitting around the purple buff, and the rest of the Falcons are actually dancing around this Lord. They don't actually want to take it. They just want to open it up. Fatal Links into one so far, right into the spatial migration. It's great, but that's already two fat ults already gone. And I'm not sure whether Araw 404 is going to get it back up in time if Falcons do decide to rush this.
Yeah, it looks like they want to. It's half health on this Lord. Troll still trying to zone out here.
Oh, the way of the dragon already good. Fatal. Oh, wait, Araw 404 gets pushed out of it, but he's still with the spatial migration, gets the Lord in time. Sano in the back line gets caught by Natco, and by then, this fight is already over. They chase the last remaining members, and even with a lightning Truncheon, it might just not be good enough. Cuffin, no more ways to dash. Zeke kills him, and now the score is 9-8.
Wow, what a fight from Vamos. Not only were the Lord secured by Araw 404, but you got to give it to Sapat, man. He zoned out the proper members from Team Falcons. Natco followed through after that. You're going to look at the replay here. Keep an eye on this setup. Again, Lord is secured even amidst all of this. But then where Sapat goes, he even burns the flicker, zones out Sano. So much of your damage profile is gone there. Natco was sticking to him, and that's how he's capitalizing on the kills.
What I'm most surprised of the fact that they were able to steal the Lord. Like, everything that could have gone right for Falcons was already in the mix of this piece of bread that they were trying to bake, but unfortunately overcooked. And now Natco getting attacked by the epic spin. Luckily, the Winds of Nature keeps him alive long enough where the Dragon's going to kick him down, but the rest of the team can't even finish it off. Sanji gets him at the very end. Now Clockman finds the trade. Subpot gets them back, and with the damage dealers gone, this allows Vamos a free in on the attack. For stolen Fatal Links onto 3, but Cuffin can only do so much before he dies. Subpot takes him out, and it's over. Sano takes out one, and this might be it. Sano finally is skilled just enough with no ults and nothing left. That should be it for Vamos.
Ooh, did it cost them though, Gideon? I mean, they lost that base turret. It's a good thing. Oh, are they going to chase down Araw 404?
They can punish this. Yup, into the Violent Requiem. Sano forgot the alt timers.
All right. It was going so well until it wasn't, man. I mean, Sano had the space to work with. Like you mentioned, he hit that power spike where he's actually being able to do some damage. Again, he was, what, 2,000-3,000 gold behind at Natco, and, you know, that's really what they had to lean on. So, yeah, he's still quite behind, but he's starting to at least do some damage. The problem is in that fight, you know, Vamos lost Natco, but they have enough damage to actually pull through the fight, enough kind of durability to still duke it out, and that's also partly due to the lead that they have.
Oh, Fatal Links onto one so far. They haven't forced this. Sanji is able to get a really good final slash, but doesn't get that backline. Sanji has no way to reset. Tries to get out of the fight, but it's too late. Lapu's in the wakes, and now the heavy spin, unfortunately, can't do much about the scenario. What a catch here, and a lot of battle spells just gone.
Yep, that was the mark. Troll found the mark. Purify wasn't available because it was used in the last team fight that they had trying to defend the base, so they knew right to go for Natco. They took him out. Essentially, what does that do? It buys more time for Falcons Mena to kind of get back into this game. They've whittled down a gold lead a little bit, but essentially it's, if they can find a pick-off, sometimes it might even be popping that Purify, you know? And that might be the case. If you can get these battle spells down, then your game plan for Team Falcons can be executed faster or better. And that's what Troll has been trying to do here. Now this Lord is up. Second one of the game. Troll's going to zone out Cocoon.
They've already used spatial migration at this point. How are they going to close the distance? The backline needs to get zoned out. Sapat jumps in with the bravest fighter, but they're immediately focusing their energy onto Sanji. 50-50 here. Who's going to get it? Sapat flickers forward onto Sano. Blazing Duet as well. Right onto Cuffin. Stolen Fatal Links pulls him away, but that Lord falls into the hands of Clockhood as they clean up the rest of Falcons, who have to run back and defend the base.
Oh man, again, Team Falcons, it looked like they didn't know exactly how to execute the team fight there. And if Sanal is just zoned out the whole time by Sapat, what are you going to be able to do there with your damage? But right now, base turret in the mid will go down.
Oh, now trying to make this play. Clock couldn't even flickering forward to trying to make the wombo combo. Comfin goes down, and now nobody can clear the wave in time. Sanji, he has an opportunity. He's back up with Troll. They're looking to clear these minions as soon as possible. He's thinking about it, but he needs the help. Final Slash comes on through, but how long can you sustain before it all turns black? Vamos closes out the game 18 to 11. I'm not gonna lie now, Naisu. I see Vamos as these young guns, but this is the first time I've seen them so eager to win.
Yeah, this was a game that they knew they wanted to cap out as soon as they saw the light at the end of the tunnel. For game one, anyway. It was very quick with how they shifted things in their favor. They adjusted their fighting prowess around the objectives, and that was the main thing. They also really excelled on punishing some positioning mistakes that were there for Team Falcons meta. But again, game one, it's only day one here, the group stage for wildcard, or for MSC. You have a lot of things that can be adjusted from this as we take a look at the replay here.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think there were a couple of missed moments from Vamos, right? Their over-eagerness did eventually cost them some pretty big timers. Like the Winds of Nature that was early purchased by Nako after the Trinity. For the early game, obviously they had some sort of a plan. Unfortunately, wasn't able to execute it perfectly, but they always managed to kind of push the agenda. And I think that's the really beautiful thing from both of these teams.
Yeah, again, fighting around objectives was the main thing for both the compositions that were brought to the table, but I think a big part of this, you mentioned it, Claude, the power spike that he was able to hit faster than the Bruno, but also just the amount of lead that he had. And being able to follow someone like Sapat on that Lapu Lapu really gave you the space to just do so many things. And again, looking at these highlights, especially this team fight, Team Falcons meta had the idea they had to get rid of Natko, they had to pop the Purify, they had to get him out of the picture, but even then I feel like they were just not able to go toe-to-toe in terms of team fighting, even if they got Natko out of the picture.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the hard stat check, you can't keep up with somebody who's got more items than you. They're naturally going to beat you if they have more numbers, but I think that Falcons have some really good ideas, and Vamos is not invincible. This over-eagerness to try and, hey, we can win this fight, I'm going to start things up, you guys have to follow up. And unfortunately, they fail to forget that these are some of the best teams in the world. They're not going to miss that opportunity to sucker punch you when you're not looking.
Yeah, one of the things here, that's game one. We're going to be throwing it over back to the studio.
You and Gideon, great commentary on that game one. And Vamos takes the win, and they were not Vamosable, as we were saying backstage or on the studio. Welcome back. My name's Rain Day. I'm joined by Mirko and LaFell to break down the action in game one. Mirko, Vamos had a lot to say in that game. Sometimes it went well. Sometimes you couldn't really understand what they were talking about, and they let some of that lead go, but they ended up closing it out.
Yeah, as Gideon mentioned, man, it's just classic Vamos. Over-eagerness to make plays, over-eagerness to be aggressive in the early game, trying to utilize that composition. Got them in a few dicey situations, like that crazy miscoordination by Sapat and also Error 404 up top. But, all is good. They were able to come back, recover from that and do really, really well in the mid game by taking those neutral objective fights as expected.
Yeah, I feel like in that game, one of the reasons why the eagerness wasn't that punished that well is because really what Vamos was trying to do was to disrupt the tempo, because they understand the timing for Falcons meta where they like to set things up. So Vamos did not allow for the setup to really happen. In fact, there are some situations where they disrupt that setup by Air 4-4 going in. Even though he's the jungler, he's the first one to go in. And I feel like for Falcons, the reason why it didn't look all that well is because I don't think they utilized the draft that great. They weren't able to get the catches. There are some counter engages that was good, but not enough.
Yeah, Sapat on the Lapu Lapu, obviously a big initiator and helped that team zone out. But also, in terms of the storyline there, at the M6 Swiss stage, we were kind of prepped on what this matchup means. Most of that team not here, but Sapat, one of the only members of Team Vamos when this team was formerly named Twisted Minds. The majority of this Falcons meta team took them out of M6. So Sapat maybe still has something to prove, maybe a little bit more to his match than some of the others, and he certainly did it in this game.
Yeah, he recovered really, really well, and they were able to come back in this game from that early. Wait, how bad was it? Was it like 1,000 gold lead early on, right? The four-man pick.
It was almost 2,000. Yeah. It was almost 2,000, and then it goes down to 1,007 to 700, and then over to Vamos. I gotta say, Sapat, the biggest change a few years back until now, those years, he was doubtful. He was like, I don't know if I can do it. But now he's like, you know what? I don't care. I'm the underdog. People don't see me as the potential champion. No pressure. I'm going to go in fearless.
Yeah, and sometimes that, like, kind of being in the moment, losing out on it, but sticking through it, it makes you a little fearless. You're like, what else can go wrong, right?
Morale is very important, man. Having that confidence, as this guy's doing 6-7 as well. Yo, Vamos right now. If I look at them again, if I look at Falcons Mena, I think it comes down to also Falcons Mena leaning towards their utility jungle picks that got them the wildcard win. The Akai pick was fantastic in the wildcard. Here as well, you can see why they picked it up against the Atlas. But I feel like if you look at this game again, you see that massive gold lead, you see that massive XP dip between the junglers, and you can see why it's going to be very hard for an Akai this meta if you fall behind. If you get all this early neutral objectives, all G, brother. But if you lose just a bit, which happened, I don't know how that happened, by the way, Natko stole the turtle once, and then the second or third time was Eudora.
The only reason I don't want to clip it is because there's so many times he just retreat early. He literally retreat early, and there was like about 100, 200 HP left. Yikes. Eudora stole it, and Claude stole it.
Well, you actually looked at a couple of clips that caught your eye. We have some telestration you're going to do for us, Lafell. Break down what you saw on that game one.
So I got two clips here.4st of all, we got to look at the first mistake that really happened where for Vamos, like I said, over eagerness. Right now, I want you guys to see here the positioning of Air 4 as well as Sapa. They're not on the same page. It looks like they're going for different targets here. Maybe the idea was Eric could solo kill the EXP lane here, and then Sapa, he just wants to zone away, making sure that the two members of Falcon does not arrive. But the problem is, as we play the clip here, we can definitely see the damage is not enough, as well as we see the Akai really pushing Sapa out of the way to the point there he had to use his flicker. And this is all while the turtle is going to be the next contest. This is not great coming in from Vamos, but it does look like they have a good idea that we just want to win the fights. We don't care about the neutral objectives at this point, and we can see it's heavily punished here, where looking at Falcons lineup, you can see that they are a more team fight heavy composition with a lot more AoE and a lot more crowd control. So that's the first clip here that we see, but we also got to look at the second clip of where Vamos really turned things around, but it is also off of the mistakes coming in from Falcons. Thank you very, very much, Mirko, by the way.
Yeah, great assistance there.
Yeah, right now we see Sapa already use his bravest fighter, so he actually doesn't have a great way to engage the fight. But look at Araw 404. At this point, it really does look like Vamos, their idea isn't for those neutral objectives. They just want to go for the kills. As we play the clip here, we see that Troll is moving forward. They don't have full information of where everyone is, and then they just go for Troll because they want to eliminate the crowd control. That's the biggest aspect of why they lost in the previous fight. So they go on to this, and then we'll see here, actually Boyet had a slower retribution time. If I can release for a bit, hold on, 1, 2. Okay, hard for me to pause during that moment, but you can definitely see Vamos, they got the turtle, but that was not their intent. Their goal was to get for the kills, and they were able to do that. So good on Vamos, and then I feel like that's just something that Falcons has to look out for.
Great showcase and great assistance there. Assist of the game. We don't have MVP right now. We do have an assist of the game. That was Mirko, assist of the studio segment. Guys, I mean, that was to me also kind of the thing that Vamos made sure they were going to do, which is set the tempo. Yep. And I like how they also went to their strengths, which is we may not have the best team fighting team, but we can get individual picks really well. And when we do that, we can win the team fight.
Yeah, I think also, if we're talking about that team fight composition from Falcons Mena that Lafell pointed out, we have to take a look at Falcons Mena's eagerness to be the proactive team. It seems like for the entirety of that match, they were just leaning towards, all right, we're going to punish Vamos when they make a mistake. A few times it happened, but a lot of other times you could clearly see when they needed to push that turtle fight earlier, they didn't want to. On the Arlet, on the show, you need to jump on the Guinevere before the Guinevere jumps on you. And because they were just too reactive, it caused them to lose a lot of those early fights that got the Akai super far behind for the late fights.
All right, well, we'll see what they can do to change things up. Coming up, though, for you, just a reminder that we've got Rhino Day. 2 games and 1 champion. Sorry, a brand new interactive effect. That's what it is for Rhino Day. And it's now available. Check it out and join the celebration. So a brand new interactive effect. Rhino Day, baby. I love it. So it's close to Rain Day right there. It's not.
Yeah, you know what?
I was like, am I doing something for MLBB?
That's you.
That's you.
That's me.
Rainy Day.
Well, I'm definitely down. Go check out Rhino Day. That'll be fun. And I think Mirko, too, when we start looking at game 2, what can we look at Falcons Mena bringing into this next draft that helps them in these moments? Because Because clearly they didn't suffer from having a good composition, but they did suffer from being able to execute it. And how do they solve that problem?
I think it comes down to, again, in the game they were too reactive. I feel like in the drafts they were also too reactive, right? Instead of going for their own prio picks, they were just reacting to it. They see the Atlas, they go for the Cho and the Akai. They see the Claw, they go for the Bruno. They're just trying to counter, getting these good matchups, but ultimately not having a composition that works together overall, or not even playing into the metagame that well, right? So I think the big mistake coming into game 2 that they should fix would be try to be the proactive one. Steal these prio picks away from Vamos before they get their hands on them.
Prio picks going to be important here for Vamos and for Falcons Mena. Vamos in this best of 3 have a chance to close it out right after this, but of course Falcons Mena trying to push it to a 3rd game. They're going to have to come with some adjustments for sure. A lot of time to check things out too, and when you're on a stage like this, LaFell, we mentioned the stakes and we also mentioned the bigger narratives of these teams. Wild card was not easy and they got here. They do not want to go home or at least lose this first game on their first time at this stage 2-0.
Something that I do have to say is a lot of teams, they suffer from the fact that there's 16 teams and sometimes you can't have the same mindset for all 16 teams, right? For example, we saw just now that Falcons try to play more methodical, play more slowly, play more reactive. But against a team like Vamos, this is a game that who starts first, they will most probably win unless they just miss a lot of ability. So I kind of feel like it's difficult, but you can't look at Vamos like Team Liquid. You can't look at them like SRG. Maybe against Vamos, you have to be slightly bit more disrespectful. Be like, I'm just going to go fight for you because you're not that good enough, right?
Yeah.
Because, like, again, not to throw shade to Vamos, but this is the reality. When you're going up against competition where many different teams are here, you can't have the same mindset. You can't have the same strategy against every other team for the simple fact not everyone has the same habits.
Broken walls. Again, Mirko.
Back to back. Ooh, I don't know. I mean, they played it so well, Vamos, in that game. They will even like double down on some of these ganks as well. So I think go back to the drawing board, do exactly what you did in game number 1. And for Falcons Mena, again, it's all about stealing those picks. Maybe even stealing blue side, which they did. Fanny Ban and I believe the Hirara. This is the question though, right? Do Falcons Mena play the Hirara? If the Hirara is left open, I feel like first pick should be the Hirara. But then Vamos just get their hands on the Eudora Atlas.
Yeah. I mean, like, here's the thing. Even Hirara was open. I don't remember them actually using the Hirara.
That's the thing. I mean, Wildcard was different, though.
Yeah, no, they would use a Hayabusa. They would use a Eason Shin. Maybe even a Nolan. So, yeah, we definitely got to see how it really shapes up here. For now, Falcons Mena looks like they're on the same side for Vamos when it comes to Phoveus. Phoveus is something that they do not want to deal with. And now Vamos themselves ban out the Atlas. So they're really respecting Troll here, making sure that Marcel and the Atlas is not there. And I feel like that's setting up just in case if Araw 404 does want to use a more assassin-based hero. But I gotta say, shout outs to Araw 404. He is basically an assassin main. But going into the competitive scene, he was very open to use utility junglers, use fighters in the jungle. And I feel like that really stepped him up in terms of his career growth because it makes it so much easier for Coach Valdo to draft for the team when you have such a willing player to do whatever it takes, whatever hero he needs to win the game.
And for Valdo, it's looking like more of the same, I would imagine, Mirko. Try to get Vamos in a similar position where they have control. You're noticing that ban right there. What do you see him?
Yeah. Hirara banned out.
And that means they can't use it.
That's why.
Yeah.
They banned out on first phase and on red side as well. It's a big question mark now. I mean, even if they get past Vamos, right, all the other teams will be looking to abuse that later on. So Falcons Mena, what's first pick? Is it the Guinevere take now that the Atlas is gone?
I honestly don't know. Like, the thing that I was kind of surprised at was that in the early phases, we don't see any Eve at all. And I still feel like Eve is one of the stronger picks here.
Juicin actually could still be.
Yeah, but the thing is now Hilda has been banned, right? Hilda, Atlas, as well as Marcel. I'm really looking at Vamos like they want a very fast game.
And this is just already very tough. They banned out the Phoveus, so at least they can pick up the Freya here and flex it to XP Gold. That's what I'm thinking right now. Vamos. They clearly did that intentionally. They also have an Esmeralda to play with if they want to deal with the Freya. There you go. Freya first pick for Falcons Mena. Now Vamos. Do they still go for the Eudora, though, is the question.
I feel like even if the Eudora may be the third pick here, because I feel like whenever Freya is present, there's really no mid that's completely safe. You know, maybe a Zushin can protect yourself, maybe an Eve can protect yourself. Eudora, you're probably hoping for your roamer to back you up just a little bit so that you have enough damage to make the Freya a little bit scared. But I haven't seen a scared Freya in a long time.
It's hard. I love that character. Actually, one of the few I've got some hours on in this game. And
Pro Freya.
Yeah, Pro Freya. Sub me in, guys. No, Team Falcons Meta going to handle this one themselves, but obviously a lot of presence there from
very early.
I love it. And the Eudora. See, I know it sounds strange to the people watching, you know, but I've been saying, I've been talking about this Eudora pick, and I've heard, shout outs to my source, that this is first pick, like this is first phase prio. It's not just that one time on blue side. It's really good against assassins, so you also want to snatch it away from your opponents if you want to go assassins, and that's what we see here with Ling and Eudora.
And I feel like that's also just a takeaway, just to make sure that this Ling is going to be able to survive. So this is very, I would say, interesting coming in from Vamos. Looking at the bands, you know that it's going to be Assassin. You're just wondering which one. And considering it is Broken Walls, they still go for the Ling. I'm very excited to see how Air 404 pilots this, because it is one of the heroes that he used quite a lot in his amateur days, but we haven't seen his Ling on the pro field just yet, just because Ling hasn't been meta for a very long time. And now the Cho, I can understand. But the Valentina, quite early on, we'll see how this works out.
This just seems like an easy Belleric pick for Vamos, right? Oh, no, they just go for the, obviously, just the winning matchup. And
just all the power picks for Vamos here.
Because I'm thinking Falcons Meta could still pull off a Yi Sun Shin and then flex the Freya into gold. But maybe Vamos are thinking we can also flex the Esme to gold. We'll just match it wherever the Freya goes. So, all right, fair.
Zeke, Nako, obviously two important players for Vamos. They both had good games, a good game in game one. I feel like Sano's pace, how do you feel about this, Lafell? Was it enough for you? I mean, obviously going against Nako, it's a tough matchup, but different styles. But I think in general, Team Falcons Meta was a little slower in terms of those fights, despite starting off with 4 kills. What do you think they need to get Sano going?
Yeah, honestly, I feel like maybe 2 more gangs, they'll be able to deal with Nako. I mean, like, it's a good thing at the end of the game that Troll with the Cho was able to catch Nako a few times, so Nako wasn't that big of a factor in that one. I feel like it's just in general, Falcons Meta in the first game, they look, for lack of a better term, like scared to do anything. So I feel like hopefully in game number 2, they're like, okay guys, wake up, you know, game number 1, it's whatever, it's a warm-up game. Now we actually got to lock in. With this kind of draft, they have a Freya. Any draft that Freya, you're supposed to be a little bit more aggressive, so that's what I want to see. But I think Vamos already knows that, and they're already having a lineup that can fight early, honestly.
Could also be the Harith pickup for Vamos later on, a signature pick for Natko. Moskov gets banned out again. The Claude Snatch Away is also still there. I think for Falcons Meta though, again, Belleric, I thought it was going to be red 3. They eventually ban it out. They know how much of a threat it is to their composition. All very short-ranged. So it just comes down to this. Do they want to go Yi Sun Shin on Boyet or no, right? Because if they don't, that means they're going to have to go back again, maybe on a Guinevere or some utility, another utility pick. They ban out the glue, so I think it's kind of like are they going for Fredrin?
I honestly,
I don't like it.
I hope not. I hope not, because then if they pick up a Fredrin, their mid trio doesn't really have a lot of kill pressure, and now the Minotaur is there as well. This is going to be pretty interesting, because Minotaur is strong, but he's kind of strong when he has the Flash of the Oasis. Before that, he kind of feels like he's mostly just a support, which is funny to say, because the Flash of the Oasis is, the heal is great, but the more important thing is actually that cooldown, right? Once you get a little bit of cooldown onto Minotaur, then it feels like a real hero where you're chain CCing with your team. So now Vamos, I feel like they have a pretty good pick. If this Valentina was swapped with the Zushin, I feel like they could have dealt with the Minotaur much easier.
And it's so good because, all right, the Harley comes around, and Vamos were leaving so it is a Freya in the gold lane. Alice goes to XP. Now Vamos, do they answer the Freya with a carry, or do they flex the Esme into the XP, or sorry, into the gold lane? Oh!
Wow, okay.
Okay, this is crazy because my boy told me that this was showing up in scrims. I didn't know we were going to get to see this early.
I mean, I also heard it's good. Seen a few in-ranked games, but yeah, I honestly, this is a big surprise for me. I want to see how this Melissa really turns out.
What's the expectation kind of with the shock happening? Why is Melissa showing up here and making a big impact?
Firstly, that's my favorite hero. Secondly, they're all melee here, so they can't get past this ult of Melissa to go away. It's such a clean front to back with a little bit of spice to enter the back line.
Yeah, the thing that I like about Vamos Drive is that they have multiple win conditions. If the link doesn't work out, you got the Melissa. If somehow the Melissa doesn't work out, you still got the link. So it's very interesting.
Gonna be tough for Vamos to lose this one based on the draft. The studio likes it. We'll see if our casters like it as well. As Game 2 underway between Team Vamos and Team Falcons Meta. Vamos, if they win, they take the win overall.
Hey, we like it just as much, man. Me and Gideon also looked at each other at the Melissa last pick, but we're talking about Ling, Eudora, and Melissa in this game too from Vamos. Gideon, is this very Vamos of them?
This is the first time that I'm seeing it, honestly. And if Vamos want to take this angle, I don't think it's actually that bad. I agree with what LaFole's been saying. Look at the emblems. It also reflects the exact same thing. They want to make sure that this early game actually goes well. What I am curious is about Clockwood as well as Zcreef. They had a bit of a tough time at level 1 and level 2 in the previous game. And then by early mid-game is when you're expecting them to start, winning out on these fights and looking for these lane ganks. I want to see whether they can improve upon that.
Ooh, nice little aggression here from Troll, but Araw 4-4 is going to be fine. Again, the Ling has popped up a few times now through the course of, especially back in MWI, right? We saw the Ling come through. Oh, okay. And it's one of the things, again, where you can actually kind of hyper snowball on this hero, and it's sort of a risk in itself. But, in this case, I feel like it's supplemented really well with that Minotaur pick, even hell, the Eudora pick, because like LaFell said, once you get that Flask of the Oasis locked in and you do get a little bit of cooldown reduction.
Oh, the Deadly Magic, it's almost there. One more auto attack, but he can't actually get it. And now the Tempest of Blades comes down right onto Boyette. First blood instantaneously. Araw 4-4 showing some mechanics. Traded flickers, but we're not going to punish that. That one, that's just ego. That's just by the way.
Yeah.
We both don't need this.
Let's just hold on our flickers. Let's use them, right? But yeah, it's one of those things where, as you saw, the support from the whole team synergistically for Vamos is what's so important. They really have to work with their kits together to make this, where then again, you kind of just rely on Natko to do his thing in the lane, scale up on the Melissa. We don't see the Melissa often, but, we've all been there. Once that Melissa scales up, gets the items that she needs, it is very annoying to deal with her. That go-away ultimate, pushing people away, especially the melee heroes that we talked about.
Let's see how this fight. The Deadly Magic's already out. Sipot takes the damage, but Throne of Ruin catches onto 2 in the backline. Clockwood in trouble, can't run away. No Flicker dies to Sano as they start running down the individual members of Vamos one by one. Araw 4-4 thinking about it. The getaway just in time to deny the angle, and Sanji has to get away. Despite everything that happened, Vamos actually now have primary position over this turtle.
Vamos should be able to get this. Boyette's trying to get his purple buff. I'm not sure if he's going to get in range here. So Turtle secured for Vamos. They'll win the objective, but there is some fight here from Falcons.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see. Again, especially, I'm curious about what Natko is going to go for his build, because he is doing phenomenal in this lane, really surprisingly well. I would have imagined that when you were on that Freya, especially when you start thinking about the later stages of the game, the added range that Freya gets after using her ult actually is just a little bit bigger than the getaway from me coming in from Natko. Well, unless they start spacing them out, but he's playing this lane perfectly.
Yeah, he is. So support, Troll wanted to visit, gets spotted out. The rest of the team from Vamos down there protecting Natko. Again, one of their winning angles, and there's multiple of them that they can play into throughout this game. So we got to see Team Falcons Meta kind of come up with their own game plan. Where is that game plan, I think, is the main question here, Gideon.
Well, I mean, the arsenal is ready. The flickers are up. I think it's about finding the picks, right? Because here, Natko can only trade back against Sano for a certain amount of time. At this point, Sano should be strong enough to win out these trades. His natural base HP is pretty high, so he is strong side. I think for Vamos, it's about trying to deny Troll. If they can put Troll, make him lose his flicker, kill him early, get the way of the dragon out, it becomes a lot easier to deal with some of the other problems like Boyette or in particular Sanji and Sano.
Part of that game plan for Team Falcons Meta also might be, again, for Cuffin. This Valentino was talked about quite a bit in the draft, now that's come through twice, and most likely from the other side, what ultimate's he going to take? Probably the Minuan Fury, right? Try to set things up. Not sure if there's much else that he can utilize there, but that's one of the things. If it's Troll trying to get a pick, And let's say he's, hold on, bottom.
Yep, this is guaranteed kill here. Nako tries to get away, but Sano says, it's all right. You know, I can still throw my abilities through your shield. It's not considered an auto attack. It's good enough.
Yeah, as soon as I said, if Troll can get a kick, he gets a kick on Natko. So good play made there down in that bottom gold lane. Perfect timing for this turtle to be up too. He's going to be back up, but they'll try to blitz this.
Oh, Troll right immediately on top of Clockwood. Even though he had some peel, it's just not good enough with the Throne of Ruin on top of him. Air 4-4 now cannot join this fight. He's thinking about trying to go for the steal, but he's getting blasted between the walls in midair. Now Tempest of Blades already up, looking for a trade onto Sano's side. The kick already came back up, and immediately Nako gets punished for it. They're looking for anything, but unfortunately the timings are all wrong. Subot getting doled by 4 underneath the turret. Oz Esme, and finally Cuphead secures that kill.
Phenomenal fight there from Team Falcons, and I don't know, man. Natko's got to be feeling it. He's been kicked twice now by Troll. Definitely not feeling too good. And just when we thought, you know, as we look at the replay here by STC, you can see how this fight breaks out. You even come to this fight, Natko just revived, dies again off of the kick, and so now you're further behind. So that same scaling that we see in Game 2 is not going to replicate what we were able to see from Natko in Game 1.
Yeah, I think that Vamos might be allergic to getting purifies at this point, right? Everybody needs that flicker to make a play, to get out of some pretty tight situations. The more reliable spell usually is supposed to be purified, but at the same time, that makes you a susceptible target. Everybody is going to target you as soon as your abilities are down. And that should be said about everything, because now with quick rotations here, Sano should be able to take this top tier 1 without much contention.
Okay, turret down, Sano's able to do that. He is a menace to deal with. He's even got the Vengeance, which kind of just helps him, you know, dealing with if he decides, like what we've seen with the Freyas most of the time, they're able to go 1v2, 1v3 in some cases, and you get a start like this for Sano, you're going to be a big obstacle in the way for Vamos to deal with when it comes to these team fights breaking out, especially when we get past this next turtle, then the Lord. So now it's Vamos' idea to, you know, how do we make this work? Troll has been doing a great job just either zoning out, like being a threat, utilizing his kit, and whether he kicks someone or not.
Oh, wait, Tempest of Blaze, they've already thrown out some good abilities, and a combo Boyette, and then into the Minoan Fury. Oh my god, it's a massacre! And now Sano looking to clean up the backline. Throne of Ruin does not connect, and Zeke, if he knows he's done for. Gets the heal just in time, and now Saban there 4-4 need a 1v2. Sano and Sanji is trying to peel them up, but luckily they've got the DPS from Natko's side. Oh man, the reinforcements from every single angle. They might not be a professional team, but afterwards they should be paratroopers. They are dropping in hot.
Oh man, they have the clear signal to drop in. They went through. Unfortunate they could have capped out the kill. Last one on Sanji, but he is an Alice. That is a quick turnaround for Vamos. I mean, granted everything that happened there, they did have to expend a whole lot. We're talking about battle spells, the ultimates that they needed. They took him to the bouncy house, right? That's what the Minotaur does, man. He sends everyone into the air. You get thrown up there. That's a clear signal for Araw 404 on the Ling to come in with that Tempest Blades and pick up some kills. So again, it's the nature of making these kits work synergistically as they now focus on Sanji here.
Look at this, look at this, look at the way that they're zoning out. Like, what is Sanji supposed to do? If they play a traditional front to back, Vamos wins that every single time. So Falcons are trying to just snap their elbows, break their joints to kind of open up the formation.
Yeah, a whole lot being broken here at this point. An attempt from Boyette. Oh no,
the flank, it's good. Sano's trying Minoan Fury to try and buy a little bit of time as Nako repositions. Subot trying to peel the best of these camp, but they've already lost Clockhood, and now Araw 4-4 needs to make the difference. Way of the Dragon already kicked, and the Terrify as well, but luckily able to get the Blade of Tempest in time. Nako needs to be a threat. They take out Troll, and they should walk away from this, but they get Sano on the way out.
Oh man. It was almost so good of a team fight there.
Oh, whoa. Throne of Ruin into 2. Can he actually get enough to kill him off? 1 HP! And Sanji gets Natko.
What happened with that fight, man? We went back and forth. I thought Vamos was going to go ahead and disengage after that. They end up going for it again. So Falcons Mena ends up capitalizing a couple kills. That's better for them than that would have been, but still. What a bloodbath it's been. Lord's coming up in 10. Both teams showcasing they just want to fight it out. This Throne of Ruin initiation able to go ahead and take out Natko. Delaying them a little bit more was crucial here for Falcons men.
Man, that was definitely a never back down, never what moment. Both sides just refusing to let the kill score get anywhere past them. 1.4K, no big deal. But if they get one more kill than us, nah, we're going to throw everything and see whether it sticks. Wait, Troll actually spots him up. Can they actually intercept this? I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be able to. I think they just have that vision on him again. Trying to keep tabs on Araw 4. Mind you, he has not died. Look at this.
Oh, man. It's going to be Bruiser, Harley, and finally some damage, and that's the third item with the Divine Glaive. Let's see how they play this out, because Araw 4 is definitely going to be able to get that Lord first. Considering the positions of Falcons, like, they've got a widespread net, but they also understand the main damage dealers just don't have enough stats to finish the job.
I just can't picture that Brute Force breastplate under that wizard robe, man. He's like, I can't be getting all these hits.
How much you want to bet it's underneath the hat?
Probably is for some odd reason, right? So Lord secured. It's going to be marching its way with Vamos here in just a bit. But that's something that Falcons men can go ahead and defend against. They have to be able to go ahead and clear this out. Do they have decent clear? I think that's the big question. When you look at the heroes they have, how long can they clear out waves and defend? Maybe this one's fine. You know, first Lord push, they will lose some tier 2 turrets. But ultimately, defending in the base, is this a composition to actually capitalize on that?
Really, it is, and I think the only one who has decent wave clear in the later stages has to be Sano, but that's a big risk. He's melee, right? So if he goes up to touch that wave, Vamos is looking to capitalize on that wave. Wow, how did Troll get there? Why is Troll sitting in the mid lane here? He's got a bit of a flank. He's trying to make it happen. Conceal. He finds it. Nakto's head. Throwing a rune onto 4 straight into the descent of Valkyries, and now the backline's getting attacked. Araw 4 looking to try and get something underneath the Vamos banner. 10-10, and now it might be 11-10 here as Boyette finds Suppot.
Hey, Troll does it again, man. Troll goes off on an angle you wouldn't see.
Oh my goodness.
With the conceal as well. Finding Natko again. You know who? There is no go away from me if it's Troll's Cho.
Dude, Troll, he is a sniper here. He is just finding crazy angles. And for now, I would say that these two teams, the power of friendship is strong in both.
Yeah, right now too. Lord was basically dealt with. It did get the shield, you know, but ultimately Vamos on the first Lord wasn't really able to get too much off of it. Much better for Team Falcons Meta that they were able to go ahead and stop that push from happening. They do maintain the tier 2 mid turret for now, but off of that, again, leading into this next objective is where they want to go ahead and focus on. A Winter Crown is picked up. Sanji has been doing a phenomenal job on the Alice, man. He's been able to set up on Troll again on the hunt.
Oh, man, they find an insta-kill, and Natko just disappears into dust. His Clockwind is the only damage dealer next to the Blade of Tempest, which you haven't seen me use yet. Araw 4, he was too busy clearing those waves, and it's forcing Falcons to make a choice. There's no wave to deal with right now, and they might lose an inhibitor on bot side for nothing. All for this purple buff.
Okay, choke out what you can. Continue to find Natko. Vamos has to do something about this. They can't just let Troll continue on coming off from that backside and then just kicking Natko. When you lose your gold laner like that, your damage is really expended. Yes, you still have a Ling. Yeah, you still have the Eudora for that magical damage there. But man, losing the Melissa, especially if you're supposed to be popping out all of that damage in these team fights, it's a big problem to deal with. And Troll's been just everywhere. When you don't even expect him, he's just giving an information like this to the rest of the team.
Yeah, they got to bring those phones closer to their eyes, unfortunately. It's really tough to see the conceal, especially when you're so close to a wall. It just looks like just a moving shadow. Araw 4 losing 50% of his HP. Not great. He needs to heal back up by auto-attacking.
Oh, they want to blitz.
Oh, here comes Throne Ruin. They want Blade Tempest already comes up, and they called it with a flicker. Araw 4 does fine, at least the Lord, but Natko, he's able to start kiting them out. This was the problem, and Owen Fury catches onto one, but the backline Asano needs to get at least one, but it's too late. Clockwind, really good peel. No flickers being used by Zkeep or Clockwind as the rest of the team now takes advantage of Falcons.
Yeah, again, I don't know if Falcons meta just kind of got scrambled around with trying to keep tabs on Araw 404, or, that's the nature of having the Ling, but then this was a really good play. As we look at the replay here brought to us by STC, you can see this. They blitzed that Lord. They made the quick decision to go for it. That Go-Ami was already dropped down. That is massive in that fight there to keep Natko protected finally.
Yeah.
And to be able to stay alive. Again, that's what I was talking about, man. The damage.
Look at the poor man. He's just, he is force-feeding him water, but luckily he's still...
Like Mr. Gush.
Hey, look, it's a very different sound here. I'll tell you. Wait until Gore gets picked up and I'll show you the Mr. Gush. But in the meantime, this is the big problem with sieging, especially with Melissa. One of her greatest strengths is throwing muddles past the wave so that Falcons can't walk up and you can poke them out early. Conceal out, okay, Deadly Magic too, but Zkeef, he's already in that front lines. He's paying attention.
Okay, Cuffin's got the Minoan Fury. They're going to go for this mid-turret.
Minoan Fury coming out. Oh no! But the back line getting attacked already. Zkeef is already dead. Throne Ruin is great, but the Blade of Tempest might just be a little bit better. Boyet down to the ground, and they're looking for one more in Alice 2 for the triple.
Oh, it's only Troll alive. He's going to try to clear out the waves. He kicks Araw 404. Uh-oh. There's nothing he can do off that.
No, truly nothing. And that's the danger of Ling in these assassin matchups. Ling is so good at one-shotting you. You can be the most mobile hero in the world, but if you don't got those iframes, it's a dangerous game of ball.
Very tough first match there for Falcons meta. Off of it, Vamos, they knew the game plan. They got stalled out a little bit. But it was just one of those cases again where this composition, man, worked out in their favor. You're talking about a 10-0-4. This is probably, in the past couple of weeks that we've seen the Ling come through, this is the most deadly Ling we've seen.
Oh yeah, no, this is standard military practice versus guerrilla warfare here, right? The rigidness of this composition is what makes it so good. But on the opposite end for Falcons, they gotta figure out ways to really get creative in getting those backlines. And to be fair, they were great. Sanji and Troll, by far, amazing engages into the backline, and that's what dragged this game out for so long.
Yeah, this is, they had their moments in the game. As you're looking at the highlights here from STC, there was multiple moments where it looks like they had this game in their hands. They were able to go ahead, take the team fight over to Vamos, but then they also got into these instances where I think their head was on a swivel too much. They had to look around too much, and then they just got in this position where it was like, man, how do we keep track of Araw 404? Because when we're caught in this team fight that's being breaking out, as you see us looking there, it's like, hey, we forgot there's a Ling on the other side. This guy's going to shred through us, and we're so hard focused on Natko. But then, again, when Natko can survive, and Araw 404 can roam around and do his thing in the skies, basically, you have free reign.
And that's the thing. I think that right now in Mobile Legends, the meta needs to understand, yes, it is risky to have a singular win condition. We need to see multiple win conditions in a composition baked in naturally.
Well, let's go ahead and throw it over to our interview for this matchup.
An amazing opener match coming up from Team Vamos, and right now with us on stage, we will be having a quick chat with Araw 404. How are you?
Very good.
Okay, now, you know what? Let's talk a little bit about the game, because prior to the game, we saw an interview with you and Eterna, and you looked very stressed. You looked very tense. Now that you won your opening match in MSC with a 2-0 clean sweep, how are we feeling?
I feel very relieved because we got to close the game 2-0.
Now, I'm sure a lot of the Malaysian fans back at home are definitely happy with your win today. Now, let's talk a little bit about the game. We saw that in your opening match, you picked Eudora twice, and the Ling came out, played perfectly. Talk to us about the Eudora pick first.
I think we got it from other teams in scrims, so we just started practicing it, and we use it today. Yeah.
Do you think it's going to be an effective mid laner moving forward?
I think it's a really meta pick right now, Eudora.
Okay, now next question. The Ling. How are we feeling about the assassin picks making a comeback this MSC? I know that you're an assassin user yourself.
Yeah, for me, I'm happy because I'm an assassin user, so it's my time to show my heroes.
Oh, I cannot wait. Is there anything you want to say to the Malaysian fans watching back at home?
Thank you for all the support, and I hope you guys can support us for the next match as well, and we will do our best.
Aw, thank you very much, Araw 404. I'll see you on your next match. That's it from us. Let's show it over to the studio to break down what happened in this amazing clean sweep match. Throwing it back to you guys.
It's my time to show my heroes. Araw 404 puts that on the screen of every single player from Team Falcon's meta because there's something that they just could not compute in that win. Unkillable was the assassin heavy jungler, and they take the win 2-0 Team Vamos against Team Falcon's meta. Mirko, Lefel, and I'll go to you first since you are our Malaysia man here. I mean, that was a team win for Vamos that was, to me, it left no questions, right? Even despite a lot of people thinking that it was going to be, look at these predictions, 92%. Vote for Falcons coming up, but it was a 50-50 for ours. If you didn't see that, most people thought this would be a lot more even, and Araw 404 showed that's not happening.
Yeah, for sure. People do know me as the Malaysian man, as they call me that for Yeah, MM for a few years. But yeah, I gotta say that was exhilarating because I think, Mirko, we're on the same page here where we haven't seen the Assassins for a good 2 to 3 weeks. Seeing how Araw 404 pilot that lane, that was refreshing. That sets up MSC so well. We see tank junglers like the Gwyn, it works out well. And then you see the lane, and then after that first match, that's the best way to open up MSC because now you know it's uphill from here. The meta is going to look so good.
And you got to remember, it was a Fanny and a Hirara banned out. So already 2 assassins banned out. Then we see the link contested as well. We don't get to see the items here. I actually came into it. All right, so we got in game. I saw the Melissa pick and I was like, all right, Melissa. Then I went in, I saw the battle spell and I was already disappointed because, hey, usually on Melissa, you go Inspire. I would know. I'm a one trick. Not really, but I play the hero a lot. But then we look at the game again and we see the build path and it's different. It's no longer just the 3-item power spike of attack speed.
Here it is.
Here it is. He goes for... So it is. Wait, he still goes attack speed. But I've heard that in scrims, the reason they don't go for Flicker and Purify is because they go Corrosion into crit. So I don't know if in this case, they saw a lot of tanky guys, so he wanted a bit more shred, or what's the case, but... Again, if you go crit, if you go Flicker, Purify, then we'll see. I guess we'll see. Because I still think it was interesting to see Flicker instead of Purify anyways against the Cho.
I mean, maybe also because, again, it's their first match. It's one of those things that they just forget to change. Because,
maybe.
There are some human errors.
That's
but
true.
I feel like after that game, maybe Coach Valdo is talking and is like,
get out of jail card yung ultimate kasi dito ni Natco that allowed them, that will always allow them to win the team fights. Nakita nyo naman na hindi makaporma si Troll. Lagi siya nabubuta sa awkward spot kapag may go away. And even si Sanji, napansin natin this Alice, hindi rin nakapwes doon. Parang, although hindi nila outright napapatay yung mga heroes, natutulak nila. So talagang hindi nakapag-skill. And then, the Ling will be the one to really just clean it out.
Gusto ko lang din i-bring up na first time ko nakakita ng post-game stats.
Okay.
Not gonna lie, Medyo, siya, breath of fresh air, pwede pala siya. Pero gaya ng nabanggit natin kanina, it is 2-0. The first sweep of the day. Will we be expecting more? Team Vamos already got the first victory in MSC 2026. We will be up next. Ang Pilipinas kontra sa Guangzhou Gaming ng China sa aming pagbabalik dito sa MSC 2026. Huwag kayo alis.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right.
Maligayang pagbabalik dito lamang sa pinakaunang araw ng group stage para sa MSC 2026. It is still us, Hans Galeria and Wolf, na maghahatid sa inyo ng on-site na medyo online na broadcast sa pagitan ng ating pinamamahal na Pilipinas. Kalaban ang Guangzhou Gaming ng China. Of course, Team Falcons PH is gonna be the next Falcons in line. Nakikita nyo naman yung schedule natin ngayon at recap lang natin ng konti. Team Vamos 2-0 for Team Falcons, Mena.
Very quick one at that, especially dahil nakita natin kung gaano katindi rin ang pinapakita ng Team Vamos. But that's Team Falcons going up against Guangzhou Gaming, the last full Filipino team na mapapanood nyo ngayong araw. Hindi pa naman yun yung huling Pinoy na mapapanood nyo because Team Vitality has Filipino on their own. So, ayan, ang mga i-expect ninyo sa ating araw. But this time, it's Team Falcons versus Guangzhou Gaming. And I think okay lang naman maging brutally honest dito. Guangzhou Gaming is not expected to win against Team Falcons Philippines.
Yeah. Last kasi natin eh.
Last eh.
Oh, di ba? Kung sasabihin nyo na bias, wala eh. Sige nga. Sabihin nyo. Di ba? Pero wag naman. Wag tayo maging aggressive.
Nasa ano tayo ngayon eh? Nasa PH Broadcast.
Yes. Di ba? It's PH Broadcast for a reason.
Yep.
Kaya nandito tayo ngayon para hindi para maghasik ng lagim pero sumuporta sa ating mga paborito or sa ating mga pambato na ngayon ay Team Falcons Philippines ang unang lalaban. You're currently looking at I believe this is Guangzhou Gaming finally stepping inside and they would want to leave a mark kasi nung huling mga international tournaments, stuck sila sa wildcard. Pero ngayon parang na-redeem nila yung sarili nila enough to get them right away sa main stage.
And I wonder kung maganda yung magiging performance kayo ng Guangzhou. Will there be something different? Because madami rin naman lahat. Alam mo yung 2 months pala tayong hindi nakakita ng maggalaw-gaw ni Flap eh, no?
Ang tagal natin sila hindi nakita. Ako, medyo updated ako ng slide kasi sila eh. Ang dami nilang Brazilian maxing na ginagawa sa TikTok eh.
Brazilian maxing.
Brazilian maxing. Yung Brazilian dance na gano'n.
Maxing.
Yan, maxing.
So ano yung Brazilian maxing?
Yung Brazilian dance na
parang kapoy.
Ginagawa nila everyday. So Brazilian dance siya tapos ginagawa nila everyday. Ang tawag nila doon, ang caption nila, Brazilian maxing.
Okay.
So, I think, yun na yun. Men,
Tama.
Flap, Ogwen, masaya naman kami na nakikita namin kayo na sumasayaw araw-araw. But of course, iba pa rin pag nakikita namin kayo sa loob ng laban. And we're happy to see you guys again.
Alam mo yung hindi natin makalimutan kay Flap yung gano'n siya kakulit nung season 17. Parang talaga nag-max out siya noon eh. Talaga hindi siya na...
All out ang kulit.
All out ang kulit. Lagi nakikita sa camera and you can expect that from now. But this time, papabor ba sa Team Falcons Philippines ang metagame na meron tayo? Will we see Eudora mula dito kay Haji? Pero may Valentina pa rin naman. So at least yun makikita pa rin natin. But can we see Assassins now mula kay Kyle? Which interestingly ay una naman siya nakilala bilang assassin user. Pero talagang naging sikat siya at naging champion siya ng world stage because of those utility junglers.
You know what, I agree. There has been some cases or ideas from before na si Kyle talaga kumbaga nahahalin tulad or at least nakukumpara siya kay Kyrie pagdating sa paggamit ng mga assassins eh. And he is a former descendant of Carl Tizzy na of course marunong din gumamit ng mga heroes, but later on mas nakikita natin si Kyle na nag-evolve din, mas komportable siyang gumamit ng mga utility. Guinevere jungler is also part of his arsenal. So ngayon na unti-unti na tayong bumabalik sa assassin meta again, and I would say that this is heavily favoring a bunch of our junglers. I wonder if Kyle also feels the same. Like yung 2 buwan ba nila na hindi natin sila nakita, ano bang ginawa niya doon the entire time? Sure, meron sila mga live streams and all that. Some of you guys are probably seeing it, and in fact, nandyan din ang ating mga manonood sa Matchpoint Sports Bar, men. Naalala ko kayo kasi I'm sure na kayo ang nanonood sa mga live stream ng mga players nyo. Kaya shoutout sa inyo lahat.
At kung nandiyan kayo sa Matchpoint Bar, mag-ingay kayo ngayon. So guys, for those who don't know, mayroong watch party kasi today ngayon. I'm not sure lang kung meron pa mga watch parties in the future. I would not be surprised kung meron. Feeling ko naman may mga watch parties dyan ng mga community natin. So tune in lang dun sa kanilang mga social media pages. Dun sila nag-a-announce kung kailan yung next one. And kung pwede lang, kung kaya lang mag-cast dun kami mag-cast ni Hans.
Totoo yan. Sana may mag-chat. Sana may mag-chat. Yun lang ang ano namin.
Nagngangalang Adi o kaya naman IC.
IC? Yan.
Diba?
O kaya,
baka naman.
Sino pa ba mga nandito?
Sir Banks, kasi nasa
ibang bansa sila Pero wag na natin sila istorbohin kasi yan nakalock in yun Kaya yung mga pwede lang namin may istorbo, di ba?
Tama.
Nagbabakasakali lang kami. Kung gusto nyo na medyo mas maingay.
Oo nga
Hindi naman. Kasi maingay kami. Hindi naman namin sinasabi.
Tama.
Nandyan na rin naman kami before.
I think na feel ko yung kakaiba kapag nagkakaroon ng mga watch parties compared to just the home broadcast. Of course, masaya rin naman manood sa bahay lang. Yung chill-chill lang kasama yung mga tropa mo.
Pero kaya nga kami nandito ni Wolf.
Kaya nga kami nandito para sa inyo. Kasi hindi namin kaya na magkakahiwalay. Iba talaga. Alam ko kayo, kahit naman siguro kayo, mas na-feel nyo yung iba talaga kapag on-site na online.
Iba talaga pag live. Sabi nga ni Enigma, di ba? Iba talaga pag live. Yan ang sinasabi niya. Yan. Kaya, kung ang sa akin lang, IC, Adi, hindi naman sa nagpaparinig kami, pero parang gano'n na nga.
Baka naman.
Okay, parang gano'n na nga.
Sabi nga ni Fuego, ni Bentings.
Ni Bentings. Baka naman. At sinabi rin ni Bentings, nya.
Si Bentings ba naman?
Si Bentings.
Si Fuego yun.
Si Fuego yata yun.
Talito na ako.
Si Fuego yata yun. Oy, shoutout sa kanila kay Bentings na nandyan sa Paris kasama si Shai.
Oo nga.
Nagwawala sila dun eh.
Si Shai, isipin mo pangalan mo Shai, pero wala kang
Isipin mo pangalan mo Shai, pero ang kapal ng mukha akom mo. Men, iba talaga eh. Idol ko talaga si Shai Ramen. Pagdating sa kapal ng mukha, men, siya.
Shaira talaga. Isipin mo yung epic dun sa MW ay napatingin yung mga
naku-culture shock yung mga foreigners
sila. Grabe. Yun ang para Minotaur motivation roar.
Yan.
Ganun na ganun.
Nung nag-Minoan's Fury na siya, napatingin na lahat. Wala na sila magagawa pa. Pero hindi. Going back, shoutout sa lahat ng mga nanonood dyan sa Matchpoint Sports Bar. Hinahinay. Diretso uwi pagkatapos. Okay?
Pwede naman. Basta safe lang lahat.
Okay, RG kayo dyan habang naghihintay kayo sa laban.
Yes.
Pero brawl na lang para mas safe.
In fairness, Mr. Hans, nag-host ako actually ng watch party din from, yung kinakas nyo. At nag-5v5 kami doon. Kaya, carry. Natapos. Dalawa pa. Dalawa pang games.
Sige, mag-RG na kayo.
Mag-RG na kayo dyan.
Kaya nyo na, ano nyo muna kami, i-podcast nyo muna kami. Kasi nandito na rin naman kami sa setup. And in fact, pakinggan muna natin ang ating mga hosts para sa sunod na laban.
Yes, indeed. Hala, vamos for the Malaysians back at home. That was an incredible series. 2-2. A lot of amazing picks off the board. But now we enter the second match of the day where we will be seeing Falcons Philippines going up against Guangzhou Gaming.
Yes, this is a pickup in its own right. It's a fight between a giant and newcomers in there. I can't wait to get this one started.
So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Falcons Philippines! The last time that they were on this very stage, they went all the way to the grand finals. Now the question is, this time, will they be able to start their journey on the right foot after not being in MSC 2025?
That is indeed a lot of pressure on their back, but of course, no game is complete with only one team. Please join me in welcoming their opponents, Guangzhou Gaming! From heartbreak at M7 wildcard to the main stage of MSC, their journey has been a treasure to witness. As the rising tide lifts the ships of their region, their goal is clear. Show the established powerhouses that there's new challengers for them to fear.
Ooh, this matchup is going to be interesting because like I've mentioned, Falcons Philippines went all the way to the grand finals, meaning they are veterans, they are contenders. However, Guangzhou Gaming, on the other hand, they are the newcomers. Will an upset happen in today's match?
It's the cool part of it. Everybody loves an underdog story, and this game has it in space. So please, gentlemen, Guangzhou, please place your keys. Please, Team Falcons. Remember, captains, to shake your hands before this game starts, and we'll see it. They're going to go to the middle, and well, the handshake. It's all love and care, but in the server, it looks different. Let's send it then to our desk to get our game started.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga hosts back with their fresh kicks or fresh threads rather. Eto ang Team Falcons. Hindi ko na sila kailangan ipakilala pa, pare.
Yan. So, gonna be facing up against itong mga members natin mula sa Guangzhou from the Chinese region. Pero meron isang Pinoy dyan. That's CY naman or si Sai. O kung ano man. Simon, ang kanyang pangalan. Pero nasanay daw siya na CY yung tawag sa kanya. So ano pa talaga? Kung ikaw ang papapiliin, Hans, Sai o CY?
Siguro, mas madali kasing banggitin yung Sai. Pero parang may sentimental value na yung CY.
Okay,
so, Sai muna ako kasi magkakas tayo eh. Yeah. Ay hindi, CY na lang. Kayo nga
CY ang nakalaki
CY na
ang base, ang sabihin na nating sikat.
Yeah.
Hindi rin yung nakast pero pangalan niya din kasi ganun. So, it is what it is. Same guy pa rin naman yan.
Correct.
Mahirap ang kanyang magiging competition ngayon, mga kaibigan, dahil gonna be up against the MSC 2024 finalist, the M5 World Champions, a finalist of the current MPLPH or the most recent MPLPH season 17. So, hindi magiging madali.
Oo. Medyo kailangan nila na medyo laliman talaga yung pag-aaral nila. I'm sure they have prepared so much in order for this to work for them at hindi naman sila hihirangin na kampiyon ng China Masters kung hindi sila balagbag din. So of course, for Team Falcons Philippines, the idea is for them to not take things lightly. Hindi porket nasa hindi ganun kakalakasan na region itong koponan ng China ay mamaliitin na nila. Because usually that is where the loss is coming from. But knowing the preparation of this Team Falcons team, asahan mo na yung respeto na ipapakita nila yung 100% at all times.
Yan. Mahirap ang naging senaryo para sa China because if you don't know, pinagbawalan po ang mga jungler. At isa lang dapat
Philippines.
Sinabi niya, Pinas lang
Sabi
malakas.
niya, go Falcons, Pinas lang malakas.
So may Pinoy sa Paris.
Yan.
Pero going back dun sa kinakwento ko, ay hindi na po pwede ang multiple na imports dito sa China. And also the junglers cannot be imported as well as the role. So yan yung mga papansinin natin changes dito sa China region. Nevertheless, they're still here. They have to face what is up against them and it's going to be Team Falcons.
Tsaka parang napupwersa din kasi yung China dahil dun sa rule na yun na bawal sila magdagdag ng dalawang imports. They're just promoted to one at yung isa na yun hindi pa jungler. It kind of forces them to be better in a sense na kailangan na patunayan nila na mas balagbag talaga yung kanilang lineup. Sure, hindi medyo nawala ng opportunities yung ating mga Filipino imports upon playing there, but either way, if this makes the ecosystem like a little bit stronger for the Chinese MLBB ecosystem, then I think that they'll take it. But now they're gonna be going up against the full 5-man Filipino roster, and I'm very excited to see Team Falcons Philippines after quite a while. Nandito na sila ulit.
Gonna be the draft for game number 1, which is Team Falcons on the blue side. I believe na nandun pa rin yung Atlas na pinagpipilit. With the ban on the Belleric kind of tells me na mag-a-Atlas agad din sila dito. So yun yung abangan natin from our teams. And I feel like that's generally a good route to go for kasi hindi naman din napapalayo sa metagame natin. Ang dami niyang magandang sabihin na nating synergies at napakalakas din sa may gitna. So with the ban on the Belleric, that also prompts the Atlas ban. Okay, never mind. Na-open dito is the Phovius though, which Falcons really like to play.
Yup, and there you go. Una, buena mano agad.
Ling agad.
Parang na-miss eh.
Na-miss ko lang eh.
Parang na-miss eh. Di ba? Sinasabi na yung nakaka-miss lang kasi.
Wala eh.
Tumugtog eh.
Tumugtog. Pero open yung Hirara.
Ayan. Okay. You know what? You're right.
Ay,
hindi. Nakaban.
Sa una pala. So, Esmeralda muna para dito sa Guangzhou Gaming. I wonder what they pair this up with. Typically, pag ito yung katapat, maghanap ka na pang invade Harif. I'm not so convinced about this.
I guess.
There was a time na ang I think more so 50-50 ang Harif versus Ling. Pero parang mas Ling-sided. Kasi natatakasan mo lang eh. But we'll see. For sure, may ibang plano ang mga tropa natin mula sa Guangzhou Gaming.
Oo nga eh. Hindi ko alam kung ano yung plano na yon, but I guess if it helps the Philippines' plan to execute even better, then it works for us. Sa ngayon, ay i-contemplate pa nila na miss. Ang daming na miss.
Sinabi ni Super Marco, Kyle, hindi naman pwedeng ikaw lang yung mag-throwback. Ako din.
Ako din.
Ako din.
May skin ata ako dito.
At nagpakawala na ang
Grabe.
Team Falcons. Pinakawalan na ang lahat ng dapat pakawalan.
Ano ba ngayon? Wednesday pa lang, di ba?
Wednesday pa lang.
Way back Wednesday.
Way back Wednesday. Throwback para kay Kyle for the Ling. Flap now on this Dyroth. Naging sikat din naman siya about that. Sana gamitin niya yung Guile skin. And Brody, the championship Brody, sana gamitin niya yung kanyang skin.
May nakakatawa kasi sobrang ano niyan. Sobrang OG counter nung dirot sa Esmeralda eh.
Tama dyan.
That has always been yung sakit ng ulo ng mga Esmeralda users, ng mga Uranus users that dirot, and now they went to go with an intimidation hero gaya nung Hilda para kahit papaano ay hindi makapag-farm ng medyo matiwasay itong si Kyle in like the first few minutes of the game. But that I think is where the Brody and the Diroth is gonna be stepping in. So very early game centric yung nakuha dito na first 3 picks ng koponan ng Team Falcons PH na pinangungunahan ni Coach Moody. Meanwhile, on the other side, we're gonna be expecting a little bit more damage pagdating ng middle portions ng ating laro now that the Eudora is officially taken out of the equation.
Yeah. It's gonna be the meta na sinasabi ng mga teams natin. We saw that in the previous series. I'm actually surprised na tumagal siya dito, pero ano naman to, ito yung mga sasabi ating fun surprise kasi makakita tayo ng isang Brody together with the Ling. This kind of tells us na kailangan strong mid to itong kukunin ni Ogwen as well as ni Haji dun sa kanilang last 2 picks. So what are the heroes that can be considered a strong mid? Nandiyan pa rin yung Lilia, the Khalid can be picked up. So sobrang throwback yan. Kung sakaling mag-Lilia Khalid sila, nasa 2023 na ulit tayo.
Oo nga. Sa 2023 na ulit. POV. You're in 2023.
Yan.
Diba? At yun yung mga bagay na gusto nating i-rewrite ng konti. Kasi nung 2023, of course, it was a heavily contested best of 7 series against Onyx Indonesia. Pero MSC kasi to, pare.
MSC na to eh.
MSC to eh. And in MSC 2023, it was Kyrie and Onyx ID that time that we hope to rewrite yet again. And they are still part of this competition in international tournaments. So masasabi natin that the consistency has been there.
Yeah.
There has always been moments of glory and power. Pero sa ngayon, looking at it, yung Assassins, yun yata talaga ang pinupuntarya dito ng koponan ng Team Falcons PH. They don't wanna give anybody else a hero that would deem be comfortable para sa jungler nila. But an Eve is a curveball na ibinato nitong Falcons.
And this means na may option ng Guangzhou na mag-strong mid. Zushin para sasabihin ko, the Farsa hindi na ganun ka ganda, but Zushin as well as the Hilda very strong in the mid lane and can actually invade the Ling eventually. Not specifically yun yung reason kung ba't nila pinik to, but it also allows them to have a strong mid duo up against Team Falcons na pipiliin for sure na magkaroon ng gitna na malakas dito. So ano bang options para sa Lilia still there? The Gord is still also available, which also makes total sense here. There is no Marcel is open.
Oo nga.
Marcel is open. And so is maybe Glue for the Hilda. So ano tayo dito? Well, hindi kita tatanong ng hands kasi Glue Glue all the way
Pero yan yung Lilia. Nabanggit mo yung Lilia, matik na. Ayun yung Glue.
Okay.
I see it.
So
I see it from happening.
Strong mid as we've mentioned. Ngayon, ano yung assassin? Ano yung jungler mo if you are Guangzhou? There is some benefit na mag-akay ka pa rin, I feel like, dito sa matchup na to up against the Ling. Nolan, pwede na pang match sa Ling kung sakali. I was just about to say, kung assassin, Nolan. Kung utility, Akai.
Okay.
At ang pinili ngayon ng Guangzhou is assassin.
Tapatan lang, no? Tapatan lang. I think that's the idea na binabanggit mo kanina. For everybody who has missed the start of the broadcast, Wolf was pertaining to 4 different assassins na ngayon, since nasa assassin meta naman na tayo, we can definitely say that the Nolan and the Ling have spiked up completely, na sila yung madalas na pinaprioritize ngayon. Pero para sa Team Falcons, they've added a little bit more ingredients to the dish na hindi natin masyadong nakikita. Yung Brody and of course the Diroth which were the first 3 picks, which is a pleasant surprise para sa Pilipinas if you think about it, because you don't usually see it as much anymore. Pero sa ngayon, magiging maganda ito para sa Team Falcons. Early game should be under our control, and just some really good animations para umpisahan ang ating ikalawang laban ng araw na ito. Another best of 3. The winner gets to stay in the upper bracket, and the loser will have to go down the lower. It's Team Falcons Philippines kontra sa Guangzhou Gaming.
Maganda yung dalawang pangat dito ni Exing. That's not something that Falcons should give freely. Laking bagay ito. I mean, it looks very small, but I believe that all of the mid laners out there, yung bagay na nakapagpangat yung dalawang beses. Ito na, the strength of the guile, Dirot. Wala muna si Gon Freaks. Si Guile muna.
Mas recency bias eh. Recency bias. Oh my gosh, nga pala.
Sakit.
Para sa mga para sa mga hindi pa nakakuha ng mga Street Fighter skin, might as well kunin nyo na yan. Kasi mas madalas na gagamitin yan. Pero si Recall, lumapit na naman na paggamit ng Flicker itong si Ogwen. So that is gonna be a battle spell na hindi naman muna niya mako-consume as of the moment. Kyle, on the other hand, ito na yung babad na plano talagang gawin ni May. As per usual, Guangzhou Gaming is doing the right things with the kits that they have.
It is important na medyo pigilan itong isang Ling. Alam natin na may konting advantage naman ng Lowland over the Ling in the early stages. And if you recall, MSC 2024 was all about that trade between the Assassin Ling and the Nolan. Papalitan lang. Fanny even being used in that rotation. So, may konting glimpses nung time na yung Falcons kaya huling naka-step up sa international stage with that. And part of the narrative din is paano mo i-contest yung pag-farm ng isang Ling. But you do have the advantages na Nolan. Mas mabilis kang konti. However, with the meta that we have right now, alam natin na madaming options yung mga junglers kasi malakas na yung gold na nakuha mo from the green camps.
Now, the first turtle has finally appeared. Si May na naman nakamalatagan pero babawi naman paunti-unti. It's gonna be a first blood in favor of Ogwen. A double kill para dito kay Recall. Isa-isa natatapyasan ang mga members dito ng Team Falcon. Si Kyle has to back away pero napababa siya ng biglaan. A major blunder para sa simula ng Pilipinas as Guangzhou Gaming gets the first win in terms of the team fights.
Fourth pick na Zushi. Nakita natin na sobrang tindi nung ambag niya dun sa labanan. Masyadong dikit-dikit din ng mga members ng Team Falcons Philippines, but also Nolan was blowing out yung kanyang mga nakalaban na nakatapat ng sobrang bilis na napatay agad din si Flap. Big misstep coming out from Team Falcons. I'm actually surprised na 600 gold lang inilamang dito ng Guangzhou Gaming after that kind of decisive win sa first turtle fight. But that is still a massive victory in the end.
I would say na dahil din siguro sa ang napatay nitong si Kyle, walang iba kundi yung jungler din nung kabila. So kahit paano medyo napigilan yung scaling talaga ng todo. The shutdown gold might have been there as well. So Kyle needs some more room para kahit paano ay makabawi-bawi siya dito sa laban na to. He only has the orange buff as of the moment. Both Ogwen and Achi have been protecting yung kanyang purple buff para mas makapag-engage siya ng malinis over the next few team fights. And Guangzhou Gaming right now 4-1. Tila sinorpresa nila at kinulat nila. Just incredible positioning na nagbula dito kay Xing, and I think he's gonna be continuing that kind of pacing knowing na gumana yun para sa kanila kanina.
Guangzhou Gaming knows how to operate itong kanilang Nolan at ganun din yung kanilang Zushin. Even the Hilda is playing so well. So a trio made coming up from Guangzhou Gaming paying dividends so far. And Modi na nabigyan ng isang mahirap na task up against the Dairot. Nalagpasan na niya yung laning stage at ngayon nag-lane na siya sa may gitna. And actually helping his team out. Erasing yung innate na lamang ng isang Dairot over this Esmeralda.
Kailangan talagang dahan-dahanin to sa ngayon ng Team Falcons. Nabanggit ni Wolf kanina na may kaukulang kalamangan talaga itong si Recall upon the early portions of the game kontra dito kay Kyle, but eventually the damage is gonna be effective pag medyo tumagal na yung ating sagupaan. So Team Falcons not like the ones that they were doing kanina. Medyo mabagal yung laro natin ngayon. They aren't really forcing any sort of engages, pero ito na naman si Sai. Speaking of which, andun na naman si Super Marco. May's gonna be doing the same. Nakapag-flicker na si Super Marco, so that is gonna be another battle spell consumed. Naiipit doon sa itaas itong si Ogwen. Parating na rin itong si Xing at tila hindi yata sila naging ready sa sitwasyon, which is gonna be meaning na magkakaroon naman ng extra takedown and Marco might be coming up next at siya ay mabubuhay pa! But yes, he's still gonna be able to take one down at napaganda pa yata yun ang bahagya kasi nakakuha din tayo ng pagong.
I think this is overall gonna be favored Team Falcons. Nakita naman natin sa overall goal na natapyasan din yung lead na meron ng Guangzhou Gaming, but still not a bad fight for Guangzhou Gaming, especially kasi nakakuha ng kills doon si Isai. And I'm actually surprised that Ogwen popped the ultimate na ganun kalalim. Ang commendable dito para sa akin is Zushin. Ang ganda ng targeting niya, spatial awareness. Bagamit niya ng kanyang ultimate, sabay disperse out with that flicker para walang extra punish. Pero si Sai, dugong Pinoy, parang nananalaytay eh. Naramdaman niya, kailangan ko itong ibira eh. At yun na. Grabe, kakagising pa lang ni Marco, binanatan agad sa may top lane.
Tol, hindi instant replay yun para sa lahat ng mga nanonood. That was legitimately happening. As soon as matapos yung instant replay, Marco is off to a 1-2-0 start. Parang aware yata yung Guangzhou Gaming na saan niya manggagaling yung damage in the early portions of the game. Pero ngayon babanat sila. Falling Star is gonna be utilized as well. Andun naman yung Black Shoes pero hindi pa pinapop off ito si Haji. Instant flicker na naman ang kanyang gagamitin, forcing May to finally go down. It was an outplay that has worked para sa Team Falcons but not at a loss of a battle spell.
Massive blowouts ulit mula dito sa Guangzhou Gaming. Gagamitin din ulit ito kanilang Zushin sa may top lane. I'm actually surprised how often sila umiikot dito sa may top lane. Talagang hindi pinapalaro itong si Brody. Ano, Super Marco 1-2-0 Championship Brody. Makita natin ngayon ay pinapahirapan din sa may top lane. Harith is a very scary hero in this board state para sa Falcons. And the reason why I say that is meron siya kasing way para mabypass yung Ling. Meron siyang pang-kill dun kay Ling, kay Brody kung sakali. Hindi ganun ka one-sided. Hindi talagang favored yung matchup sa kanya, but there is always a chance. If you play and pilot this Harith properly, pwede ka talaga makakuha ng magandang late game dito para sa Guangzhou Gaming.
Yup, and now they're gonna be transitioning papunta dito sa susunod na pagong. 1-1 ang ating talaan sa major objective na yan, pero lalabanan nila itong si Xing na napaggamit na naman ng kanyang Crimson Beacon pero mawawala si Flap ng biglaan at si Recall na naman ang makakuha nitong pagong pero mawawala itong si Xing. Mukhang papalag na sila completely as Muddy May is gonna be going down as well. It's gonna be a 2v4 situation at yung nauna na namatay para sa Team Falcons ay nabaliktad nila completely. Now, they're gonna be setting their sights patungo dito sa gitnang tore.
They've tried to push. Ang ganda nung ginawa doon ng mga members ng Guangzhou Gaming. Pero mas maganda yung pinakita ng Falcons. This time, identifying Zushin was the problem. Kailangan yung unang mamatay dito is the Zushin. At hindi na makaka-dire-diretso ng teamfight ang side ng Guangzhou. And in fairness with Falcons, if they target properly, katulad nung ginawa doon ni Ogwen na may nasakyan agad siya. Yung Brody with the Ling and of course yung damage output ng isang Dairoth. Kumakanayan. May konting synergy ang Dairoth at Ling. Hindi pala konti. Mataas ang synergy ng Dairoth at Ling because of the minus armor. One of the oldest plays na yan in the book. Yung combo yung Dairoth with the Lancelot and the Ling. It also was the combo back when nag-champion ang Falcons, then AP Bren ng World Championship. Meron talagang Dairoth plus Assassin doon.
Xing ang kanila magiging target. Parang yun yata ang formula towards success. The flicker is still not present para dito kay Ogwen, kaya mukhang hihintayin muna nila yan sa ngayon. It's gonna be a potential attack mula sa Team Falcons pero instead si Flap ang inabangan and he's gonna be the one going down bago lumabas itong pinakaunang pagong Guangzhou Gaming with a lot of surprises in this first match kahit natablado na yung lamang natin pagdating sa gold.
Falcons have already recuperated. Kaya kailangan na ngayon ma-utilize itong kanilang Brody. Not sure if magsistick sila sa ganitong playstyle na inaalay talaga nila si Flap It works right now, pero I don't think it will work later on.
Uy, dapat Tempest of Blades na para lang sana makaalis doon sa sitwasyon na yun. So wala siyang ultimate. Kailangan pa maghintay ng cooldown bago lumabas itong susunod or bago sila sumugod dito sa susunod na objective, which is going to be the Lord. Kaya naman mabilis na rumes po yung Team Falcons. Medyo umaalalay sila ng konti, pero ganun din naman ang ginagawa nitong Guangzhou Gaming. In fact, Modi is already there. But who is gonna be landing this first major objective towards their side?
Fairness with this rotation, malakilingan ganun kabilis. Actually, from some reactions coming out from Guangzhou, Nolan na nagpakita dun sa may bottom lane. Malaking prop to para sa Falcons. Alam natin mabilis maglakad ang sa Nolan, but this is a lot of information being given para sa Falcons. Pwesto na rin sila dito malapit dun sa may left mid bush.
Dinadaan nila to. It's gonna be May again ang unang magpapakita. Mabilis na biniblitz, biniburst down nitong Lord. Nandun naman si Ogwen, pero siya ang unang mamamatay. It's gonna be Kyle waiting for a final time to strike. Sino ang kanyang unang hinahanap? In fact, magbaback away muna siya. Andun naman yung Black Shoes. Papalag na naman yung iba sa mga members ngayon. Tempest of Blades is gonna be utilized. Mamamatay si May. Makakawala si Kyle. Babanat na naman ito si Super Marco, pero magpa-flicker. Papasok ito si X-Ying. So it's still gonna be a 1-for-1. Lamang pa rin ng 400 itong Team Falcons. But we cannot deny, Guangzhou is giving them a run for their money. X-Ying medyo nasusunog ng bahagya. Papalag kaya sila. The answer is gonna be no. Hahabulin siya ni Kyle. There it is. X-Ying goes down. What a find from Kyle. And Guangzhou will be backing away.
Look at that Lord Dance at yung movement naman ng Falcons outwitting Guangzhou. War of the Attrition won by Falcons. Yung parang back and forth nila na, of course, hindi maganda na namamatay doon si Ogwen, pero yung exchange was an immediate kill out to May. Nung nag-commit yung Guangzhou, naging awkward kasi hindi tumatama yung mga skill nila. And then doon sa second engage nila, Zushin, yung pagka-ulti, hindi ganun ka-on point at na-punish agad yun ng Team Falcons.
Blades andito, Retri andito rin na si Kyle. Sure ball ang makakuha niya. Now it's gonna be go time para sa Green Falcons. Sa si Sai ang kanila makakuha. Flickers coming out. In fact, Retris, ano ba yun? Recalls. Ang dami ko na kasing hindi naalala, pero ngayon nagbabalik na naman. One thing is for sure though, Falcons are in the game and they are leading by 2K.
And how about that? Coming out from Team Falcons, Retribution, tapos yung pagkuha nila ng kill afterwards. Well done coming out from Kyle. And Sai did not have the Purify noong time na yun.
Haji, just the perfect pressing of the button para makapalag na naman sila ng paunti-unti. That Black Shoes led to May's death. Another turret is gonna be destroyed. Kasama na rin nila ang Lord. Recall is gonna be heading back to base. Wala naman yung mga energy shields, so sigurado na babangga na naman yung Lord. Pero medyo dinedelay pa ito ng Guangzhou because they don't want to have anything to do with it. Pero si Recall, kamuntikan. Pero ginamit na naman yung Deadly Magic para makawala doon. They will still be able to protect those inhibitors, but we can now feel the surge of power para sa Green Falcons.
Mag-punish ng Team Falcons ito, knowing na walang Purify yung Harith, talagang pinuntahan nila doon, and then Hilda being taken out, forcing din yung ultimate coming out from Zushin. This early game centric lineup coming up from Guangzhou, humihina na. Kailangan nila talaga protektahan itong si Harith. So far, Sai has been doing a great job, but it will not be enough up against Falcons. Kailangan dire-diretso na nakakapag-conserve ka ng Purify mo. You're communicating with your team. You're gonna be the one to punish yung Falcons sana, but it's the other way around. Falcons, ang galing mag-manage nung pwestuhan nila. Map movement nila was perfect. At syempre yung decision making na kung sino yung tatargetin nila sa mga teamfights nandun.
I have to say, Hachi has been clutch para dito sa laban na to dahil yung Black Shoes niya nagpapanalo sa kanila, pero may naipit na isa. It's gonna be Modi going down bago mag-umpisa yung labanan para doon sa mga major objectives. Hindi yata nakuha yun ng GZG. Instead, it went to the side of Team Falcons PH, at dahil doon lolobo palalo yung kanilang kalamangan na 4.8k kanina. Ngayon ay 6.4 na. They're looking at the bot lane this time. Susugod na si Kyle. Conceal is gonna be there as well. Si Flap ay magta-target to sa may banda ilalim. Sai is gonna be using that Zaman Force as well. Pero may nalatagan naman. Tempest of Blades is gonna be utilized all for the sake of getting the inhibitor turret na matagal na nilang inaasamin. Finally, they got it in their hands.
Tingin mo yung conceal play ng Falcons, they were pushing. Kadalasan, di mo maisip na gumawa na gano'ng ka-aggressive na move. But what that achieved is na forcing Zaman Force in an awkward spot. Nakita agad nila kasi yung Harith. Nagkaroon sila ng access dun sa my backlines. All they had to do was to commit one of their battle spell, and kay Ogwen lang yun. At ang naging resulta, nakapag-push sila kasi yung Zaman Force coming out from Sai was in an awkward spot. Falcons really know how to force out some errors wala sa Guangzhou.
Those errors have been really crucial mula sa Chinese representatives, Team Falcons. Great finds mula kay Kyle. Namatay siya ng isang beses nung unang 2 minuto ng ating laban. Ever since, it has never happened. 5-1 and 4 para dire-diretso. Ogwen, a lot of great pick-offs para maumpisahan itong laban na to. And in fact, nandun siya sa may bandang likuran. Manggagaling sa River Bush itong kupunan ng GZG as they will be setting their sights para dito sa susunod ng Lord ng laban na ito. Kinakalahati na ng Team Falcons. They're leading 6.9k in terms of gold at magbaback away sila with a minor reset.
Sa reset niya para dito sa Guangzhou, much needed. Malayo nga lang yung Nolan. This is expanding river, so medyo malapit. Pero yung Falcons nakaramdam, nakaamoy. Iba-first na nila.
Yeah, they're gonna be turning right away. They're going for the heroes. Pero instead, hati pala yung nagiging action. Kasi si Kyle nakakuha na ng Lord. Sabay lipat na naman tayo with these heroes dahil nakalock sila towards kay Sai. Yung dash ay wala na magagawa pa. It's gonna be the Hareth going down. Si Kyle ay nasa likuran. Yung iba ay nasa harapan. And naamoy na rin ang Team Falcons ang kanilang tagumpay na ngayon ay pinapatakbo na talaga nila completely ang Guangzhou Gaming pabalik sa kanilang base.
Hindi na pag-verblade si Kyle.
Hindi ba
okay lang yun. Nakuha niya pero naglakad.
Oo.
Pero pang-asar na lang yan dahil mag-push na nga sila dito.
Yup, it's still gonna be A-okay. Another going down. Modi. Hindi man lang natin naramdaman yung physical or magic defense na meron siya because either way si Recall ay ganun din naman ang magiging kinahihinatnan as Team Falcons Philippines. An ecstatic start sa MSC campaign.
And let's not deny the fact na sobrang ganda ng early game para dito sa Guangzhou Gaming. They were in control at nakita na tayo ng malakas na performance sa kanila. Good entry mula sa kanila, but it seems like they ran out of juice. Nawalan sila dito ng mga plano up against Team Falcons. Falcons Philippines just found a way through macro, map movement, yung actual na movement nila through team fights, punishing yung mga battle spell, all that jazz. Eventually, nakita natin mula sa Falcons kung gaano sila kalamang when it comes to knowledge of the world of MLBB. And that's how they won that fight.
Yeah, for a moment, it felt like Guangzhou Gaming had a game plan. Nakita natin yun, especially with this first clash right over here, na kung saan Xying had impeccable positioning, na talagang naperwisyo niya kahit si Kyle na nadamay talaga nila completely. And you saw the joy from the coaching staff and everybody was supporting Guangzhou, but eventually, there were some moments of outplays. And for GZG, not gonna lie, they really had the game plan kasi ang punteriya nila, si Marco na nandun sa taas. And I would say, that's a very solid route to go to.
Nawalan din kasi talaga ng resolve etong side ng Guangzhou Gaming. Grabe ka na, Ate Bri. But anyways, ito yun parang nauubusan sila ng mga plays after. Parang hindi ganun kalalim yung mga strat pulls sila. And that's because of their experience. Nakita natin sa laro na to, dinaan ng Team Falcons sa mga positive trades on their side. Yung mga maliliit na trades na eventually pumabor sa kanila afterwards. And they were able to punish. Ito naman si Kyle, sobrang pinakitaan lang tayo kung paano siya maglaro ng isang link. And sleeper dito si Super Marco. After those two deaths sa may top lane, naging crucial na siya kasi sinasabay niya sa Lilia yung damage niya. So that meant na wala talagang makaka-react on the other side.
Yup, and ganun nga yung ginawa nila Phil. Hindi na siya naka-react eh.
Hindi na siya naka-react.
Kumbaga paglabas ng camera, hindi na talaga siya naka-react completely. And the same could be said para sa Guangzhou Gaming, men. Parang natunaw sila bigla eh.
Yes.
Hindi ko alam kung saan galing yung damage output na bigla na lang meron. Oo, tas
I think yung talaga yun minsan maganda talaga pag pinagsasabay mo yung damage mo. Like Brody, first skill, second skill, sabay may Lilia na bomba na nakabang doon. Magugulat ka na pwede ka na makatunaw. It's like, instead of binato mo muna yung skill ng Brody, sabay magbabato yung Lilia. Para makakapag-react ka, makapag-regen ka, makapag-dash out ka. Pero pag ganun pinagsasabay-sabay mo, nakakatunaw ka talaga ng makakalaban mo eh.
And that was the same thing that Guangzhou Gaming tried to do kontra kay Haji. But for some reason, sobrang split second ang pindot niya ng Black Shoes kung kaya't walang nakukuhang pick-off ang kupunan ng Guangzhou Gaming. And thus, this game number 1 goes to the side of Team Falcons Philippines. Best of 3 pa to. Marami pang magaganap dito. Hindi ko alam kung magtutos ba tayo sa break kasi wala pa ako naririnig. Pero either way, sobrang solid. Ayan na. Narinig ko na. So with that being said, pahinga muna tayo ng konti, ladies and gentlemen. The MSC 2026 will be right back.
is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Joke lang. Maligayang pagbabalik sa lahat ng ating mga manonood. We are still at the MSC 2026 main stage. This is day number 1. Hans Galleria, Wolf at Team Falcons Philippines 1-0 ang Guangzhou Gaming. Nakikita namin yung mga comments nyo. Magdaan-daan kayo.
Relax.
Alam nyo naman, relax.
Unahin ang pag-ibig, pagmamahal, ang respeto.
Wala ba tayong pagmamahal dyan?
Wala na bang pag-ibig sa puso
wala na
nyo?
ba? Diba? Uy, wow!
Wait, meron palang ganito?
Sige nga.
Sige nga. Okay, so makita natin dito.
Ano ba nangyari? 8-1. 8-1 turrets, 1-2 ang turtles, pero saan ba completely nakabawi ang Falcons? Kasi it doesn't translate in majority of these objectives.
Ipo-point out ko na kung sino yung notable dyan. Super Marco with 42k damage dealt despite being down 0-2 and 51,000 damage mula kay Haji. Ang ganda ng kombinasyon na nakita natin mula sa kanila. So nakabawi din talaga dito ang Falcons.
Okay, I see it. And in addition, a bunch of kills going on to the side of Team Falcons. Kyle, namatay siya na isang beses in like the first 2 minutes, and then ever since he was 6 or 5-0 and 5 sa mga susunod na nangyari na mga laban. So I can definitely say that this squad right here, Team Falcons, ito yung nagustuhan ko sa kanila eh. It was a little bit of a slow start and eventually magigets mo rin naman kung bakit eh. Kasi maganda talaga yung naging simula ng Guangzhou Gaming. Pero gaya nung sinabi mo kanina, naubusan ng gasolina ang koponan na ito.
Now begs the question, meron ka na bang, magbaban ka ba ng Brody? Magbaban ka ba ng Ling? Magbaban ka ba ng Dairot? Yung Dairot feeling ko, it's just the Esmeralda based. But I feel like yung Ling, yung mga Ling and Brody, i-consider mo na yan kung ikaw yung Guangzhou.
Alright, Dangerous Grass is gonna be the choice here para sa ating map reveal as of the moment for game number 2. And I gotta say, this is pretty solid when you think about it. But of course, sa laban na ito, Guangzhou Gaming, you have to ban the Ling, and that's exactly what they're gonna do. Respeto na talaga.
Respeto.
And yung Brody, feeling ko, they can let the Brody slide as of the moment. Pero yung Ling, that's something that they cannot allow these Filipinos to use. Whether it's Kyle or Carl Tizzy.
Yep. Uy, ano to? Fun fact natin.
Oy, si Sunday, na dati daw na si Araw is a world champion from another mobile game. Will his winning formula help Guangzhou Gaming pull off an upset today? So it's nice to actually have a coach that knows the in and outs ng ating mga mobile games. Yes?
Yeah, malapit naman. I wonder ko anong MOBA game yan. At feeling ko kung pwedeng pangalanan yan, pinangalanan na nila yan. So,
diba?
susundin natin.
Hindi.
So,
hindi rin yata.
Hindi rin niya gagawin. Alright. Fun fact. Hindi ka fun fact. Wala ba tayong fun fact? Dapat meron din tayong fun fact.
Oo nga pala. Dapat may fun fact din tayo.
Fun fact. Ito si uy, grabe. Lovers in Paris.
Grabe naman yun.
Diane and Bentings. Guys, ito
Fun fact.
Magbilang kayo. Anong month ba ngayon?
Ha? July, August, September, October, November, December,
January, February, March, April! Abang na!
If you know, you know.
If you know, you know.
Wala kaming sinasabi, pero alam nyo nang pwedeng mangyari.
Pwedeng mangyari sa magalaki.
Congrats in advance.
Congrats na lang.
Congrats in advance.
Pa-invite na lang sa mga handaan.
Sir Ben, kayo nang bahala sa amin. Lumpia lang, sapat na. Sir Ben. Alam mo na yan. It's showtime.
Oras mo na, Bentings.
Sir Ben.
Pakita mo ang tunay mong lakas.
Diba? Hindi ka naman tatawagin na Bentings kung hindi kung hindi Bentings eh.
Uy, Dave, mag-asawa po si Ben
yan.
at si Diane Maglake. Ayan.
Correct.
Shoutout yan. Couple goals yan. Alright.
Couple goals yan. Matic.
Hirara is open para sa ating at kukunin na nila yan.
Wala nang intro. Talagang kinuha nila kaagad. Alam mo, marami nagsasabi na yung Hirara daw, like before, siguro last month, hindi siya heavily prioritized before. What makes it so prioritized now?
Well, I guess yung pagkawala ng mga choices dun sa ibang mga tank junglers, which interestingly ay immediately ginamit dito ng Falcons. There is a good matchup para sa Akai up against si Hirara, so gotta be careful there if you're Guangzhou. Ngayon ba siya napipili? It's mainly because of that. And I'm actually surprised na finers pick to ng Guangzhou Gaming na ganun-ganun lang. And now they give Eudora as well as the Akai. Eudora we proved to be a really good hero. So you have to have a good matchup dito in the mid lane. So ano ba yung matitira? Eve, Farsa maybe? Eve actually lang ang option. Valen not good. Actually, yeah. Well, they go for Eve. And they paired up with the Claude for late game insurance. At anong magiging sagot dito na side ng Falcons? Harley. Pre.
Classic again.
Ogwen Akai ang makikita natin.
Alam mo, si Ogwen na yung isa sa mga players na pakiramdam ko, nilibot niya na yung buong hero pool. Like for utility junglers, I think there's a certain utility jungler na parang mas madalas na natin nakikita. In fact, mas nagiging creative palalo yung Team Falcons PH. They took the Barats out for some reason.
The Barats out. Parang, wait, Akai XP ba to? Yun ba yun? What is cooking?
Coach,
so there's the Brody. Good ban. Okay, pag isa pang XP tong binan nila, it means XP na yung Akai.
Uranus.
XP Akai?
XP Akai.
Ito na ba yun?
Is this legit, chat?
Chat? We cooking? Chat, are we cooking?
Coach,
or are we cooked?
Coach Moody, what is this? Huh?
Guys.
Bago to
We cooking or we cook? Ano ba? So,
are we cooking or are we cooked, chat?
Meron pang Moskov na natitira at least for that. Okay? So, i-reveal nila. Sa dulo pa yung reveal. Pag blue smoke, XP yan. Pag pink smoke, Rome yan.
Rome yan. Okay. Malalaman natin kung blue smoke o pink smoke yan mamaya. Kasi sa ngayon, pumili na ng ninong Pumili na ng ninong.
Sir Ben kasi.
Sinimulan mo kami. Sinimulan mo kami, nakita namin Sipin mo, yung iba, serious block sila Pinipilit na no reaction Ito sila, nag-high sila dun, no?
Yes.
Again, guys, April, mark your calendars.
Mark your calendars, April. Okay, early May. Di ba?
Pwede rin, early May. Pero ito,
okay, so ano yung ang XP option mo dito? Yuzhong, the Pakito offers open, Sora is open.
Grok.
Siguro between Pakito and Yuzhong, okay? So we'll go for the Pakito. Okay. Sana, if this is going to be Akai indeed in the XP lane, this will mean na maghahanap ng pangtapat sa gitna with the Eudora, which is glue, I feel like.
Magugulo na naman si Ogwen.
Pwede rin naman sila pwede sila kumuha ng Arlot or Esme. Open ba Esme? No. Esme is not open. So, kung dapat sa Pakito, Yuzhong or Sora.
Sora nga.
Yan. So, okay. Pink smoke tayo ngayon. It's just the Akai.
Yan.
On the roam.
At least hindi sila naging kumbaga may limits yung nila May limits yung pagka-abstract nila. Diba? Ano yun yung scale, malalaman kung
wavelength.
Hindi yung kung acidic ka.
Litmus test. Nag-litmus test.
Nag-litmus test sila. Na malalaman mo kung acidic. So far, hindi naman. Diba? Sinaktual lang talaga nila ng sobra. But Akai at the roam position. Some teams have been using this every now and then, pero syempre, mas nakilala natin yung Akai na umangat ng bahagya for a brief moment. Siguro during the Asian Games. Pagkatapos nun, hindi na talaga masyado since there's been a rise in the assassins as of late.
That's right. At we are now heading into the game as well. At the last time daw we saw na ganito ang naging setup, utility jungler, magaling talaga mag-macro ang side ng Team Falcons. Will we see them again like this? Moskov, of course, yung late game insurance ito ng Team Falcons. Decent matchup against the Claude. And I wonder kung paano nila lalaroin itong Hirara in front of a lot of lockdown mula sa Falcons.
I think that's the reason why they picked up this kind of composition as well. The idea to stop itong si Recall na medyo mamalagi at talagang gumalaw ng sagaran. Guangzhou Gaming is gonna have to be careful with that in mind. Recall is gonna be doing the same. Flicker ay makagamit na kaagad. So, that's Guangzhou Gaming actually forcing one battle spell towards their favor. So, that's already a win for them in the first minute.
Yeah. And, syempre, ang mga rotations ni Kyle mamaya ang kailangan nating abangan. I'm actually surprised na hindi ba natin pinag-usapan yung Grok dito after me looking at the Grok for many times. Do I like it in this matchup? So, yun yung bigger question dito. I think it's not bad, pero tingin ko konti lang din yung ma-achieve niya dito sa Grok. We have to be really crafty with this. Kasi kung titingnan natin, Akai has that heavy spin para meron kang instant reset button kung sakali merong ulti. Moskov can easily dodge. Siyempre, naka-purify din yan. Harley is not a good and easy target, pero pag ganun, grabe yun!
Men, isipin mo, 1 for 1 tapos naging 2 for 1 pa. Kasi nakita ko si Kyle doon eh. Na-envision. Oh my gosh, pumasok eh. Level 4 si Kyle. Level 3 itong si Recall. So, from that start of the fight, there was already a significant disadvantage para sa koponan ng Guangzhou.
Yes.
It looked like they had the advantage from the start dahil sila yung nakakuha ng first blood. But eventually, the longer the game goes, it felt like it goes in our favor.
And sa ating yung intel ata ng Guangzhou is kanina pa nag-purple buff etong si Kyle. So, hindi nila in-expect na nandun pa yung Harley. They might have felt na nasa kabilang side siya na mapa. Kaya they thought that they could get an easy kill din sa may gitna.
Now, they're gonna be going for this. Shifting Skies is gonna be utilized again. Pero sa Recall, nakakuha na naman ng panibago. Blazing Duets is gonna be utilized. Hindi tatama yung SOD. But this is gonna be a lockdown. Pero wala pa naman yung level 4. Instead, it's gonna be knock-ups mula dito kay Flap. Nagagamitan naman ng heavy spin para mailigtas itong si Flap. And Ogwen is also gonna be going away out of there on skate. Parang nag-TikTok lang. Pindot kagad. Highlights na naman.
Highlights na naman. Brazilian maxing. Again, mula dito sa Falcons. The way Ogwen saved his teammate. Tapos yung talon pa doon ni Flap. Moving forward with the flicker to get an elimination. Tapos nung siya na yung napapatumba, hindi in-expect ng Guangzhou Gaming na level 4 na bigla. Itong si Ogwen, popping that heavy spin. Then the flicker out na buhay ng piso yung buhay. And Falcons now 1,400 ahead of the competition.
At tingnan mo yun, nadamay pa patay yung purple buff nitong si Recall. So mas lalayo pa lalo yung kalamangan nitong si Kyle. Although when you look at it, parehas level 6 ang dalawang junglers na ito. So at some point or kahit papano, nakakabawi naman in terms of the farm itong si Recall. Pero ang Team Falcons, they're holding on to this. Ogwen seems like nagagamit niya talaga yung kits at very well-mannered yung trigger discipline niya dito, using the heavy spin at perfect times or really when it matters the most.
Now going for this Pakito on the top lane na hindi pa natin masyado nakikita sa action. 0-0 and 0 at 3 minutes and 47 seconds. Kung nanonood dito si Womi ngayon, medyo sumasakit na yung mata niya. Nakuha naman ni Super Marco. Yeah, we all know now, if you have to play the Pakito, you really have to take advantage of that hero. Dapat talaga hindi ka tumitigil sa pagiging aktibo sa mapa.
In fact, nandun na naman yung Purify. Mapapagamit na naman itong si Sai, pero nabanatan siya nitong si Hachi, so that's gonna be a takedown. Instead, it's still gonna be okay. Si Ogwen, hindi na mabubuhay pa dahil sa RWM na yun. But a roam for a gold, that's an obvious win for Team Falcons.
Napag-push pa. At naubos pa yung outer territory shields para dun kay Moskov sa baba. And by the way, direct, we demand the replay. We have to see kung paano naipit ni Ogwen yun.
Pero instead, lalaban na muna sila sa ngayon. It's gonna be a recall, retribution. Para kahit paano, meron namang small wins na makuha dito ang Guangzhou. But eventually, may knockups na ginawa. Tuloy-tuloy pa rin na magiging aksyon. Si Kyle na babanatan at mukha siya mawawala sa pagkakataon na to. Instead, he's still going alive but not for long. Dahil makukuha siya nitong Guangzhou. Papalag pa rin naman ng Team Falcons. May is doing his best para mablock itong si X-Ying mula sa kanyang pagkakamatay. SOD's not gonna be able to hit. It would have been big kung sakali na tumama yon. Si Ogwen medyo naipit at lalaban pa rin sila ng tuloy-tuloy. Pero hindi na nila mahahabol ang Dragon Warrior as Guangzhou will be unable to take the roamer down.
Guangzhou just not having the right pieces up against Team Falcons na nakakakuha ng tempo sa laban na to. Napapareact lang yung Guangzhou Gaming at sila yung napapagamit ng mga spells sila ng hindi maganda. Although they are getting the retributions on the turtle, which is a plus side para dito sa Guangzhou Gaming. But apart from that, they're not winning the teamfights because they don't have the proper pieces doon sa mga teamfights. I still have to look at this Pakito. Kailangan na talaga nila mag-activate. Lalong-lalo ngayon, meron ng Hunter Strike yan. They should not stop utilizing this Pakito now.
Atol, medyo malamig pa. Medyo malamig pa yung SOD dito ni Super Marco. Sure, tinamaan niya yung gold crab dahil doon ay lumamang siya ng bahagya in terms of gold. Pero sa malayuan ng mga SODs, hindi pa talaga tumatama yun completely. So, it could change this, it could change up some things in the future. Baka nga mas lumaki pa lalo yung kalamangan nila aside from this 1.5k na hawak-hawak nila sa ngayon. But I would say that they're in a pretty good spot. But as I say that, si Haji na naman ang kanilang mamataan. Pero majority of the ultimates have already been used. first. Kaya magbabaka away ang Guangzhou Gaming na wala sila na pala.
Ito, nakapiglas doon. Sa mga talon ulit ng Guangzhou Gaming, they will now start into the turtle at may nag-notify sa akin dito. Shoutouts kay Tio Ignacio na nanonood ngayon.
Oy, oo nga.
The best ka talaga, mamin.
Shoutout sa'yo. Tsaka may nagpapa-shoutout din pala si Denise Valdesancho tsaka yung Clared family. Kung sino man kayo, mabuhay kayong lahat.
Binabati ko si D. Nice Valdesancho. Ayan. Shoutout sa'yo. Buhatin mo kami.
Buhatin mo kami. Ikaw nang bahala sa amin. Okay? Kasi nandito na rin naman tayo. Speaking of nandito na sila sa may bandang pagong. Si Ogwen continuously just showing himself every now and then, pero may napili na siyang bunot at ang bunot ay walang iba kundi ito si May, pero mabubuhay pa naman siya. At yung Retre makukuha na naman ng Guangzhou Gaming. Flap ay dito pulasan na naman ng mga members ng Team Falcons. Instead, it's gonna be an AOK team fight para sa koponan ng Guangzhou. It's a 1-for-none na may kasama pang major objective.
Great usage of their utilities and their numbers. Guangzhou Gaming overwhelming Falcons at nakakawa sila ng 3 turtle all throughout this early game. However, lamang pa rin naman ang Team Falcons. We cannot deny the fact that Guangzhou Gaming has great box setups. Kung isipin natin, meron sila itong Eve, meron sila itong Grok, and then the Hirara on top of it. Tapos meron manlilikod na isang Pakito that could be followed up by the Claude. Whether or not harap yung pupuntahan dito ng Claude or din sa may likod, it's not gonna be up them. So if you think about it, Guangzhou Gaming has the traditional box setup. Whereas for Falcons, kapag na-pop nila agad dito yung heavy spin, and if Flap is not able to find the Eve into the backside, it's not always going to be good for them. So Falcons medyo pang dive yung kanilang comp na medyo dispersed, pang assassinate. They're gonna be waiting for Super Marco na magkaroon pa ng mga team fights. But Guangzhou Gaming, if they feel ito, naramdaman nila na humihina yung Falcons sa ngayon, pwede nilang diinan yung kanilang team fighting.
Yep, and as of this moment, they're just trying to find some more control pagdating sa labas ng ating mapa. We see recall na nandito sa taas. Majority of the Team Falcons members ay nasa ibaba naman because they know na yung spawn ng Lord ay nasa itaas and they would want to prioritize taking a turret down or maybe even more sa tulong ng mga minion waves na kanilang pinanghahawakan sa ngayon. Pero ang sagot naman ng Guangzhou ay kahit papano makakuha na naman ng panibagong torres sa taas para maitabla ang sitwasyon bago yung simula ng susunod na major objective.
Binabati ko pala si Victor Tan Kabuhay.
Yan.
Bossing Vic, buhay na buhay kay Victor Tan Kabuhay. At syempre, the one and the only Boss Lonitsky.
Yan. Mabuhay po kayong lahat.
Mabuhay ka dyan, Boss Lon. Boss Lon, mukhang busy kayo ah.
Mukhang busy kayo ah. No? Parang medyo maraming time ah. Medyo maraming time, Boss Lon. Pero appreciate you. Maraming salamat. Tambay na naman kayo dito kasi tatambay din kami. Kagaya ng mga ginagawa ng Team Falcons members sa kanila watch party na nandun sa Matchpoint Sports Bar. Ang dami ko na naman sinabi pero wala pa namang clash.
Wala pa naman. Pero ito no. That's the Demon Hunter Sword. Pang ilang item na to ni Super Marco, we need to see.
Dapat pangatlo na yan.
Kung pangatlo at 9 minutes and 14 seconds.
Joke lang, pangalawa lang.
Bilis yun.
Masyadong mabilis yata yun. Pero ito men, binilisan talaga nila completely. Di bumalik ka pa kasi.
Ayun lang.
Nakaalis ka na eh. Okay na eh.
No. That's the first death on this Pakito na wala sa Lord fight. Massive -1 mula sa Falcons.
Men, itutuloy-tuloy na talaga nila to. Si Ogwen, hindi pa niya nagagamit yung heavy spin ngayon pa lang. Tapos napunta rin nila yung dalawa para sa mababanatan ay wala iba kundi si Recall kasi pumasok na naman siya doon sa naghahasik na lagim na Beyblade. Super Marco's gonna be joining on the party as well. Hinahabol niya itong si May. Binabato niya yung bato. Pinapana niya yung bato. Ayaw tumigil ng bato. Ayaw mamatay ng bato. And finally, nawala na yung bato. At nakuha din nila yung Lord. Sinama pa ni Kyle yun sa panalo ng Team Falcons. Angat na naman sa 3,000 kanilang lamang sa ngayon.
Wow, great usage of their advantage mula sa Falcons. Lalo na hindi pa pala ginamit yung heavy spin on the takeoff and the Pakito. Dahil meant na sobrang layo ng Guangzhou Gaming dun sa may Lord fight. Although matalas ang retribution nitong si Recall, hindi man lang siya nakalapit. At nung nag-attempt ka siya, lumapit doon, na-burst out agad siya. We can see that through this replay. They try to position themselves into that Lord area. Nakita natin dito yung heavy spin at tumalon, dumash pa itong si Recall dun mismo sa umiikot na Akay. Kaya naman talagang nabigyan pa siya dun. Mistakes and as well as good positioning. Mistakes from Guangzhou and good positioning and usage of their abilities mula dito sa side ng Team Falcons.
Nag-gets ko siya eh. Mapapahinga ka na lang talaga ng malalim eh. Kasi yung mga ganong klase ng errors, medyo grave talaga yan. Lalo na pag Pilipinas ang kalaban mo. A team, a nation, a country that can definitely punish yung mga ganong klase ng mga mistakes na hindi mo talaga po pwedeng palagpasin as Team Falcons now leading 5K pagdating sa kanilang kalamangan in terms of goal. Nag-invol na naman si Recall pero magbaback away siya using the dashes as well kung sila gagamitin. Ito na yata yung susunod na siege. Walang tatamaan yung shifting skies. Instead, it's gonna be some knockups. May iwan itong si Ogwen pero wala na naman napatay sa kanila. Instead, si X-Ying nag-flicker na lang. May hinihiling siyang hahabulin pero wala pa rin pala. It's now gonna be 2 heroes down for the price of 1 kontra dito sa Team Falcons. Naman yung SOD. Tumama na naman kay Modi yung mga pana. Si May ay malalatagan din naman ng damage pero wala pa rin mamamatay sa kanila. Instead, may pagpalag na gagawin nitong si Modi. Sabi niya si Ryu ako pero siya ang na-Shoryuken pabalik. At siya rin naman tatakbo pabalik dito pero hindi na siya papapalikin pa ng mga kidlat na nanggagaling kay Haji.
Super Marco with the clutch purify. Of course, na kanina pa niya hindi nagagamit. Dahil this is the only time na nakita natin pakita na gumawa ng isang heads up play but that was duly punished by Falcons. And now what can they do? They can defend though. Kasi 12 minutes pa lang naman. And they do have the resources to utilize to counteract itong Falcons push. But that means that the Moskov is 9.7k, 8.3 lang yung kanyang katapat. Wind of Nature now available para dito sa ating Moskov. That means na hindi basta-basta makakatulong dito ang ating Claude. And you can see through the replay paano nila na-counter. Uy, paano nila nga naman napatay? Nakidlatan!
Nakidlatan eh.
It's super effective.
It's super effective. Water type? Feeling ko flying eh.
Flying type?
Feeling ko flying type eh.
Puputi.
Pero ito men, hindi na talaga dinediretso na ando na naman yung shifting skies pero mababato ay si Xing lamang. Naipit na naman si Mate. Nasubukan niya i-zone out yung iba sa mga members pero parang hindi niya nakakayanan yung damage. Actually, it's gonna be enough but not for long. It's Flap still staying alive. Nandun sa may badalikuran ito si Recall na panakap na naman. Hinahabol si Flap pero sabi niya hindi ka namin tatantanan. Di sige, papatayin ka na lang ng iba kong mga miyembro. And just in time, Falcons are doing everything the right way.
Yep. And they are able to punish that Hirano. Sobrang desperadong makakuha ng isang kill. Ogwin with a conceal play. Actually, pang zone out na lang to kasi ang tunay naman na plano magkuha ng Lord. Nandun, ito si Kyle. Slowly taking out the Lord. This time, Ogwin just catching and try to look for anyone dito sa may ginawa na pwede nilang i-punish but Falcons have gotten the free Lord because of that.
Again, major props sa Team Falcons Philippines. They're very much aware of their timing. Yung kaninang 3,000, 1.5k na hindi natin inaasahan or masasabi natin na medyo dikit pa. Ngayon, umangat na sa halos 9,000 in just 14 minutes of action. This is how you know na talagang medyo nalulugi na itong Guangzhou. Si Modi ay talaga matatatagan na naman. Ginamitan na nga ng SOD pero si May ay nandun para makaantay at makaalalay. So now, Team Falcons looking for the siege.
Slow yung sa may bottom. Ay, pero dangerous grass to. So nakahanap si Kyle ng isang angulo. Baka hindi expect. Baka mabigla.
Aware kaya si Recall? Parang hindi niya nahahayaan na maging aware pa siya lalo because that is gonna be an inhibitor finally taken down. Si Owen is gonna be feeling the damage pero may immortality pa rin naman siya and this is just the use of that Lord. One inhibitor is more than enough kasi sa taas naman yung spawn nung Lord. I think the same is gonna be said pagdating dito pero parang papalag pa yata yung iba sa mga members dito ng Guangzhou but Ogwen, even with an immortality, doesn't want that wasted kaya magbaback away na lang siya.
I'm gonna be eliminating that factor sa may bottom lane and with all due fairness, Guangzhou Gaming hangs on that Lord fight or Lord push, I mean, mula sa Falcons bottom lane yung napatumba. So, all things considered, Guangzhou Gaming are still in this game. Paano nga ba sila makakabawi? We know for sure na merong modifications sa Claude at nerf siya, quote-unquote, pero mas maganda na yung scaling para sa Claude. So, at 18 minutes, up against this Moskov, kayang-kaya pumalag kung lock item sila parehas. Guangzhou Gaming, yan yung hinahanap nila.
Oo, kailangan din nila mag-aware doon sa torre na nasa bandang itaas. Si May mahahanap si Ogwen. Si Ogwen though, medyo nararamdaman niya na yung damage output na talaga binibitawan nila. Si Flap is gonna be doing the same, popping the emos as well. Nandun naman yung shifting skies. Kaya nasa may bandang kaliwa ng laban para bumakbak at lumaban ng patuloy-tuloy. Pero si Hirara hindi na yata mabubuhay pa and same could be said para kay Sai and May and Xing is the only player left para sa Guangzhou Gaming. What a solid, dominant start para sa Team Falcons. They were just waiting for their time all along.
And the timing was perfect. Ogwen, akala mo nagpapatiwakal na lang siya doon pero meron pala siyang immortality sa Void Knife pa. Grabe! Team Falcons are on the fire at ang daming nag-cheer mula doon sa Paris watching our runners-up mula sa MPLPH Season 17 with a dominant victory at may picture pa na number 1 photo bomber ng Pinas, Jab Escotin.
Jabo Escotin, ibang klase ka talaga. Yon, kasama na talaga siya sa picture. And of course, he got the moment para sa koponan ng Team Falcons PH to pick up where they left off. Solid start, solid showing as expected. Staying ang Pilipinas sa upper brackets against Guangzhou.
And Sai, of course, greeting yung kanyang mga fellow Filipinos out there, sharing a smile. Guangzhou Gaming, hindi sila pwedeng maging malungkot dun sa kanilang performance. Nobody expected them to actually win up against Team Falcons, pero yung Game 1 and some parts of Game number 2, we saw how prepared they were. Siguro hindi lang talaga sila handa dun sa biglaang paggamit dito ng Ling mula dito sa side ng Falcons, because Game 1 really went in their favor sa early stages. Talagang hindi nila nahawakan lang yung Ling.
Ayun yung pagpasok ng Hirara, yung pagdash niya papasok.
Heavy spin pa eh.
Oo, na heavy spin. Akala niya matatapos na talaga kaagad, or I don't know what he was thinking at that time, pero hindi talaga nagbunga yun sa kahit anong panalo. And in fact, nararamdaman ni Gideon yun. Medyo na-frustrate na rin siya habang si Beregida tuloy-tuloy lang sa pagsasalita. That's how it usually is. Pero man, Team Falcons, this is what's expected out of them. And I'm happy na naipakita nila yun in these two games.
I can see din itong pagkaagamit ni Super Marco with the masterful usage of the Moskov. And then we also saw him with the Brody in game number 1. So parang etong araw na to ay Super Marco din. Nabigyan siya ng mga heroes na gustong-gusto talaga niyang gamitin at na-master na niya with Brody being in game number 1 and Moskov in game number 2.
All I'm gonna say is the Philippines won.
Yes, sir.
At kahit anong mangyari, lalo na sa mga nasa watch party, lalo na sa mga nanonood kay Burrito, shoutout sa inyong lahat. Makakatulog tayo na mahimbing.
Makakatulog tayo na mahimbing at mas maaga. We still have 2 matches gonna be after this, guys. At yan ay kakas ng mga tropa natin. I believe si Burrito nga ata. Diretso na siya.
Oo, baka nagbibihis na yun. Baka natapos na yung live niya.
Tama. Natapos na rin siguro siya maghugas. At syempre, shoutout sa nasa Peso office, also supporting Team Falcons. They're watching there sa match point bar for the watch party of Team Falcons community. Sana magkaroon pa ng marami pang mga edition yan in the next few days. But that's it. Napakabilis ng ating first 2 matches.
Oo nga eh. Sweep eh, no? Kumbaga, sweep dust. I-award natin to sa ating mga katrabaho mamaya kasi syempre gabi na. Alam mo naman, maraming mga ganap-ganap dyan. Pero guys, unang araw pa lang ng MSC 2026 na main stage kasi nangyari na yung wildcard nung una eh. So, I can definitely say that there's still a lot more na posible nating makita. Hindi pa nagkikita yung mga big fish ng ating 2026. So, I won't be surprised if we're gonna be seeing a lot more of them in the future.
Team for Guangzhou Gaming, hindi pa tapos sa kanilang karera, but having that 1 loss means that you already have 1 last loss na pwede mong ibigay bago ka matanggal dito sa tournament. Ganun ka-harsh ang ating gauntlet for the early stages ng ating MSC. At hindi rin naman ganun kadali yung magiging playoffs because that's a single elimination bracket naman. So imagine playing a best of 3 and you're just 1 loss away from getting taken out of the competition. Masakit yan para sa Guangzhou Gaming and then Team Falcons Mena kanina.
And medyo matumal yun yung best yung knockouts lalo. Kung iniisip nyo guys na itong 2 buhay na meron sila sa group stage, medyo matumal na. Paano pa pag dumating sila ng knockouts, di ba? Like doon, there is absolutely no room for mistakes and we're definitely manifesting and hoping na makarating doon ang ating 2 teams. Pero para sa lahat ng mga manonood, meron din kasi to eh. Yung mga nagsasabi na kung sino daw yung mga 2-0 na teams at the end of the group stage, sila yung may chance na pumili ng kalaban nila.
That's right.
So, I think Either way, it gives us a bit more time to prepare for whoever we're gonna be facing up against.
In many ways, it's gonna be up to them. At syempre, best of one, single elimination kasi yun. Remember, doon in 2024, when EWC was first introduced, na-draw tayo ng PH versus PH. At ayaw natin yung nangyari yun. And then the second time, it was Team Liquid naman, eventually won. But Onyx was drawn with SRG.
Yep.
And eventually faced up Onyx Indonesia. So parang yung mga ganun, out of their control. At least this time, pwede pang pumili, no?
Oo.
Yeah.
Pag na 2-0 tayo, that has always been the idea and route. Since magkabilang grupo naman po ang ating dalawang Filipino representatives. And I think, another Clash of Titans edition wouldn't seem so bad after all.
For sure.
But I think that is it for us. Again, panoorin nyo yung mga susunod na laban mamaya, yung susunod naman nating mga katropa, mga nanonood. But in behalf of Wolf, my name is Hans Galeria. This is the end of our shift. We still have 2 more matches to go. Laban Pilipinas. Magbabalik po ang MSC 2026.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Maligayang pagbabalik sa mga mundo ng halimaw. Narito po tayo sa ating Filipino broadcast ng MSC 2026 live ngayon sa Paris, pero ngayon ay nasa Filipino broadcast lamang tayo para mag-enjoy kasama ang ating co-caster dito na si Burrito, na mamaya lamang ay makikita nyo din. Nag-enjoy tayo sa naging laro ng Falcons kanina. Nanalo sila at ibig sabihin yan, wala pang talo ang Pilipinas, pare.
Yan naman ang gusto nating marinig. At yan din ang gustong marinig, of course, ng mga nanonood ngayon, di ba? Para kang kakanta dyan, pare, ha?
Alam mo naman, kapag Pilipino, karaoke ang usapan. Di ba? Ano bang gusto mo ba? Sometimes when we touch, o ano ba, mga OGQ Shea-Ban trip natin ngayon, Burits?
Meron ba tayong mga, gusto ko mga ages, pare?
Ages? Nako, hindi ko kaya yung ages. As much as gusto kong bigyan ka ng ages at yung mga lovely viewers natin, ng mga classics ay medyo mahirap pong abutin at maatin yun. Burits, masaya tayo lahat. Panalo Pilipinas. Medyo pinakabalamang tayo ng Guangzhou Gaming kanina sa early game. Not gonna lie, Burrito, masaya ako sa nakita ko mula sa mga ibang region. Para bang meron silang inaral na talagang papalag sila sa loob ng group stage natin, pre.
Yeah, ito naman yung talaga yun eh. And actually, nakakatuwa kasi up until now, ang lahat ng mga teams ngayon, I believe sa MSC at EWC 2026, ay dinidiscover pa rin kung ano nga ba ang mga heroes na gana. Kasi kanina, nung first match natin, may mga Eudora tayo nakita. Of course, from Coach Pacbet and sa Team Vamos, no, na talagang tinalo nila, nilampaso nila ang ang Falcons men, score na 2-0. At ang Team Philippines naman, to be fair, ang Guangzhou Gaming kanina ay nakita naman natin na pumapalag. Early portions ng game number 1, medyo kinakabahan tayo ng konti, pero syempre hindi naman mawawala yung tiwala natin sa Pinas na kaya nilang talunin yun. Pero tama kasi sinasabi mo, Umi, napaganda nito kasi yung mga emerging regions natin ay nagpapakitang gilas na.
Oo, and dito mapapanood natin isa rin sa mga emerging regions, no? Unang appearance sa MSC 2026 ng India sa lahat ng mga regions na mapapanood natin ngayon sa loob ng ating EWC. And ang nakakatuwa dito, Burrito, ay dahil nga pinakauna ito ng India, hindi na sila lumusot ng wildcard. This will be the first time na makikita natin na maglalaro ang India. At syempre, bigyan nyo na ng magandang binyag, di ba? Unang kalaban nila, walang iba, kundi Team Vitality ng Indo.
Isipin mo yun, di ba? Unang sabak mo sa international at mga big boss kagad ang iyong makakaharap o hindi rin biro ang Vitality. Sa mga nalilito, no, kung ano nga ba tong team na to, sila po ay Bigetron nung panahon na nandun tayo sa Indonesia. Pero dahil ang Bigetron by Vitality sila at puro mga organization ng ating makikita dito sa MSC at EWC ay Vitality ang kanilang ginagamit.
And nakakatuwa makita, no, na yung mga international orgs natin ay talagang nag-a-adjust para sa mga tropa natin sa ibang regions as well. And now looking at what's happening dito sa loob ng Paris, pare, nagre-ready na rin ang mga susunod nating manlalaro. This is very important as well for Indonesia, considering na kung hindi ako nagkakamali, itong unang beses na mapapanood din natin ang rehiyon ng Indonesia sa MSC. So kung naging simula ng Team Falcons Philippines, hindi naman siguro magpapauli ang isa sa mga rival region natin.
Oo nga actually tatlo na nga yan, di ba? Indonesia, Malaysia, and the Philippines. Pero tama ka dun mainit-init din talaga tong kupunan na to, coming from a 4-1 victory mula against sa Onika, Indonesia, ay talagang masasabi ko nakakapaso pahawakan itong Team Vitality.
Oo, ang naging maganda ang performance ng Team Vitality sa kanilang region, topping against one of the, sabihin na natin, super team ng Onyx. Kung iisipin natin with Kelra coming in, everybody expected Onyx to take the championship sa MPL Indonesia, pero ang nakita natin ay nakalamang ang Bigetron, in this case, the Vitality, para dito sa Esports World Cup. At sila pa nga nakakuha ng kampyonato doon sa Indonesia. At nakakatawa doon, pare, yung Philippine versus Philippine gold lane natin ay talagang inaabangan din ng mga tao doon sa region na yun. But as we speak, ay parating na sa unang laban ng India in an MSC stage ang True Rippers na magre-represent ng kanilang region.
Halo-halo din ito. 2 sa 5 miyembro ng True Rippers po ay Indonesian. Andyan si Rehancia at si Ians doon na maglalaro as jungle, and XP lane naman si Rehancia. So abangan natin itong mga to kasi bukod sa Indonesian players na meron sila ay meron din silang Filipino coach Walang iba kundi si Coach Zen. Ako naniniwala nga ako, halos lahat ng mga Pinoy coaches natin, ano na rin libot-libot na rin sa buong mundo di ba?
Totoo. Alam mo yung mga Filipino coaches natin ever since na lumipad sila Coach Yeb at nagsimula ang exodus ng mga players at mga coaches sa Pilipinas patungo sa iba't ibang region ng MLBB globally, ay talagang masasabi natin na nag-improve na talaga ang MLBB landscape. At ito na nga ang ating rosters para sa this time ay Team Vitality. Si Eman na matagal-tagal na natin hindi nakikita sa Pilipinas, ang siyang nagiging leader pa rin in terms of the gold lane dito sa Team Vitality. Gitnang-gitna pa ang tropa.
Ang tagal na rin yan. Siguro mga 5 hanggang 6 na season na rin itong si Eman. Pero eto, balikan natin ang True Reapers. No? Nabanggit ko nga kanina na may 2 Indonesian players ang kupunan na ito. At napag-usapan natin kanina na matagal-tagal na rin na huli nating narinig ang India. Of course, in general to pagdating sa MLBB. At nakakatawa isipin na isa to kasi sa mga malalaking rehiyon pagdating sa esports talaga. No? Hindi lang MLBB kasi pati mga FPS nila at kung ano-ano pa, sobrang tindi ng region na to, kaya masaya ako na maging parte sila ng MLBB.
Oo naman. And India as a whole, especially sa mga mobile esports as well, ay talagang palong-palo din. Ngayon aabot na sila sa MSC. What if lang naman, di ba? I know 90% ng ating mga manonood ngayon sa araw na to, Burrito, ay iniisip na 2-0 ito sa kamay ng Team Vitality. At hindi natin masisisi. It's Indonesia versus India na ngayon pa lang natin makikita about what if makaisa? O what if makadalawa pa, di ba? Parang statement na agad yun para sa India as a region papasok dito sa global MLBB esports scene natin.
Oo nga no? Sa totoo lang, wala nang imposible ngayon pagdating sa MLBB. And dun sa mga regions nga na napag-usapan natin kanina, no, sa first and second matches na dumaan, ay may mga pinakitang or nagpakitang gilas talaga itong mga to. Lalo't nabanggit ko nga kanina na may Pinoy coach din ito. So may nananalaytay na dugong Pilipino ang kupunang ito. I believe pag pinag-usapan natin pagdating sa meta at doon sa disiplina talaga, no, or yung winning culture ng Pinas, for sure naman ay nadala dito ni Coach Zen pagdating sa kupunan ng True Reapers, di ba?
Oh, yun nga rin na-expect natin With Filipino coaches, lagi namang hindi lamang micro ang dinadala niyan, kundi majority, macro as well. Hindi naman pwedeng sasabihin mo paano laruin ng mga manlalaro yung mga hero nila. Kasama na yun. Pero yung macro intelligence na meron ng ating mga coaches ang talagang nagbibigay daan para sa mga players nila na mag-improve pa at manalo sa kanilang malaro. And kung di ako nagkakamali, Burrito, broken walls ata ang ating nakita para sa game number 1 o iba ba ang naturo?
Actually, hindi ko rin napansin Pero mamaya makikita naman natin yan.
Mamaya makikita naman natin yan
Totoo yan. At saka nagmamatter din kasi yung mga heroes na maaaring ilabas na magkabilang kupunan na to. Kung ano man ang mapa na ating napili. Mamaya ika-clarify natin yan. Flying Clouds, by the way, ang ating napili pala.
And this would also mean na ang Team Vitality ay nasa blue side. First pick sila. Meanwhile, para naman dito sa True Reapers red side, mukhang nagkaroon tayo ng bracketing system whereas the champions would always be have side priority. So hindi ibig sabihin niya na hindi naman ata magiging parang sure pick first pick, kundi pwede silang pumili kung ano nga ba yung gusto nila sa kanilang unang laro. And medyo mabilis ang takbo ng ating mga bans. Tatanggalin agad itong Phobius at pati na rin itong Zushin. Meanwhile, para kay Coach Zen, tatanggalin ng Hirara pati na rin ng Freya. Mga micro-intensive heroes ang kanilang ita-target.
Wala 6 mal din kasi talaga yung yung Hirara sa totoo lang no? Napakaraming dash, ang daming way para umiwas sa mga skirmishes na lulutuin sa kanya. Hindi ganun di masyado ring mataas yung damage na once level 4. So talagang good decision mula dito sa True Reapers na tanggalin kaagad ito. Guinevere ay aalisin din ng Team Vitality. Ngayon nakatalaga para sa True Reapers kung ano ang magiging first pick ng Vitality, kasi sa ngayon ay ang dami pang mga available dito at mga options. Ano kaya tatanggalin nila dito? Jungle ba or damage dealer? Mga ganon?
Parang ang dami nga nilang choices na tanggalin o actually secure para sa sarili nila Pwede, ang daming Well, there you go. Tatanggalin agad itong Marcel na ito. And with that first pick, open ang Atlas na ngayon for some reason ay nakikita talaga natin na maaga nang kinukuha ng mga teams. Ang tanong ay, ganun din ba ang team vitality? Are they going to scare the Atlas early on at mukhang yan nga talaga ang kanilang magiging galaw? Now, on the hands of True Rippers, makakita ba tayo ng Eudora na naman?
Oo nga, may Eudora nga pala kanina, no, tingnan ko na makalimutan, no, na lumabas pala ang Eudora nung game number 1. Pero Ling ang kukunin ng True Rippers, hindi na sila magdadalawang isip pa. Eudora na naman, pare.
Ayan na.
Pero meron dito.
Na ano na ng mga teams nakikita na talaga nila na yung simpleng kit ng pagbaburst na napakataas talaga ng early to the mid game ay napaka-importante when it comes to shutting down certain picks. And pakiramdam ko, no, this also incentivize na mag-tank jungle na lang ang side ng Vitality kasi parang ang hirap mag-assassin kung hindi pa bumibitaw ng second skill itong Eudora.
Totoo yan. Daming one hit talaga na maari tayong asahan para sa isang Eudora. And nakita naman natin yan nung game or nung match number 1, kung gaano ka sakit sa ulo ang isang hero na to. Valentina naman ang kukunin and Akai. Wow! Interesting. Valentina and Akai ay pagsasamahin dito ng Vitality. Baka nga naman kasi may XP option pa, no, na ilagay itong Valentina. Kaya inalis na rin at kinuha ng Vitality.
Okay, napakatalino ng ginawa dito ng Team Vitality. At sa totoo lang, itong Akai na to ay pwede pa nga nating makita sa XP lane or even in the jungle. Depende din ako anong trip nila. But right now, katulad nung pinag-usapan natin kanina, talagang incentivized na mag-tank jungle ang side ng Team Vitality kasi mahirap na mag-assassin given na meron ka nang kalaban na Eudora. At now, with the carry locked in, nag-aano pa ng gold lane ang side ng Team Vitality. Pwede itong purgahin ni Coach Zen doon sa kabila at sisimulan na niya sa Moscow.
Ayun na, inuna na yung Moscow kasi alam mo na kagad yung matchup mo, no? Baka nga next dito is the Claude na I believe ay mataas pa rin naman talaga ang priority. Pero may mga panaka-naka nakita tayo ng Bruno, ng mga Clint. Kanina nga may Brody na inilabas, di ba?
Oo. And yung Brody, no, napakalaking throwback nun actually yung sa Falcons. Pati Lilia, pinalik. Pero ito may pinakitang fun fact tungkol dito kay Kimi sa True Rippers and ibabanggit na lang natin ulit dahil nga hindi pa natin masyadong kilala itong mga manlalaro na ito. Nakakataba ng puso na despite being a pro player na napaka-busy na ng schedule niya ay naanapan pa rin ng oras ni Kimi na player po ng True Rippers na magturo sa mga underprivileged na children sa sa India. So biruin mo, no, maraming bata ngayon sa India na sumusuporta dito kay Kimi dahil na rin sa mga efforts na nilalabas niya sa labas ng laro.
Grabe, no, hindi lang siya dedicated dito sa loob ng MLBB, kundi sa labas din. No, yung mga ganyang klaseng pagtulong sa kapwa ay talagang noble, no. Alam mo yun, parang I believe hindi rin naman ganun kalaki ang kumbaga kung pagdating sa monetary or dun sa value ay hindi rin naman ganun kalaki ang kanyang makukuha sa mga ganung klaseng bagay. Kumbaga pagtulong lang talaga sa kanyang mga kababayan ng kanyang ginagawa. Saludo dito kay Kimi.
Sobrang saludo. At sana yung ganong klaseng, sana may karma yon. Diba?
Tama.
Sana yung ganong klaseng mga ginagawa sa labas ng laro ay bumabalik sa kanyang buhay. Hindi man dito sa in-game kasi medyo mahirap yung kalaban nila. Pero baka in other facets ng buhay ay makikita natin. Pero hindi natin alam. Baka mamaya handa ang True Reaper. Baka mamaya kaya nila itong Team Vitality. Tsaka grabe, no? Ano yung pantatrash talk mangyayari kung sakaling Team Vitality yung matalo dito? Kasi parang everybody 90% nagpas talaga, pare. Iniisip na 2-0 tong match na ito, pre.
Oo. Tandaan natin, huwag nating kalimutan na may tinatawag na nung time na nasa Bigatron ay Biga choke, 'di ba? May ganun talaga eh. Pero hindi ko alam kung paano siya ididikit doon sa Team Vitality kung paano.
Malayo,
pero
mahirap.
Oo, mahirap eh. Pero tama ka doon eh. Hindi naman na malabo na talagang pumalag itong True Reapers na to. Pero Paquito and Claude ang fourth and final pick dito ng Team Vitality. talagang nagdagdag na sila dito ng damage. At least nabalansin nila yung kanilang lineup, no? Mayroon silang pampulis na early game mula dito sa Paquito, and Moreno, of course, Di Maestro. Isa to sa mga comfy heroes talaga na nahawakan na ngayon ng Vitality.
Oo. And napakaganda ng crowd control na meron dito ang Team Vitality kung iisipin natin, no? Bukod sa Atlas, may Akay ka pa. At pwede pang i-follow up ito ng mga dash na yung mga shade na nanggagaling sa Valentina. At pati na rin, of course, yung knockout punch. At para sagutin ito, meron din namang sariling set ng crowd control ang side ng True Reapers by taking the badang, pati na rin itong Alice na ito. Pero mas magiging consistent talaga ang crowd control na manggagaling dito sa Team Vitality kumpara sa True Reapers. Ang tanging masasabi ko na malaking lamang talaga ng side ng True Reapers dito ay kung malalaro nila yung pick-off game. Pare, naka-Eudora sila tsaka badang. Ito yung mga kayang manggulat, kayang mambigla. At kung lilinisin lamang ito ng Ling, may chance talagang manalo dito ang True Reapers if they play this right.
Yeah, malaki-laki ang tsansa. At yan ang aabangan natin, no, sa pagpasok ng ating game number 1. At unang bungad, no, ng Indonesian representative dito sa MSC at EWC 2026. At muling pagbabalik ng Eudora. So, exciting to!
Exciting talaga, Burrito. Pangatlong laro na rin ito ng Eudora. Kung di ako nagkakamali, 3 or 4 games na nating napapanood itong Eudora na ito. At mukhang bibigyan agad ng Vitality a level 1 rotation coming in from Shogun. Patungo dito sa mid lane. May natutunan na naman tayong bago.
Ang ganda nun kasi na-force ka agad yung flicker dito ni Asuna. So medyo bababa yung kanyang confidence dito na makipagmamaan against Moreno. Pero sa itaas na bahagi, alam natin na mabilis talaga ang clear wave ng isang ng isang Alice. Kaya nga naman nanguna na kagad siya sa pag-game nun. At makakasama siya if in case na gugustuhin ng Vitality na sumilip doon sa mga buff ng True Reapers.
Oo, napakahirap talaga na ngayon na lumaban na rin para sa side ng True Reapers, no? Pero mukhang magbibigyan agad dito si Kimi. First blood para dito kay Moreno. Medyo na burnan pa ng flicker, so medyo masama ang nangyari na yun para sa True Reapers.
Katis naman no, naunahan na yung flicker dito na Asuna. Ni next pa itong si Kimi. Ginagalawan na nga ng Vitality ito at ayaw ata pakuhain ng purple buff. Nakuha na naman with the retribution. Habang sasama na rin itong si Hans Ya at Kimi nakakuha ng kill kasabay ni Ians at dalawa kagad ang naibawi ng True Reapers.
Oo, at napaganda doon na equalizing the game almost 2 minutes in. Ang tanging nangyari lamang of course ay nakapagpera ng konti si Shogun doon sa taas. But those were crucial kills, pare. Napunta pa yung kill sa Ling. 1-0-1 right now dito sa loob ng ating laro. And with the purple buff taken, malaki ang chance na makakapalag ang side ng True Reapers sa una nating pagong. Kailangan na lang siguro nilang isipin, no, yung pwestuhan ni Finn dito kung sakaling mahuli sila aso na walang flicker.
Tsaka na-timingan din kasi ni Ian no? Ngayon na meron siyang retribution, pwede nga niya siyang pumunta doon. Pero hindi tayo nakakita na nagsisimula na Ling ng pagong. So, ang goal naman nandito ay paunahin ang Team Vitality. Pero si Nile kasi, hawakan niya lang naman yan at si Ian ay tinatry na rin i-clear yung mga farm na pwede niyang kunin.
Naghahanap na, perfect match. Si Kimi ata unang target. Here comes si Alice with a throw of Bruin, pero si Ian makakapasok with the Tempest of Blades. Again, makakalayo naman, pero si Nile ang mang-iipit na ng dalawa at papakain si Eman doon sa may bandang likod. Makakakuha agad ng dalawa ang side ng Vitality at kailangan na tumakas dito ni Alice. This will be a turtle na mapupunta sa kamay ng Vitality.
Bigay na talaga, pare. Hindi na pwedeng lumaban pa dito ang True Reapers. Pero sabi ni Shogun, sige, try nga natin ilaban. Napakababa ng HP din ni Hansia habang pinasok na rin ng maestro na si Moreno at nakakuha siya ng kill.
Oo, at parang ganun lang, no, ay nabawi na naman ng Vitality ang kalamangan na meron sila kanina. Rotation coming in kay Asuna at Kimi pero wala na sila maaabutan pa. It will be almost a 2,000 gold lead na mapupunta sa Vitality dahil makakapera pa si Eman doon sa may bandang ibaba.
Yeah, ngayon si Eman nakikita natin na lumalamang na. Isang level ang kanyang naging kalamangan dito plus nakaplato rin siya ng konti ng kalahati doon sa may bottom. At alam naman natin kung gaano kahirap talaga kapag medyo lumulobo or nakakalamang ang isang Claude against sa carry. Kasi nakikita na natin palagi yung matchup na to. And normally, lamang ang carry dyan pagdating sa early game, di ba? Yung levels 1 to 4. Pero iba ang nangyayari, pare. Nagagalawan ni Eman, iba talaga pumindot itong kababayan natin.
Iba talaga pumindot to si Eman eh. Ang tinaguri ang Kryptonite ng gold standard. Na base sa mga stats lamang ang sinasabi nila, hindi nga talaga nanalo pa si Kelra kontra dito kay Eman sa isang Grand Finals. And stats can't lie, no? Kung yun naman talaga yung gumagana. Pero mukhang si Garcia ay delikado dito. Si Nilalaman na rin. Here comes the heavy spin at mukhang ililista na. Pero si Eman ang tatangke ng Torre. Still going to be a kill para dito sa Vitality. At makakadepensa naman si Aso na sa Torre. Konting masahe lamang para kay Nile.
Parang walang bawi doon ang team True Rippers and masayang-masayang Vitality sa kanilang nakuha. 2,000 na rin ang mga kanilang kalamangan. So may pinaplano rin dito sa may bandang ibaba itong si Nile. Kimi ang kanyang makikita. Pero iwas na muna kasi nagdo-double lane na rin itong si Eman. Garcia ay makikita. Tatama yung dash, hindi. Umiiwas na rin muna dito ang Vitality. Pero 4 na miyembro ang nag-aabang sa mga medyo mag-aasim na miyembro mula dito sa True Rippers. At nakuha na nga ng Vitality yung Torre sa may bottom.
Ang medyo malala doon, pare, wala namang heavy spin si Nile pero napa-flicker pa rin niya yung carry. The moment na nakita siya sa loob ng Zero Bush. At dahil dyan, walang battle spell ang side ng TRX o ng True Rippers. Turtle na ang call ng Team Vitality at mukhang ibibigay na ito ng India sa koponan ng Indonesia. That will be the second turtle na mapupunta sa kamay ng Team Vitality. 2 out of 2 turtles so far sa kanila napunta.
Yeah, may kita natin yung kaibahan talaga, yung laki ng gap ng Vitality at ng True Rippers dito, ng Indonesia and ng India pagdating sa macro plays, no? And tingnan natin kasi si Finn, perfect match, kanyang gagamitin. Moreno, isasama na rin. Hawak niya dito yung ultimate ng isang badang pero napagamit na rin ang Throne of Ruin. Sabay nabit-bit, pagilid. Si Rehancia ay sumama pa at pumunta doon. Pero parang na-misclick ata yun, pre. Buhay na siya eh.
Oh, I think he banked on the fact na baka mag-regen siya ng 3v1 dahil mataba-taba ang regen ng Alice kapag madaming nasusop-sop, no? Parang bulalo lang yan kung marami kang nasusop-sop. Talaga mabilis ang regen mo. But Kimi with the play, nakapag-DMI naman palayo pero yung stun ay hindi sapat para bumili ng oras para dito kay Eman. At mukhang makakapag-tempest of blades naman dito si Ians. Konting saksak lamang at makakatakas pa rin ang gold laner ng Team Vitality. Pasok sa loob ng jungle, yan ang call ni Nile. At mukhang 5 ang mag-i-invade para sa side ng Vitality.
Oo, napakailap talaga ni Eman at nakikita natin na inaagawan na unti-unti ng mga farm dito ang True Rippers. Even Garcia ay napalayo na rin habang heavy spin ay nagamit at hindi natin makakatakas. Itong si Garcia at siya mamamatay. Doon pa rin naman yung Fatal Links habang si Kimi ngayon na nag-next sa target ng Vitality. Nakadalawa na si Nile. Basag na rin yung torre doon sa may top. Ngayon ay isusunod pa ata nila itong gitna kasi nag-cut na rin ang Vitality at susubukan ni Nile na guluhin dito sa purple ang True Rippers. Naku, wala atang aabutan si Ians.
Oo, wala na atang aabutan. Retribution is not even used. Kumbaga, hindi na kinailangan pa. Pero si Riancha ang bibigyan dito sa mid lane. Mabuburst na rin. Hindi na makakapag-regen pa. Ian's going in. Tempest of Blades. Makaka-out naman ang Ling na ito. True Rippers. Mawawalan sila ng purple. Kapatid. Dadating pang pakito sa likod. Shogun with the play. Sasapakin pabalik ng badang. Pero hindi sapat yung angulo para doon sa torre. Walang bawi ang TRX at mukhang makaka-turtle pa ang Vitality.
Ang hirap ng nararanasan ngayon ng True Rippers, no? Parang pinapakitaan sila ng totoong MLBB dito ng Team Vitality. Napakaganda ng macro, napakalinis din ng micro decisions dito ng Vitality. Kahit yung pindutan dito natin makikita talaga yung disparity or yung laki ng lamang pagdating sa experience ng Team Vitality. Matagal na rin magkakasama tong koponan na to. Even Eman, nakakuha na rin naman ng MSC championship title. So talagang kita natin no na minamama ng Vitality ang koponan from India.
Ina-evolve na nga nila agad yung Lord. Hindi na kinuha yung pangatlong pagong. Sabi nila, i-Lord na natin ito. At mukhang libre din nilang na makukuha dahil nasa baba dito si Ian. Sasapakin pa ni Shogun. Siguradong maiilang nang lumabang pa patungo sa Lord na iyon. Threatening the kill as well. Si Shogun ay masapak pa naman. Tempest of Blades, ito ay 1v1. Pero mauuna yung knockout punch kaya hindi na i-resist pa ni Ian. Kukuryente na lang. Pero syempre pakito yan. Makakatakas pa rin ang side ni Shogun.
Oo, pero may heavy spin na gagamitin kasabay ng Tempest of Blade. Moreno na ako na lang kill ngayon si Asuna na makaka-flick at makakatakas nga ba? Parang hindi. Kasi sumulubong na kagad dito ang Team Vitality habang si Rehancia naman ngayon ang natitira. Ayan, Ians ay namaalam na rin sa naging proseso. 4-man down, magiging 5 pa nga ata at hindi kakayanin ang sustain mula kay Rehancia ata ito. Makakatakas naman siya. Good thing para dito sa True Rippers. Pero yung mga Vital Heroes nila ay nagtumbahan isa-isa eh.
Oo, at matagal-tagal pa, no? 10 seconds para dito kay Ians, pero mabubuhay pa naman ang mga ibang miyembro ng True Rippers. Pero masisira na ang mga shields sa mid lane at pati na rin sa bottom lane. Paparating pa lamang ang Lord doon sa may bandang ibaba. Kaya naman pwede pa itong gamitin ng Team Vitality para i-push ang inhibitor turret dito sa may bandang bottom lane. Pin, naghahanap ng set. Kung makikita si Kimi at agad nilang bibigyan at sasapakin at ikukulong na rin sa sariling pader. That's going to be a kill para sa Vitality.
Okay, kung sila yung nagamit na nakita si Finn. Andun yung Blazing Duet mula kay Eman. Tinatry na si Garcia pero makakatakas na. Nagamit din yung Throne of Ruin pero hindi ata magiging sapat yun. Tapos yung Blade ay nagamit na rin ni Ians. Makakapatay siya ng isa and shutdown kill yun. Pero si Eman gusto nang tapusin kagad yung game 1.
Trabaho lang talaga para kay Kuya Eman dito. Di na kailangan patagalin. That was a great play coming in from True Rippers to try and potentially defend against that push. Pero hindi nga nila nahuli si Eman. At alam ni Eman na ang trabaho dito ay tapusin na lamang ang laro. That's going to be Team Vitality in Indonesia, securing their first win in MSC main stage.
Grabe, napakalinis ng naging laro ng Indonesia, mga kaibigan. Kita natin na yung pagiging disiplinado ni Eman, hindi muna kagad sumasama sa team fight. And I feel like naramdaman yung aura, no? Parang kahit ikaw siguro, kahit ako siguro yung umupo dyan sa kalagayan ng koponan from India, medyo mararamdaman mo rin talaga yung aura mula sa koponan na to eh.
Oo. Iba din kasi yung kapag kayo mga pinapanood mo. Feeling ko yung
kita
mga ganitong regions na medyo rising pa lamang. Ang mga pinapanood nito, MPLPH, MY, ID. So parang pakiramdam ko may starstruck factor konti. Yung tipong pinapanood mo para gumaling ka mag-ML, ngayon kalaban mo na, kailangan mo patunayan sarili mo.
Oo, naramdaman natin. Pero nag-try din naman sila, no? I believe good thing naman para sa kanila, no? Yung innovation sa pagsisimula nito, no? Kasi nakita natin na gumana yung Eudora. I believe napapractice din naman nila to. And during the interview nga kanina, no, dun sa game number 1, nabanggit na nagagamit daw pala tong Eudora pagdating sa mga scrims. So marami na mga gumagawa at nag-try din naman ng India na pagganahin nito. Pero kasi binasic lang, pre, inakay lang, sabi ni Nile. Hindi naman halos nagbago yung meta eh. Nadagdag lang yung link, nadagdag lang yung Beleric eh. Pero laban-laban pa rin yung mga utility and napakahirap na naging laro ito. At yung Akai ay isa sa mga nagpahirap dito sa larong to.
Totoo, at mabuti nga na nerf pa yung mga utility junglers natin.
Totoo yan.
Imaginein mo kung nandito pa rin tayo sa mundo kung saan utility junglers pa rin na naghahari. At least nandito na tayo sa mundo na kahit papano hindi na masyadong malakas. Malakas pa rin, pero hindi na sobrang lakas na kayang pumalag na nila Ling, pati mga ibang assassins natin. But as expected, that was Team Vitality securing game number 1 at ito ang resulta na hinihintay din ng mga Indonesians na nanonood ngayon sa ating English and Indonesian stream dahil meron naman tayo multiple languages talaga every year yan ng ating Esports World Cup MSC 2026. At ngayon na nakita na natin ang unang laro. Mukhang kailangan na rin natin magpahinga muna bago pumasok ang pangalawang laro. Muli kami ang ninyo naging caster Suomi pa rin with Burrito. Magbabalik po ang MSC 2026.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Nagbabalik ang MSC 2026 sa Esports World Cup at kami pa rin po ang inyong makakasama. Umi, kasama dito si Burrito at natunghayan po natin ang pinakaunang laro ng Indonesia Team Vitality kontra sa True Rippers ng India kung saan nanalo na sa Game 1 ang Team Vitality. So far, puro sweeps ang ating nakikita, Burrito, at mukhang patungo na sa ganung direksyon ang sering ito kung walang mahahanap na paraan ang True Rippers.
Yeah, nakita natin at napag-usapan natin yung kaibahan talaga ng playstyle ng dalawang koponan na ito. Sobrang kumpleto ng Team Vitality, no. Yung laning stage pa lang ay sobrang taas na kagad ng inilamang dito ng Indonesia at pati sa macro decisions, no, makikita natin yung pagpaprayo ng Vitality dun sa may bottom lane na nagpahirap talaga dun sa isa sa mga main damage dealer dito from True Reapers.
Totoo. At nakita nga natin yung mga adjustments na ginawa sa draft for the side of True Rippers, katulad na lamang ng Eudora at mga iba pa na para bang bago para sa ating mga mata. Papasok dito sa ating MSC main stage ay sinubukan nilang pagganahin pero may kakaiba din kasing mga ginawang play ang Team Vitality. Kasama na doon yung level 1 Pakito rotation sa mid lane kung saan nasapak agad at na-burn yung flicker ng Eudora nang wala pang 1 minuto.
Oo nga no? Kanina napag-usapan natin kung gaano ka laki yung naibigay na impact noon dahil nawala ka agad yung kumbaga yung tapang factor no ng isang Eudora. Kasi normally kapag ka Eudora, alam mo, first second ka lang, and since wala kang ang flicker at wala rin namang or kulang sa mobility ang isang Eudora, hindi na basta-basta magmamatapang yung hero na yan. Lalo na Valentina ang iyong katapat, no. Nakita natin kung gaano din ka sabihin na natin na gaano kalupit gumalaw talaga itong si Moreno. Deserve talaga tawaging maestro kasi parang kahit anong hero ang kanyang gamitin ay napapaganan ka eh.
Oo, at dyan talaga natin makikita yung testament ni Moreno sa pagpapalawak ng kanyang hero pool na napaka-importante sa mid lane kung tutuusin, no? Kahit masabihin natin na medyo umiikot lang kila Eve, Eudora, Valentina, nakikita natin so far dito sa MSC main stage. Kung meron kang mga ibang heroes na kaya mo pang ilabas, i-consider kasi yan parate ng mga coaches na kalaban mo. And at that point, ito na yung parang nasa level ka na talaga na hindi ka na pwedeng tanggalan na lang ng hero basta-basta. Malaking bagay yun para sa drafting na hindi kadalasan na nakikita ng ating mga viewers na sa tingin, syempre nakatutok sa laro. Normal lang naman yun, di ba? So, yun yung impact ng malalim na hero pool. Pero sa pagpasok natin sa ating game number 2, no, in terms of adjustments, parang kung ako sa kanila, I wouldn't give the Akai in the Pakito. Pare, medyo na-overwhelm ata sila sa Pakito at Akai sa laban na yun last game.
Totoo yan. Kasi normally kapag may Akai ka na nakita, no, maghahanap ang iyong kalaban ng isang hero or isang XP lane na magdideal ng damage, no. Actually, to be fair, meron pa rin namang Sora nung time na yon. So, may option sana ang Vitality na mag-Sora kung naalis ang isang Pakito. Pero I believe same result pa rin ang ating makikita dito with the performance na pinakita ng True Rippers. Medyo may bitin talaga eh. So kung gusto nila na magbago itong magiging resulta nito ay kailangan nilang iprayo talaga yung levels 1 to 4. Kasi parang yung hero kasi nahawak nila, yun yung mga hero na kapag ka hindi nakakuha ng purple buff or kapag ka nabully mo sa early, mahirap na umahon yung link, di ba?
Oo. Ay, nakita natin at grabe din yung naging effort ng Team Vitality. The moment na nakakuha sila ng 2K gold lead, 3K gold lead, biglang kumapal yung mukha, nag-invade.
Tumambay na, no?
Alam na nila kailangan at nagmamakaawa ang side ng True Rippers na makapag-farm ang kanilang mga carries. And yun din siguro, no, katulad nung binanggit mo, Burits, the levels 1 to 4 na mga hero early game power spike ay talagang kailangan tuunan ng pansin ng side ng True Rippers. Hindi katulad nung Team Vitality nung game number 1 kung saan napakaaga pa lang napakasakit na talaga ng Pakito. As we look at our map reveal para sa game number 2 kung saan dangerous grass ang ating makikita. And this will be very interesting considering na kung magkakaroon ng mga early game fights and late game na mga rotations, mas lalong magiging evident yung galawan sa macro-wise.
Nako, abangan natin yan Dangerous grass. Kanina nakita tayo ng pagbabalik ng isang Hilda. I believe maganda naman talagang sagot ang Hilda, no, against sa isang Ling. So, hindi natin sinasara yung mga ideya na may mga ganong klaseng hero uli na makita dito sa larong ito. Pero inalis na ang isang Marcel. Sa totoo lang, sobrang hirap talaga kalaban itong Marcel na to. At nakita natin nung Grand Finals ng Team Vitality, Begatron Vitality at saka ng Onyx, kung gaano kalupit magpagana or magpiloto ang team na to pagdating sa Marcel.
Oo. And itong Marcel na to, alam natin na ang dami din kakombo Na-discover na ng mga teams kung paano ba talaga gamitin itong Marcel. Parang naalala mo nung first week nung Marcel na legal na siyang gamitin sa professional play. Parang hirap na hirap yung mga teams kung paano nga ba talaga ito gamitin. Kumbaga 50-50 pick pa siya. Pero ngayon kasi na tumagal na, kumbaga na na-marinate na sa mga scrims ng mga players natin, parang no-brainer na talagang kailangan tanggalin itong Marcel kapag marunong mag-Marcel ang isang team. And with that, Valentina din ang kanilang tatanggalin. Ang nilaro mismo ni Moreno noong game number 1. And medyo same bands na para dito sa side ng Team Vitality. Taking away the Freya. And actually baliktad, no? Freya pala yung nag-binan ng True Reapers kanina na nasa red side sila.
Wala silang choice Walang choice ang Vitality dito, no? Again, kahit alam natin na bagong region pa rin ang True Reapers, hindi mo pwedeng bitawan ang isang Freya at baka makuha ito ng kanilang koponan. Alam mo naman, parang nagwawalang toro ang isang Freya kapag napunta sa kahit sinong team, no? Kahit sinong player pa ang humawak niyan. Alam mong mapapagana talaga. Ling ay inalis na. So, labanan ba uli ng utility to kasi hindi malabong mag-akay dahil walang Valentina. Hindi ko rin inaalis yung ideya na magkaroon ng back siya dito sa team na to or sa lineup na to. Tingnan natin kasi may mga Pakito option pa naman, may Zoro option pa naman, di ba?
That's true. And pakiramdam ko, katulad ng sinabi mo, with the Valentina ban and the Ling ban, baka maging mas okay dito sa True Reapers na ibigay na lang yung Atlas sa koponan ng Vitality at sila na mismo yung kumuha ng Akai. At least meron silang pang-counter set doon sa Fatal Links kung sakaling makuha nga ito ng side ng Team Vitality. And for the side of Team Vitality, kung sakaling magpa-first pick Akai yung kalaban at ibibigay yung Atlas, feeling ko welcome ikuha ito. Sabayan mo na rin ng Zushin na nagmumula dito kay Moreno. And medyo nakakailang kasing mag-Akai kapag may marunong na Zushin na kalaban.
Totoo yan. Pinag-uusapan natin to and for sure naman alam na ng mga nanonood sa atin o kahit sa mga RG na isa talaga sa mga mahirap na kalaban pagka ikaw ay naka-utility ay ang isang Zushin. So, ano kaya ang magiging desisyon? Baka nga Zushin na maging first pick dito ng True Reapers Total na sabi mo na at nabanggit mo na
Oo nga And kung sakaling kunin nila yon, medyo maiilang nga lamang kung mabibigay yung Atlas kasi parang sasabay Akai Atlas. Isa lang naman yung Crimson Beacon nito ng idol natin kung sakaling yun nga yung mangyayari. So sila mismo ang kukuha ng Atlas. This opens up the Akai. Once again, para dito sa Vitality, they could potentially secure the Pakito as well at wala masyadong magbabago sa pinakita nila kanina. Maliban na lang kung aagawin nga ng True Reapers ang Claude sa kanilang second picking phase. But it is definitely open for Team Vitality. Pero kung may iba silang gustong subukan, dito natin makikita yan.
No, pwede naman. Akai, pinaka-safe kung iisipin natin. Akai and Pakito. Yun ata ang dalawang hero na pwedeng ilusot dito. Kung di sila takot sa Zushin, hayaan na lang nila na mapunta dito sa True Reapers. Pero Hirara, ayun nga. Open pala yung Hirara na tinanggal kanina ng True Reapers.
May bagong ipapakita dito ang Team Vitality. With Hirara taken in, si Lina ay nilock-in na rin nila. Mukhang gustong mag-warm up ng daliri ang jungler at ang potential mid or roamer ng side ng Team Vitality. Oy, shoutout sa mga roam si Lina dyan. Tigil-tigilan nyo na. Joke lang. Hindi, kung marunong kayo, okay lang.
Uy, grabe ka naman. May pinapartneran kasi yan si Lina for example, naka-utility ka, pwede ka mag-damage roam, diba? Pwede naman yun. So, siguro ang pinaka-safe talaga na paglalagyan nitong si Lina na to is mid. Tutulong lamang sa pag-clear ng mga farm dito ni Hirara. Parang yun ata magiging atake na ito ng Vitality, ano?
Oo. And most likely, yun nga talaga yung makikita natin kasi hindi sobrang bilis yung clear ng Hirara. Respectable, pero hindi kasing bilis ng mga katulad na lamang nila Nolan.
Totoo yan.
Yung mga alam nating pinapasabog lang yung mga camps tas partida naglalakad pa palayo habang pinapasabog nila yung mga camps. No? So, ito at least kung matutulungan ng early game, wala naman ang problema when it comes to mid to the late game. Especially by late game, pare, ang sakit sa ulo ng late game Hirara. Parang hindi na nauubusan ng skill.
Hirap ng patayin, no? Yun na yun eh. Ang daming way para maiwasan yung potential na crowd control mula dito sa isang Atlas. Mamaya. So, Beleric. Okay. So, nakita na natin to. Nagkaroon na tayo ng preview mula doon sa MWI na kapag may Atlas ay hinaharapan nila ng isang Beleric. Kasi nga naman, hindi mo magamit yung Fatal Links eh. Pag nailatag mo, may Wrath of the Dryad na mag-aabang tapos lahat kayo pupunta sa kanya. Hindi nyo magagamit at hindi nyo mapamaximize.
Oo, para siyang pang counter set lang talaga. Yung tipong makaka-Fatal Links yan na madami. Pero kapag may Wrath of Dryad, yung mga tropa mo hindi na pupunta. Hindi na, kumbaga yung set mo na sayang kasi ayaw nilang matonto, sabihin nating masaktan na rin kasi hindi lang naman taunt yung binibigay ng Wrath of the Dryad, no? Nakakatulong din yung damage na nababato nito sa especially kung basic attack heavy yung mga hero na matatamaan. Pero moving on to the second banning phase, mukhang gold lane ang tututukan dito ng True Rippers considering na wala pang gold lane ang side ng Team Vitality, and this tells us something, no? Pakiramdam ko for True Rippers, hindi pa sure ball kung sino nga ba yung jungle nila. Potentially baka gold lane Yi Sun-Shin pa to kung sakaling nag-uubos sila ng gold.
Oo nga, no? Pwede nga pala. Tama ka dun eh. Flexible pa rin naman ang isang YSS. And I feel like parang kailangan magiging problema baka sila atang maipit dito. Kung magtatanggal na sila ng mga gold lane may carry pa na option. May Bruno, may Bruno, may Clint. Marami pa talaga sa totoo lang. Baka nga Leslie, makita rin natin dito. Hindi natin sure, di ba?
Very interesting. Double gold lane ban para these True Rippers. As you said, Leslie is still open. And Team Vitality ang unang magpipick dahil red side sila after the second banning phase. So kung hindi gold lane Yi Sun-Shin ito at kumuha ng gold lane ng Team Vitality, sila nga ang naipit sa sarili nilang banning. But in terms of the mid lane, mukhang mid lane sila na nga to dahil nagtanggal na nga rin sila ng Zushin at pati na rin ng Eudora. And with that, Harith ang kukunin dito ng Team Vitality. Pakiramdam ko kung Yi Sun-Shin versus Harith, medyo panalo ata ang Harith doon kung katagal yung laban.
Oo nga eh. Yun din yung naisip ko. Ang gandang decision mula dito sa Team Vitality. Ngayon, marireveal na kung ito ba ay Jungle YSS or Gold Lane YSS. Pagka ganitong klaseng sitwasyon, parang mapapaisip ka, ikaw tuloy yung naipit, no? Ma-force ka na ilagay na lang sa gold lane itong YSS at tanggapin na lang sa sarili mo na losing lane yun. So, hanap na lang kayo ng ibang paraan kung paano kukuha ng hero kasi feeling ko may mga Suyu pa rin naman na option na pwedeng gamitin. Moskov. Jungle nga, pre! Jungle nga!
Jungle nga ang kanilang kukunin. Double marksman lineup para dito sa True Rippers. At mukhang classic Gord Atlas ang ating makikitang combo. And potentially, a lot of map pressure na manggagaling dito sa Moskov, pati na rin sa Yi Sun-Shin. At para patapusin ang draft ng side ng Team Vitality, they will be drafting this show in the XP lane, kung hindi ko nagkakamali. Tama ba? Oo, XP lane show ang ating makikita para dito sa game number 2.
Okay, ano ba to? XP lane ba talaga? Or...
Saan yung Beleric?
Okay.
Hindi, Beleric XP.
Beleric XP. Okay, Beleric XP tas Rome Show para kay Finn.
Oo, and sa tingin ko mas okay yun, no? Dahil nag-show Rome sila, mas magiging dynamic yung roamer na kapares nitong Hirara. And masaya yun para sa Hirara na early game pa lang kaya nyo na pumalag. And for the Beleric against the Uranus, ito na siguro yung lane na hindi natin kailangan tignan kung may camera sa laning phase. Welcome po sa ating game number 2 sa ating third series of the night. Once again, this is True Rippers kontra sa Team Vitality ng Indonesia. This is India's first taste of global MLBB in the MSC 2026 at binibigyan na agad sila ng maganda ng Team Vitality.
Ikaw ba naman, makasalubong mo agad isa sa mga big boss Indonesia kagad. Pero kasi ito naman yung kagandahan, no, kapag sa mga bunutan, parang lagi kang may excite kung ano ba ang mga mangyayari, sino ba makakatapat mo. Medyo masasabi ko na medyo minalas-malas lang itong True Rippers, pero tinamaan din ang pana mula kay Moreno. Habang perfect match ay sasalubong din dito ni Kimi. Pokes mula doon sa mga projectile, pero si Finn ay tatakas din sa plano dito ng True Rippers.
At medyo masamang pamitain yun para sa True Reapers. Ay, unang pana ni Moreno, kumabit agad ng level 1. Alam mo naman to, Burrito, Selena player ka eh. Yan yung tingnan, oh. Tatama na naman. And that's the first blood for Moreno. Tas may kasama pang kagat kay Aso na, ito yun, men. Mainit. Unang shoot. Unang bato, shoot agad.
Oh, so far 2 out of 2 ang mga pana dito, pero may tumama din na huling sapat ng Jeet Kundo. Kumonekta na naman 3 out of 3 para kay Moreno na may trap na kasama. Ibang klase pumana.
Grabe kung basketball to, pre. 9-0 na agad yung score. Unang 2 minuto pa. Kung ako yung coach ng True Reapers, pre, time out. Masyado kang mainit, Finn. Masyado kang mainit, Moreno.
Ibang klase si Moreno, pre. I-check ko nga, parang nag-notify. Naka-request. Naka-request pala dun sa Selena GC. I-accept ko na nga. Parang naniniwala na ako na parte ng Selena GC to si Moreno eh.
Oo, matututo mag-Tagalog yun sa GC. Puro Pilipino naman ng GC mo eh. Hindi na nga sinisin ni Rosa yan, pre. Tinamad na. Wala daw siya naiintindihan. Shoutout kay Rosa. Bukas kalaban nila Team Liquid Philippines. Medyo mainit ang unang pakita ng side ng Aurora Gaming. Pero ito na. First turtle. Tama na naman yung pana. 12 points na yan, pre. Kalahating HP para dito sa turtle. Mukhang papasok doon si Kimi. SOD kakabit. Si Lyle ang babagsak. And that's gonna be True Rippers gaining control over this turtle. Pero lalaban pa rin ang Team Vitality. Retribution secured para kay Ians. At mukhang si Shogun na ata ang bibigyan nila sunod. That's Asuna taking the kill as well. Nakalamang pa nga ang True Rippers.
Yeah, ang gandang pamatay sunog doon mula sa team True Rippers. And pagkakataon kasi nila namatay ng mabilis itong si Nile. Kaya nga naman nakakuha ng abante dito ang True Rippers. Balikan natin ang mga kaganapang nangyari. Naipit din kasi pagka-pull nung SOD, nakadagdag pa yon sa damage na na-receive niya dito kay Rehancia. At si Ians ay hindi rin talaga nila nahabol. Available pa ang Retribution, kaya nga naman nakuha nila ng mahusay yun. At napakagandang setup na nanggaling dito sa True Rippers, no? At least, pinapakita nila na hindi sila basta-basta magpapabuli mula sa koponan from Indonesia.
Oo, at napakalaking bagay nung pag-shutdown kay Nile doon sa unang turtle na yon. At mukhang dahil nga natalo sila sa teamfight, medyo lumamig na ang mga pana. Here comes Ians looking for that kill once again.
Wow.
Walang malakas sa tatlo, pare. That's going to be a kill for the side of True Rippers. Tatama man ang kagat ni Moreno, wala atang mabalik ang vitality dito.
Wala silang bawi doon ha. And of course, grabe yung suporta, no? Kahit walang kababayan or kahit walang mga Pinoy na or Team Philippines dito ay marami talaga nakasuporta. Asuna ay nakakuha na ng kill. Ngayon na ay napag yung Summer Force. Hindi na fully ma-maximize ito ng Team Vitality. Sasama na rin si Finn. Iiwas na muna ang kupunan from Vitality. Pero mahaba-haba pa to 25 seconds para sa ikalawang pagong. At nararamdaman natin na unti-unting lumulobo ang kalamangan ng True Rippers.
Oo, and this is not a joke against Team Vitality. 2,000 halos ang kalamangan ng True Rippers kontra sa kanila in an early game setup. Pare, early game, dapat lamang na lamang dito yung Team Vitality. You are running a Harit na may kasamang Selena, Cho at Hirara. Kung hindi ka mananalo sa early game, medyo yung dip towards the mid to the late ay medyo mararamdaman talaga. Para sa True Rippers, in a double marksman lineup, malaking bagay na manalo sila dito sa early game.
Oo, ang hirap nito no kung iisipin mo, pero hindi pa rin naman imposible. Team Vitality ang makikipagatakan dito sa pagoma. Si Ians ay haharap na rin. Napakatapang talaga ng YSS. And alam niya kasi na marami siyang mga bruso na nakapunta. Oy, wait lang, napafligger dito si Finn. Hindi na kumonekta. Ngayon ay Wrath of Dryad ay nagamit din. Mamamatay ata si Shogun, yes sir. And si Finn ay napasipa na rin. Ians ay nakuha na yung pagong. At mamamatay itong si Finn. Atras muna din si Emma. Nilapag yung Summer Force. Pero hindi natatama yung SOD. Kaya lang inabutan pa rin siya ni Rehancia at yun ang magsisilbing kamatayan or nail in the coffin para dito sa TRX at yung kaninang 1.5 ay halos 3,000 na.
Dumoble halos after that turtle at makakakuha pa ng tore doon sa taas si Garcia. Bagamat mukhang si Ian sa masya-shutdown, mukhang mapoprotektahan pa ng Atlas. Tignan mo naman, may natira pang 5 piso at babalik pa yung shield dahil doon sa turtle na nakuha nila. Kaya naman wala talagang bawi ang Vitality for the past 1 minute or almost 2 minutes of this game. Talagang True Reapers ang nakakalamang sa ngayon.
Yeah, hirap ng kalagayan nila pero napasipa na rin itong si Finn. Ian sa magiging target. Grabe yung sustain power! Nakaiwas pa si Ian sa kamatayan. Sobrang sakto din nung pagpin dito ni Garcia sa gilid ng pader. At dahil doon ay nakaligtas pa si Ian, pare.
Grabe yung agimat dito. Hindi ka ba karmahin dyan, Ian? Dalawa na yun eh. Kadalasan, isa pwede pa, pero dalawa na yun. Tayo na, nag-sky piercer na pre. Dito na natin malalaman kung totoo ba ang karma o hindi. Yung mga ganitong sky piercer purchase, dito natin makikita yung tapang ng mga player eh. Pero mukhang may bibigyan na dito sa mid lane. Unify is burnt para dito kay Eman at Recta Zaman Force na rin ang kanilang call. Sisipain yung Uranus pero si Ian ay nandun na sa likod. Nice trap to Dryad para dito kay Shogun. Kaya naman nahuli na si Ian. At ayun na nga ang karma. Bumabalik na. Matapos ang sky piercer ay biglang bumagsak. Jeet Kundo, si Finn aalis na rin. Tutulakin si Garcia pero hindi na makakagat. Si Moreno na ata ang susunod nila pero si Kimi kailangan na tumakas pa. That's going to be Nile taking the double kill as well. At ito na yon Burrito. Pinag-usapan natin ang karma. Ito na ata yun.
Masyado kasing malupit eh. Itong si Yans nadali na ng karma. Pero nandun naman si Rehancia. Siya ay aabutan. Kumonekta ang Abyssal Araw. Buti na lang may retribution pa rin dito ang Team Vitality. At bibili nila yung trip ni Rehancia dito. Kaya lang, meron din Purify para makatakas doon sa naging plano ng Vitality. At least kahit papano napapaliit nila yung medyo established na lead na nahawakan ng True Reapers kanina, no?
Totoo. Yung 3K to 2K, that's already a big thing. Kaya mo nang lumaban ulit in a purely 5v5 lineup. No way! Boy pa pala. Kala ko may isa pang tore na babagsak. Pero mukhang mabubuhay in a 2v1 setup. Another 2v1 dito sa taas. Si Ians ay mapapatay ng side ng Team Vitality. And the same could be said para dito kay Kimi. Medyo na kahit ata ni Eman. Isang barak na lang. And that's going to be another conversion para dito sa Vitality.
Okay, kumonekta na ng mga Abyssal Araw. And Rehancia, ito na, nakikita na natin yung hirap talaga kapag merong Uranus sa laro, no? Parang mapapaisip ka rin kung paano mo papatayin ito kung ikaw ang Team Vitality. Kailangan talaga ng presensya ni Eman kung tutusin. And ngayon, kung papansinin natin pagdating sa item, kaya pala may Oracle na rin pala itong si Rehancia. Kaya pala hirap patayin no?
Oo, yun din naman kasi talaga yung tsaka ang ganda ng item choice dito na mag-radiant armor agad. Kahit ba alam natin na medyo mahapdi dito si Nile on this Hirara, hindi naman siya hahanapin yan eh. Ang kailangan niyang tangkihin dito yung damage na bumula kay Eman, pati na rin kay Moreno. Pero mukhang kalmado muna ang ating Land of Dawn. Wala pang gumagawa ng mga kakaibang play o mga very aggressive na play dahil 20 segundos na din lang ay lalabas na ang pinakauna nating Lord.
Kung ikaw ay nakasuporta dito, yung mga for sure yung mga Indians na nakasuporta para dito sa kanilang representante ay talagang kumakapit na sa kanilang mga inuupuan kasi yung ideya na kalaban mo ay Indonesian champions tas ganito yung pinapamalas mo, talagang mapapasigaw ka sa inuupuan. By the way nga pala, speaking of napapasigaw sa inuupuan, shoutout nga pala sa PESO, of course Philippine Esports Organization, and kila Boss Vic at saka kay Boss Lon. Wait lang, ito na, bakbaka na kagad at si Kimi ang kanilang bibigyan Moreno with killing spree, tumama yung SOD. Rehancia ngayon ay buhay pa rin naman, hindi nasasama itong si Garcia. Hindi, sumama siya para nga naman makuha na nila finally yung tore doon sa may bandang gitna. Lamang pa rin ang TRX dito at yung Lord ay hahawakan na ni Garcia pero hindi pa pala tapos. Si Rehancia ay kanilang bibilin. Finn ay wala na rin naman siya sipa dito pero kumonekta na rin ang Abyssal Araw na napag-Zaman Force! At si Evan ay nakakuha na ng kill at yung jungler pa kanilang napatay. Pagtutulong-tulungan na ng Vitality dito itong si Rehancia at siya mamamaalam din sa naging proseso. Diretso na kagad sa Lord ang Team Vitality.
At doon talaga tayo mapapaisip kung bakit nga ba itong Beleric na to ay nakakairita. Kahit pa sabihin natin na laging hindi maganda ang mga KDA ng mga Beleric, kadalasan nakakagawa sila ng mga ganong play. Masisipa pa balik. Mukhang may laban na naman ang Team Vitality. Si Asuna ang mawawala para dito sa TRX at mukhang may makakain pang pana si Kimi. That's going to be 2 kills na mapupunta sa kamay ng Vitality plus the Lord. Ang malaking panalong nakuha nila doon.
Yeah, sulit na sulit lahat ng mga pana dito ni Moreno. Yeah, may mga times na hindi kumokonekta, pero yung ideya kasi na matatanggal ka dun sa posisyon mo, mabibisyunan yung damo, yun yung nagpapahirap dito sa True Reapers na parang nararamdaman nila kahit sila yung may Uranus, nasasakal sila pagdating sa pagkontrol sa mapa, no?
Oo, tsaka nakikita na rin natin na talagang medyo mahirap ng patayin si Nile dito. Already level 15 Hirara. Ito na yung medyo mabilis bumalik ang mga skill. Pwede nang mag-spam katulad nung ginagawa niya ngayon. And with the Lord marching down bottom lane, ay kailangan talaga na protektahan nila dito ang Gord o kaya ang Moskov. Dahil the moment na may mapitas na isa sa dalawang nabanggit ko ay kadalasan ay kaya na agad makainip dito ng sign ng Vitality. Tumatrabaho by the way si Ian sa taas.
Yun nga and importante ito na para sa True Reapers para at least kahit papano ay umabante yung kanilang weight doon sa itaas na bahagi. Ngayon, pinipilit lang ng Vitality na ipitin itong mga farms or jungle farm dito ng True Reapers. Ians, kung kanina ay naka-early 3-0 pre, hindi na makabawi itong si Ians
Pre, nung after niyang bilhin yung Skypiercer niya, hindi pa talaga nang-i-stackan
Wala na, oo.
304 siya nung bumili siya ng Skypiercer. The moment na binili niya yung Skypiercer, parang nawala na yung ROI. Kung pag hindi na nabalik. Pero malay mo, di ba? Mamaya, biglang kumagat. Minsan, isang kill lang naman kailangan ng Skypiercer para magtuloy-tuloy na, di ba?
Oo, totoo yan. At ngayon medyo mahaba-haba pa naman ito, 1 minuto para doon sa ating unang Lord. Actually, second Lord ng larong ito, ang Team Vitality. Sila na ngayon ang may tangan-tangan ng lead. 1,000 na ito. And kung babalikan natin pagdating sa item choices, kasi yung Hirara ni Nile, pre, naka-piercer din naman to And I believe may stock na rin naman to, mga 3 ata na stocks. So para sa Vitality sapat na yun para magkaroon ng instant kill, no? Para kang may instant execute na spell. Wait lang, Nile ay papasukan na rin itong si Kimi at siya naipit with Wrath of Dryad at napasipa na rin at si Asuna pa ang napatay. 2 na kagad para kay Eman. Rehansya ngayon ay iiwas. 3 miyembro na lang natitira para sa True Reapers. Meron pang catapult dito na kasama ang Vitality at tuluyan na nga nila mapapabagsak yung Torre dun sa may bandang gitna. Rehansya ngayon ay iiwas. May mga umuulan na abyssal arrows mula dito sa Vitality and this time ay hihinga muna ng malalim. Konekta yung SOD pero sasama ba? Yan ang katanungan mula kay Garcia. Yes, sumama siya! Pero hindi nakokonekta yung abyssal arrow mula kay Moreno. Good thing para sa True Reapers ay naitulak naman nila yung lane dun sa may bandang itaas. At least may nakuha sila na maganda para sa kanilang upunan.
Pero mukhang hindi na dedepensa ang side ng Team Vitality doon. Ilalaban nila ang Lord na ito at mukhang papasok na si Rancho doon sa may bandang likod. Masastan ng bahagya pero ang Lord ang mukhang magiging focus at ang makakakuha nito ay walang iba kundi si Nile. Si Pina ata ay makakapasok doon sa likod na nakakabanat naman dito yung Moskov kaya naman kailangan ata magsi-alpas ng Vitality dahil si Shogun at si Evan na lang ang natitira at babanatan na rin ito. Walang malakas sa 4. That's gonna be a double kill para dito sa Moskov at kahit ang Lord ay napunta sa Vitality, mukhang TRX ang makikinabang.
Medyo na disaster ata ang Team Vitality doon. Balikan nga natin. Actually, hindi ko rin fully na-absorb yung mga naganap. Okay, pinuntahan pala kaagad dun sa likod. Itong si Moreno, kaya hindi fully nagamit yung kakayahan sana ng mga arrows niya. Naka-free hit din si Garcia. So ito pala yung mga parte na kailangan iwasan ng Vitality kasi double marks ron to Makati sa late game tong lineup na to
Ito. At saka nakita mo naman yung global pressure talaga ng isang Moskov. Nabawasan na nga yung inhibitor turret doon tapos nakakuha pa ng hindi nila nakuha yung Lord pero the fact na sila yung nagsimula ng Lord na yun at nanalo sila sa team fight, medyo bumalik ang gold lead sa kamay ng India.
Parang consider mo na rin na panalo yun kasi naubos mo 4 na nakuha mo, Lord man nakuha nila. So para sa inyo, mabilis nyo na lang sasalubungan yung Lord, di ba? At karamihan pa doon ay magandang kill kasi doon sa mga heroes na importante like si Nile, like si Moreno, no? May mga shutdown kills din na nakuha doon. So for True Rippers, alam nila na nasa magandang posisyon sila kung sila nagamit. Hanapin nila kung sino ba ang rightest target. Si Finn lang ang kanilang nakita, so hindi nila i-go itong player na ito. Kimi ay nice patan doon sa may right bush sa mid, and si Nile ay tinatry lang magtulak ng torre doon sa, or ng wave doon sa itaas na bahagi.
Oo, mukhang back to the macro game para dito sa ating pares na koponan. Dahil nga hindi pa nakaka-inhibitor turret dito ang Team Vitality, ibig sabihin yung kalamangan ng side ng True Rippers dito ay mararamdaman talaga ng Team Vitality considering na bukod sa wave clear na manggagaling dito kay Asuna. Teka lang, mukhang bibigyan dito si Rehansha. Papasok dito yung Atlas. Looking for Finn, makakatakas naman. Pahinga muna, mukhang papanaan at mukhang si Rehansha ang babagsak pero nice counter set with a flicker fade away. Mula dito kay Asuna, makakabanat na naman si Garcia pero double kill na para kay Nile at makakatakas pa. Na micro ng Vitality pare.
Oo nga naiiwasan din yung invulnerability. Ayan tinan mo naman yung ginagawa ni Nine. Iniiwasan lang lahat. Pero ngayon parang hindi nata makakaiwas si Yas kasi napa-dash na rin siya. At nandito na ang pagsugod ng Vitality. Mamamahal mo jungler dito ng TRX. Dalawa na lang ang natitira para sa kanilang kupunan. Maswerte-swerte pa rin naman ang TRX kasi wala pa namang objective na buhay sa mga panahon na ito, and yung wave nila ay hindi nakatuon sa kanila. Yan, nakita kasi ni Finn na nagdash na itong si Ians, kaya pagkakataon na kagad na gamitin yung pinakahuling sapak ng Jet Kondo or yung Do, kasi Jet Kondo yun kasabay nung flicker. Kasi yun yung pangalan namin Jit, yung isang dash, Kun yung pangalawa, yung pangatlo yung Do.
Kasi yung Do. Oo. Uy, alam mo ba, hindi, ang Do pala sa Korea ay utak. Pero yan na, makukuha na ng Vitality itong Lord na ito, and this will be their third Lord of the game. Lahat ng mga objectives ay sa kanila napunta. Bagamat naging maganda yung last Lord patungo sa side ng True Rippers dahil nga naubos ang side ng Vitality. This time, iba ang istorya. Buhay ang buong 5 ng Vitality, and this might just mean an inhibitor turret kung hindi man makakalbo ang side ng True Rippers.
Oo, importante na makadepensa sila dito. And kung magbabasihan naman natin yung kanilang lineup, ay may kakayahan namang dumepensa to. Nandyan si Asuna, andyan din si Garcia. Hindi nila fully kailangan talaga mag-commit ng napakaraming skills dito para makapag-clear sila ng mabilis. Pero again, ang mahirap kasi dito, yung pressure na pwedeng ibigay ng Vitality na ngayon ay kumonekta na naman ang Abyssal Araw. At napagamit na ata ng ultimate kagad itong Uranus na ito. Sasalubungin nila yung Lord. Nagamit yung Purify dito ni Eman at siya yung may ipit. At namatay kagad! Ganong kabilisan na mula dito kay Asuna. Naghahabol ang TRX. Susubukan nila itong si Nile pero makakaligtas din naman with that conceal. Wait lang nakakaiwas din naman. Double dash mula kay Nile. Hahabol sana ang TRX. Pero makakatakas din naman itong si Nile na meron ding immortality if in case at tagumpay ang pagdepensa. I believe, makukonsidera natin na tagumpay yung kanilang pagdepensa doon sa Lord Siege na pinlano. Ayan, tinan mo, natunaw kagad si Eman.
Oo. Nag-crit ata na natamaan nung pass-through damage ni Garcia tapos na burst na rin ni Asuna. Grabe True Rippers actually going back in this game. Kung makikita nyo po yung live natin dito sa may bandang ibaba, sila naman ang pumepuwersa dito sa base ng Team Vitality. A setup coming in from the Atlas. Napato na rin ang mga ultimate dito. Patay. Kailangan na tumakas ni Asuna with a flicker pero si Pinay nandun sa likod. Two-man lock-up mula si Cheat Kundo. Tatama na naman ang para ni Moreno. That's Asuna going down. At mukhang kailangan na nga umalpas dito ng TRX pero buhay pa rin si Garcia kaya kaya pang pumalag.
Grabe, ibang klase ang CRX dito. Susubukan sana ni Moreno pero wala na siya patakas pa. Ians with another kill. Sumubok si Moreno, pre. Pero binili siya dito ni Ians.
Yun na yun Kumbaga parang sa tingin ko kung nakagat niya o kahit yung trap man lang pati kagat, kung makikita nga natin dito sa replay na to, no, napakagandang pana mula kay Moreno. Forcing out the flicker as well. Kami pumasok na meron pang follow up mula dito sa Jeet Kundo. Pero si Garcia talaga yung hindi nila mawakan. The entire time na pinapanood natin yung replay ay bumabanat lamang si Garcia. And this Moscow has been doing wonders para dito sa True Reapers. Kung babalikan natin, Burrito, yung play nila kanina doon sa top lane, nagsimula din dahil sa Moscow.
Ito naman talaga yung ine-expect natin na mangyari. Ayan, hindi natin ito napansin kanina. May solo kill pala na nangyari doon sa may bandang ibaba. Kaya pala patay pa itong si Ians for the next 35 seconds. Ngayon susubukan kontrolin ng Vitality yung Lord Pit. At magtatagumpay na nga sila kasi wala nga jungler ang TRX. Ayaw na rin ilaban or ayaw na rin isugal dito ng True Reapers etong larong ito. At patatagalin pa nga actually ng Vitality. So hindi tutubo yung Lord sa naaayon dun sa kanilang gusto. Mamaya pa to, 21 minutes and 14 seconds ang pagtubo ng Lord. So sapat na oras yun para kontrolin at manipulahin yung wave ng Vitality.
Ang galing nga nakita natin yung disiplina mula sa mga manlalaro ng side ng Vitality. And feeling ko win-win din lang yon para sa Vitality and sa side ng True Reapers dahil by that time ay meron na ring Flicker at Purify ang side ng True Reapers. Pero mukhang bibigyan nila dito ay si Rehansha. Wala nang pagdadalawang isip pa at mababurn na rin agad with the Sky Piercer. At hindi na makakatakas pa pero si Shogun ata ang ibabalik. It's a 1-for-1 trade at buhay pa rin dito si Garcia. Hindi nila mahanap ang Moscow na ito.
Yan, napatay. Itong si Shogun medyo kulang ang kakayahan ng Vitality na sumubsob dito sa koponan ng TRX. And ngayon ay wala pa rin naman itong si Kimi. So kulang din sila sa setup. Sasamantalahin ba ng Vitality pagkakataon? Tumama na naman ng Bisal Araw at napa-Winter Crown. Naabangan lang ng Team Vitality at siya'y mapapatay. Dahil ngayon ay Godlike na nasipa din si Asuna at unti-unti nagtutumbahan dito ang TRX. Bumuli pa nga ng Immortality si Nile at wala nang pakialam ang Vitality kasi lilinisin nila ang serye na to.
A 2-0 sweep para dito sa Team Vitality. But I just have to say, pare, ang ganda ng pinakita ng India sa game number 2 na yon. Their first MSC experience ending in a 2-0 with Vitality winning. Hindi naman ibig sabihin nun ay hindi nila nag-gain yung respect ng mga tao sa global scene. Men, kampiyon ng Indonesia yung ginanon nila.
Oo, pumalag talaga yun. Nakita natin na nakikipagsabayan pagdating sa pindutan itong representative from India at may arit kumbaga sa Tagalog term, may arit talaga itong kuponan na to. Medyo minalas lang kasi final boss kagad or hindi naman siguro final boss, basta mga boss ang kanilang nakasagupa dito. Pero nasubukan sila, nasubukan din ang kanilang kagalingan. Unfortunately, Team Vitality ang nanaig doon sa naging larong yon. Balikan natin yung mga naging highlights dito. Karamihan ng highlights pare mula kay Moreno. Yung mga magagandang pana niya, yung mga malilinis niyang pagpasok. Pero hindi natin matatanggi, malupit si Ians gumamit ng YSS
Oo, tsaka syempre para sa akin ang video talaga dito ng India would be si Garcia. Itong Moscow na to for the most part, hirap na hirap talaga ang Indonesia hanapin ang marksman na ito. Kaya naman nagkaroon pa talaga ng actual chance ang side ng True Reapers na pahabain ang serye. But as you said, naging maganda ang performance dito ni Moreno in the early game. But late game, nakita natin na bumida dito si Nile kung saan yung pinaka-huling solo kill niya kontra dito kay Ian ang siyang nagbigay sa kanila ng game-winning Lord. And that's one of the few things na talagang masasabi natin kung bakit ka ba malakas ang Hirara. Pero yung kahit YSS yung katapat niya sa loob ng 1v1 scenario ay kaya niyang pumalag basta ma-timingan niya ang kanyang mga abilidad.
Oo, yung timing kasi nung invulnerability yun yung medyo mahirap kapag hindi mo kasi na-maximize yung in-out mo kung ikaw ay YSS, hindi mo rin talaga mapapagana ng maayos yun. And dito natin makikita talaga no, yung sunod-sunod na pagsugod dito ng Team Vitality. Yung timing din pagdating dun sa skill kung paano pipindutin, kung sino yung rightest target. Paulit-ulit natin nakita mula kay Moreno and mula dito kay Fed.
May interview tayo kasama si Milos at pati na rin si Eman, ating kababayan na matagal nang naglalaro para sa Indonesia.
The comeback over the comeback and the comeback. Can you talk to me about how the game has flowed so far?
In game 1, we just to connect to each other and trust each other and believe in ourselves. Yeah.
And game 2, it almost slipped away.
Yeah, in game 2, we just need to know our win con in game 2 so we can get a comeback. Yeah, just like that.
Well, look, MSC 2022, you ended up winning it all. How important is it for you to be back on this main stage, especially now with Vitality in front of the hometown crew, with more and more audience coming as the event proceeds?
I'm so grateful because here in Paris, Vitality is hometown and just a little bit pressure, because Vitality is a strong contender also in all games. Yeah.
Very much so, not just here in MLB, but also, already we saw it in MWI, but thank you very much. Next up, you're playing against Falcons PH. It's a tough game. Anything you'd like to say to them for that game?
Just good luck and have fun. We give each other our best for tomorrow, yeah.
Very much so. Thank you very much then, Eamon. That's it. Team Vitality victorious in their game. What a matchup for them. Very stressful in some ways, but still, we'll leave it to our
Congratulations
depths
sa
to break
Team
it down.
Vitality at pati na rin kay Evan na mukhang gumagaling na mag-English, pre. Alam mo nga, natututo na kapag kumukombo na ng may payaya sa dulo Yun na yun
Oo nga tsaka may kita mo na confident na rin talaga itong si Eman sa mga interview. Kasi naalala ko ng mga earlier days niya dito sa Pilipinas, mahiyain talaga magsalita itong si Eman. And well, kahit ako siguro magiging confident na rin ako sa pagsalita, pare. Isa ka sa mga pinakamalakas sa mundo, or isa yung kupunan nyo sa pinakamalakas sa mundo, isa kayo sa mga tinitingala. Pero totoo yan karamihan ng mga teams, kahit mga malalakas na players talaga, ang kinatatakutan nila yung mga interview.
Mas lalo na kapag alam mong hindi nakakaintindi ng hometown language mo yung mag-interview. Kaya naman pakiramdam ko naging maganda din talaga na trilingual sila Rose, di ba? Mga ibang kapwa nating MLBB talents dyan. Kaya naman with that, 3 sweeps na po ang ating natunghayan para sa araw na ito. Hindi pa po dito nagtatapos ang ating broadcast ng MSC EWC dahil meron pa pong pang-4 na serye na mapapanood, and that's going to be Team Spirit kontra IGN na mapapanood natin mamaya lamang. Muli kami si Uomi at Burrito. Magbabalik po ang MSC 2026.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Nagbabalik ang MSC 2026 sa Esports World Cup at kami pa rin po makakasama nyo para sa pinakahuling serye ng gabing ito. Womi pa rin with Burrito para yatid sa inyo ang aksyon. And this time around, it's going to be Singapore kontra EECA. It's Team Ignite kontra sa Team Spirit.
Kabang-abang ito, no? Of course, maraming talagang nag-aantay, no? Na makita muli ang Team Spirit, no? Na isa rin sa mga crowd favorite or tournament favorite dito sa MSC 2026, no? Nag-uusap-usap na nga ang lahat, eh. Sino nga ba ang kukumpara natin or pag-uusapan natin na dark horse o baka mailis na uli natin ang Team Spirit dyan? Kasi sa totoo lang, kabang-abang talaga tong kuponan na to. Sa mga hindi nakakaalam o hindi nakakilala, no? Matagal na talagang nangunguna itong kuponan na to. And syempre, may bagong addition sa kanila. Kung lang iba kundi si Zor Egoist, di ba?
Oo, yun yung hindi nakapaglaro dati ng MSC dahil as far as I know, age concerns ata or age restrictions. Ang nangyari, kumbaga parang bagets siya noon, ngayon naman Paris bagets na ang mga kinakain niya doon ngayon sa Esports World Cup. And syempre gigil to, no, si Zor Egoist. And kung maalala nyo, ang naging kapalitan ni Zor Egoist ng MSC last year would be si Andoryu na naging hugot mula sa MPL Philippines. Na kung nanonood man, shoutout sa'yo, Boss Andoryu, no, namimiss ka na namin. Sana ay you are doing well. Nandito tayo ngayon with Team Ignite as well mula sa Singapore, or ang Ignite Esports, na kung saan pamilyar na mga faces lamang ay si Diablo ang unang maaalala ng mga tao.
Oo nga eh. Alam mo, napaka-tindi rin talaga ni Diablo, no? Parang halos karamihan ng mga international tournaments, no, na ginaganapan ng Singapore ay karamihan ng mga times na yun kasama palagi si Diablo. And kahit ako ay fan din talaga ako ng player na to, no, napakagaling mag-Benedetta, napakagaling mag-Badang, di ba?
Badang, Khalid.
Yun talaga nga abangan natin dito sa player na to eh. And I feel like may equal chance naman sila against dito sa Team Spirit. Ang mahirap lang kasi medyo solido na rin yung lineup na to eh. Imaginein mo, nandiyan si Hiko na Hikomania, parang child wonder na rin kung ituturing eh, di ba?
Oo, tsaka ang nakakaaliw dyan kay Hiko, di ba, Koreano. Alam naman natin na Koreano yan si Hiko. Pero hindi talaga marunong mag-Korean, men. Russia na ata ang kanyang talagang pananalita. And first time ko makakita nung Esports World Cup last year nung tayo ay pinalad na lumipad patungong Riyadh, ay talagang nagulat ako at nawindang nung narinig ko siyang nagsasalita kasi tuloy-tuloy talaga na, imagine mo, parang maling tao yung naririnig. Para ka nakakita ng ng white American na nag-full Tagalog o full Bisaya. Ganun yung pakiramdam, pare. Nakakaaliw man yung ganong klaseng interaction, hindi nakakaaliw para sa kalaban yung galawan nito ng Hiko dahil kung babalikan natin yung mga naging performances ni Hiko for the past few MSCs as well and international appearances, kung may isang hero na kailangan talagang pantayan, I'd say it's the Claude. Halimaw mag-Claude ito si Hiko ng Team Spirit.
Sobra, no? Alam mo, kung meta pa nga ang Beatrix, baka isa rin sa mga babantayan talaga dito kay Hiko, itong Beatrix, no? And I believe multiple savages na rin ang nakuha niya sa international scene, no? Kaya nga, marami talagang nag-aabang dito sa kupunan na to. Siyempre, hindi naman, kumbaga, bukod kay Hiko, andyan pa rin naman si Kid Bomba na alam mo, dumating nga yung era, pare, na lahat ng mga players ata or lahat ng mga nag-RG, kahit sa Pilipinas, kahit ako, guilty rin ako dito na naglagay na ng bomba sa pangalan. Diba? Ikaw ba nag-umi bomba ka ba? Kasi ako
Hindi. Wala kasi akong diamonds nun, pare. Wala akong pamalit. Kumbaga yung nung time na yon hindi ako nagtipid kasi 'di ba usually naman hindi naman na to tinatagong sikreto eh. Meron tayong diamonds na nakukuha.
Tama, may gano'n.
Wala nagastos ko kaagad lahat, pare. Alam mo naman, kapag may mga kapamilya ka naglalaro talaga ng ML, masarap mamigay. Nung era na yun, pre, wala akong tinitipid. Kaso nung in-announce yung Naruto, in-announce itong Street Fighter, medyo naging gahaman na ulit ako. Ayun.
Wala
By the way, shoutout kay Rockheart, Galaxy Collector, ang nag-iisang Galaxy Collector po sa mga casters. Kung tatanungin niyo po kung sino yung pinakamaraming diamonds at hindi po namimigay, ayan, si Rockheart ang sagot. Shoutout kay Rockheart. Joke lang, namimigay yan, guys. Namimigay yan si Rockheart. Tropa natin yan.
Grabe, no? Gaano na kaya kalaki? In terms of Philippine peso ang nagastos ni Rockart dyan sa mga diamante na meron siya. No? Ganun katindi. Kaya kayo guys, kung kayo ay may mga tropa na Galaxy collector na rin, ay itag nyo dyan sa comment section natin. Para makita naman natin, kasi ako sa totoo lang, kakaano ko lang, ano ba yung bago dun sa Galaxy? World, yun. Kaka-world collector ko lang. Dahil nga dun sa mga nakuha natin. Yun. Sa mga nakuha nating bagong skin. Ayan, si Umi, world collector na rin yan. Parang karamihan na tayo world collector.
Diba? World lang. Alam mo, hindi, parang natatakot na tuloy ako magpailaw ng pula. Dati kasi nagpapailaw tayo ng pula sa loading. Alam natin wala nang iaangat pa. So, alam mo yun, yung walang mananampal sa'yo pabalik. Pero ngayon parang meron ng konting takot na pag nagpailaw ka ng world collector na pula, baka biglang may lumabas na rainbow. Tapos Galaxy Collector yun, pre. Ayaw mangyari yun. Anyway, pupunta na po tayo sa stage kung saan makikita natin si Milosh at si Rose na magwa 1v1 para sa ating MSC trophy.
To watch, you know what? They got game 1 in under 10 minutes. That was crazy. We were yelling in the green room. And game 2, ooh, that was very 50-50. But you know what? I think that the last match of the day could all get us at the edge of our seats. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Team Spirit. This is a team that is no stranger to the international stages.
Ang inaabangan ng mga Pilipino, dami mga bombanatics na every international tournament natin ay nabubuhayan ng loob.
Okay, kasi nung tinawag ang Team Spirit, nagulat ako, mga Pinoy yung tinutukan ng camera. So, ibig sabihin talaga, ganito kasuportado itong koponan na ito. Of course, the old egoist na nabanggit natin. Bagets na bagets. No, from Virtus Pro last year, ngayon ay mag-kukumpit na siya sa banner ng Team Spirit.
Sa ngayon, makikita naman natin ang kanilang kalaban ng Ignite Gaming ng Singapore na talagang pinakita sa kanilang rehiyon na hindi magtatagal ang mga ilang dinastiya na tinitignan nila na sila pa ang makakaangat patungo dito sa ating MSC main stage. And katulad ng pinag-usapan natin kanina, ang pinaka-familiar dito ay walang iba kundi si Diablo na ilang years na natin nakikita consistent na nasa international tournaments.
Kaya matindi talaga itong si Diablo. So, aabangan natin ang pagtatapat ng dalawang koponan na to. Fistbump na ba sila dito? Ilalagay mo na yung mga keys nila. Yung mga keys nila. Ito siguro yung talagang inaabangan ng lahat. Yung durugan ng mga susi sa MSC at EWC. At ito na nga ang inaabangan ng lahat ang Team Spirit.
At katulad ng sinabi mo na yung durugan ng mga susi, hindi pa naman mangyayari yan ngayong araw at bukas ay hindi pa naman. Kumbaga, tinitignan lang natin yung kung anong magiging itsura ng ating bracket moving forward dito sa loob ng ating main stage. At nakita ko sa mga ilang ibang esports titles natin sa loob ng Esports World Cup na mas pinaganda na nila yung camera sa pagwasak ng mga susi na ito. So satisfying na siyang tignan, pare, na may putok talaga. Hindi mabahang putok yung may putok na yung may pop. Kumbaga
may ganun.
Pumipitik. May pasabog.
Pagka kinamusta mo, mare, kumusta ang putok, ay malakas.
Diba? Malakas ang putok. Diba?
Ayan, anuhin nyo na yan, ha? I-scan nyo na tong code na to. Nakikita natin dito sa Champions Pick. May chance kayo manalo ng mga diamonds dyan.
Grabe, 50,000 diamonds ang nasa papremyo. Imaginein mo yung anong gagawin mo sa 50,000 diamonds. Siguro si Rockart di na niya kailangan i-imagine kasi nagastos niya na yun Pero tayo mga simpleng nila lang, pati yung mga viewers natin dyan, pwede nyo makuha ang 50,000 diamonds. Di nyo kailangan imaginein kung kayo ang mananalo. Hindi pa natin alam kung ano magiging itsura ng serye na to, Burrito, but for the past 3 series ay puro 2-0 ang ating nakita. Baka ganun din ulit dito sa ating last series of the night.
Alam mo, kung ikukumpara natin itong dalawang koponan na to, kasi sa Team Spirit ay alam natin na sobrang competitive talaga ng region nila, ng ECA at ng mga players na makikita natin. Dito naman sa Ignite, may mga pinutol silang dinastiya. Tinalo na yung Evil SG nung Grand Finals dun sa kanilang rehiyon. Pero kung babalikan natin yung recent tournament, yung Asian Games na qualifiers ay hindi naging maganda ang kanilang naging lagay doon. I believe nasa second to the last or last place sila nung qualifier at hindi sila nakalusot. Dahil nga naman mga big boss din ang kanilang kahilera doon. Andun ng Philippines, andun ng Indonesia, andun ng Malaysia. So, yun ang question ngayon para sa sa kupunan na to, sa Ignite from Singapore. Tatagos ba sila or kakayanin ba nilang lampasan ang mga higante ng EECA?
Oo. In terms of EECA Giants talaga, team spirit yung tinitignan eh. Ito yung kapag sinabi mong EECA, sila yung unang team na papasok sa isip mo. And sa ating mga close-up section, no, alam na ng ating mga cameraman yung mga kilala na agad na mga tao. Tutok kay Kid Bomba, tutok kay Diablo. And here we go sa ating drafting phase 4 game number 1. Team Spirit ang makakakuha ng blue side first pick, Ignite Gaming ang nasa red. At katulad ng mga nakita natin kanina, ay mukhang tatanggalin ng Atlas despite getting the first pick para dito sa Team Spirit. Ikakaiba ata ang timpla ng parehas sa teams ngayon.
Oo nga, medyo Dora din na tinanggal. Actually, ang Team Spirit dito. So, pagka mga ganitong klaseng atake, naniniwala ako na may mga Ling, Nolan na lalabas or mga assassin na lalabas. Uy, by the way, si Zoer Egoist pala, isa to sa mga hinipe natin last year na matindi mag-assassin. Ayan na, Ling, pre. Sinasabi ko na nga, boy.
Mainit ang dugo ni Zor Egoist dito. Ayaw magbigay. And katulad ni Kyle kanina sa Team Falcons, may tapang ang side ng Team Spirit na kunin itong Ling ng napakaaga. Para sa Ignite Gaming naman, ano kaya magiging response nila? Zushin is open to take. Yung Hilda ay available din. Pwede nilang itipid ang kanilang mid lane pick dito at sabayan na lang muna itong Ling na ito with an Akai as well. Pero Valentina at Joe ang kanilang kukunin. Very safe, I would say. Parang pwede pa nilang galaw-galawin to eh.
Sa totoo lang, no, itong Valentina, pwede pa nga nila ilagay sa XP if in case man na available yung mga Sora, so baka yun ang kunin nila. Pero Zushin ang kukunin natin si secure dito ng Team Spirit. Plus the Pakito. Wow, tatlong hero na nangingibabaw. Mga nasa S tier na heroes ang hawak-hawak dito ng Team Spirit. Ngayon, anong kukunin natin pa-priority dito ng Ignite? Kukuha na ba sila ng gold lane para hindi maipit mamaya sa second phase? O kukuha na rin sila ng jungle?
Alam mo, parang regardless of their choice, medyo... kung magiging honest, sige, magiging honest lang ako ngayon. Medyo natalo sila dito sa first few picks ng Team Spirit. Grabe, all three roles pare, jungle, mid, and XP lane, nakuha ng Team Spirit yung pinakamalakas. Or at least isa sa mga pinakamalakas. Ling is by far one of the best junglers right now. And pwede siyang sabayan ng Suyo. This is really good for Ignite Gaming. But in terms of mid lane and XP lane, Zushin pa rin talaga yung nagbibigay ng unparalleled na vision at pati na rin utility. Then you have an XP lane in the Pakito na kayang-kayang labanan kahit sinong ilabas sila. Granted na ang Phobius ay tinanggal na rin ng Team Spirit. In terms of XP lane matchups pare, kung damage yung usapan, maybe you could get the Benedetta. Pero sasabihin ko pa lang sana na pwede pa silang mag-Beleric XP pero mukhang sila na mismo yung nagtanggal.
Oo nga eh, inayos na kagad dito ng Ignite Gaming. And ang ganda kasi nung, balikan ko lang yung Zushin, no? Kasi na-eliminate mo na kagad yung ideya na mag-utility jungle eh. Alam mo naman, sobrang hirap mag-utility kapag may Zushin. Na-force na nga ang Ignite na kumuha na rin ng Suyu. So alam na nila kung saan papunta itong lineup ng Ignite. Baka nga mag-focus sila dito sa XP lane na sustain na lang. Kasi kailangan nila ng haharap bukod dito sa isang Cho at yung matigas-tigas na at least makakatapak doon sa mga bush kasi hindi naman pwedeng itong Suyo ang gagawa nun eh, no?
That's true. And kung sakaling choices ang kanilang pag-iisipan
mga
dito.
Mga Terizla, ganun?
Ayun, Terizla, Alice. Sino pa ba? Parang pwede pa namang Sora kung tank build or maybe even a glue. But even then, kung mag-glue sila dito, no, medyo sila rin mismo nagtanggal.
Wow.
So solid. Malay mo may iba silang timpla. Feeling ko parang may ibang timpla ang Ignite Gaming.
Wow, tinanggal nila yung dalawang hero na possible na magamit nila pagdating sa XP. Yeah, or nililimatahan din nila yung mga hero dito ni Sabo, I believe. Pero kasi sa totoo lang kung i-consider mo si Sawon, tagal na yan since M1 ata, nasa ML na yan.
Oo.
Di ba?
Ito yung ito yung parang few ng Team Spirit, men.
Oo.
Few ng EECA.
Di ba napakatagal na niyan dito sa eksena. Pero tingnan natin kung Rome ba muna ay XP ba ang kanilang kukunin dito o itatago muna nila para sa gold lane kasi may carry pa naman, may Claude, may Hanet. Ano kaya?
O baka naman ina-expect nila na baka mag-gold pakito pa to kung ano man. Alam mo kung Uranus nga, katulad ng sinabi mo, kailangan nila na makuna. They're gonna go for the Uranus instead. And now, para sa Team Spirit, they are looking for potentially a gold lane at pati na rin ang kanilang roamer. Marami pang options in terms of roam. Sa totoo lang, no, kung show ang matchup mo, pwede pang kumuha ng mga heroes such as the God of Kacha. Hindi ka naman magkakamali doon. May Grak pang open. Bagamat medyo lugi ka kapag ikaw yung nabigyan ng mas maaga, it makes up for the fact na meron kang Ling tsaka Zushin. Ang lakas kasi ng first 3 picks ng Team Spirit na mahirap nang magkamali sa last 2 picks.
Alam mo yun, nakuha. Paulit-ulit namin sinasabi guys na sobrang ganda ng first 3 picks. Oy, wait lang! XP lane ata. Okay, gold lane pakito, ladies and gentlemen. And this time ay kukuha sila ng Minotaur for the sustain. Ibang klase yung naging liko dito ng Team Spirit
Oo. Hindi natin expect. If I'm being honest, sinabi ko naman yung gold lane
Yung
pakito,
gold
pero hindi
pakito,
ko in-expect na mag-Esmeralda sila sa XP lane. Considering na parang dead lane na yun, no, against a Uranus. Baka sumobra kasi, no, kung sakaling mag-deroth pa sila, parang wala na masyadong haharap. So I feel like the Esmeralda is the smart choice here. Kahit ba sabihin natin na Dirot talaga yung pangontra dito sa mga Yura o mga Esmeralda. Now, final pick para dito sa Ignite Gaming. They are still looking for their marksman. Sasabayan ba nila itong Pakito Gold Lane with a Fighter Gold Lane? No. Moscow ang kanilang kukunin. That's going to be a traditional setup para sa Ignite Gaming. Parang ito yung mga compositions natin pare kapag nagpapaiban tayo. Walang masama dun. This is effective and simple.
Ganda. And magigets mo rin namin kung bakit sila nauwi dito sa Moscow. At least may power siya na kontrahin yung mga ganks na lulutuin mamaya ng Ling. Kasi isang magandang spear lang, yung isang magandang spear of misery, tama ba? Spear of misery.
Yung may stun.
Yung may stun, yung ipipin mo sa pader. Isang magandang ganun lang ay maaari mong ma-force kagad yung Ling na makapag-Tempest of Blade or worst ay mapatay yung Ling, di ba? So, tingnan natin kung papaano gagana itong klase ng composition ng luto ng Singapore.
At papasok na nga po tayo sa ating game number 1 for the last series of the night para sa ating MSC main stage day number 1. Para sa mga nagtatanong pa rin sa ating chat kung kailan ang laro ng Pilipinas ay tapos na po at nanalo na ang Team Falcons Philippines kanina sa pangalawang serya ng gabing ito. Nasa pang-apat na po tayo kung saan mapapanood natin ang Team Spirit ng EECA kontra sa Ignite Gaming na nagmumula naman sa Singapore. Parehas kampyon ang ating matutunghayan sa ating last match.
Kaabang-abang ito and masasabi natin na may kalamangan talaga yung lineup dito ng Team Spirit. Yung ideya pa lang na bawat hero nila ay maganda sa bawat composition na pwedeng ilatag dito ng Ignite Gaming. And siguro ang aasahan na lang natin dito at least kahit paano iba ko early itong si Kelvin, which by the way Pinoy po pala itong si Kelvin, no? So may Filipino player ang Ignite Gaming at maganda to para sa kanilang upunan.
Actually, isang tao lang si Kelvin tsaka si Jay, pre. Pinaghiwalay lang na KelBJ yan eh. So, Kelvin J, pre.
Kelvin J.
Si Kelvin J, pre. Oy, shoutout sa daking kay Kelvin J. Going back dito sa ating laro, pare. Tipong kung tatagal tong laro na to, feeling ko Ignite Gaming makakalamang eh. May marksman sila. Alam mo naman yung sakit ng mga double fighter kapag di nanalo ng early to the mid game. Hirap na talaga pagpasok ng late.
Yun nga lang pala, no? Kailangan nila ng DPS. Siguro ang asaan na lang nila sa DPS dito is si Zaor, Egoist. And hindi lang naman sa DPS eh, maski sa control sa mapa, lalo na pag late game na, yung pag slow push, madali lang para sa isang lane kasi tatalon-talon ka lang naman sa mga pader. So feeling ko ito talaga inaasahan ng Team Spirit and kailangan nila ma-maximize. Actually, yung double fighter nila, and alam naman natin yung dalawang fighter na hawak ngayon ng Team Spirit ay mamayan pagdating sa levels 1 to 4. Ngayon, si Kelvin ang kanilang iniipit. Level 5 naman ito, pero maaagawan ng Green Camp. So, medyo babagal ang magiging tempo ng Ignite Gaming.
Grabe talaga to si Kono. Bata pa lang, grabe namang mama. At
batang mama.
Batang mama. The same could be said para dito kay Zor Egoist na mababa talaga ang age range ng Team Spirit dito. Nagpapa-average lang dito pare, si Sawo. Kaya napupunta sa normal na averages. Pero in terms of timing at ages, nasa tamang timing na rin ng Team Spirit na lumaban dito sa upcoming Turtle. Dahil dito lamang ang mga double fighter, yung tipong team fight bago mag-objective.
Yan nga eh. Tapos dahil nga sa panggugulo dito ng Team Spirit, naagaw pa yung orange buff ni Kelvin. So medyo limitado ang kanyang pwedeng gawin dito. Falling Stormer nagamit na ni King Bomba. Sasalubong si Roy. Sisilip din si Kelvin. Papana ng saglit. Diablo ngayon ay haharap. Pero tuloy-tuloy lang si Zaor Egoist. Nagpapa-level 7. Para nga naman may malaking kaalamangan siya pagdating sa retrihan. And this time ay si Roy ay papasok din. Susubukan ni Diablo na guluhin itong Sunset Lover. Hahawakan din ni Roy yung Crimson Beacon pero wala pang mag-aaganap na komosyon sa magabi ng koponan.
Ayaw pa talagang i-pull yung trigger. And I think si Wolf ang nagsabi nito kanina na yung mga Ling talaga ay mas prefer nila na iba yung nagsisimula ng pagong. Kaya naman mukhang ilalaban na ito ng side of Team Spirit. Ang Turtle ngayon ay mapupunta kay Zor Egoist na nakaw. Sign of the Pogi muna. Mapapa-flicker palayo dito si Jay at mukhang si Diablo na ata susundan nila. Here comes the Tempest of Blades. May region pa naman. Nagmumula dito kay Diablo but first blood ang mapupunta para kay Kid Bomba.
Ganda nito. Nakakuha ng kill, nakakuha ng pagong at kukuha muli ng maliliit na objective dito ang Team Spirit. At medyo nalugi si Kelvin doon. Tingnan natin yung instant replay. Napakagandang retribution para kay Zaor Egoist. Ito sinasabi natin kanina eh. Lamang sa level si Zaor eh. Kaya medyo may kalamangan siya pagdating doon sa pindutan ng retri. At nakita nga natin yung kalamangan na yon. Ngayon level 8 and level 7 itong si Kelvin. At pinipilit na ihabol dito ng Ignite Gaming. Pero so far ay safe pa rin naman yung golden. Ito siguro yung magandang balita na para sa Ignite. Kahit nalugi sila doon sa 50-50 doon sa pagong, safe pa rin naman ang kanilang gold laner.
Yun naman talaga yung laro para sa Ignite Gaming eh. Kahit patalo tayo sa Turtle, basta hindi tayo malugi ng sobra, try to buy time for this marksman. At mukhang magkakaroon ng laban dito sa gitna. Si Kid Bomba ang mawawala. SOD man ay kakabit. Mukhang si Sawo ay makbibigyan na rin. That's going to be another kill na mapupunta sa kamay ng Ignite Gaming. Si Diablo ang kukuha nito. Si Zor Egoist papasok. Tempest of Blaze dito sa apat. Pumon Blade. Parang pogi. At makakatakas pa. Halimaw magling itong batang to.
Grabe, no? Alam mo, sa totoo lang, kahit hindi na mag-sign up na pogi itong batang to, pogi naman kasi talaga. So sabi niya, hindi, Tempest of Blade na lang gagamitin ko, tapos face card na lang. Ayan, no? Tingnan natin, napakaganda ng sipa na ikinumit dito ng Ignite Gaming. Medyo ang lalim din kasi ni Kid Bomba. Medyo tumapang din kasi siya dun, no?
Gusto na mo, Zor Egoist, tatalon, Tempest, tatalaway, pak. Parang to, no? Kyrie bago parang Kyrie ng EECA.
Oo nga.
Nararamdaman ko na Team Spirit, concealed play. Jay, nakita nila. Jay? Ayaw. Di lumaban.
Hindi. Iwas muna sila. Pagong ay available na, by the way, para sa magabi ng koponan. Pero sabi ni Hiko, sige, subukan natin itong si CS. At napaflicker na rin. Alam nila na wala ng pang-iwas at pantakas. Nakuha nila ng matagumpay yung kill na yon. Kanina ay sinasabi natin na safe itong si CS. Pero biglang nagbago ang timpla. Pagong ay susubukan na rin kontrolin dito ng Team Spirit. At ang Ignite ay medyo umahabol sa ginagawang tempo dito ng Team Spirit.
Oo, and Ignite Gaming, no, kahit pa sabihin natin na medyo nalugi sila dahil namatay yung Moskov doon sa may bandang itaas. Napoprotekta naman nila yung sarili ng jungle, no? Hindi pa naman all hope is lost. Honestly, kahit 3,000 yung lamang ng Team Spirit dito, a good team fight could change this, pero dito na rin makikita kung lalaban ba sila.
Okay, Sunset Lover ay umangat na rin. Si Roy ay nabagsakan. Pero si Sauri Guis pa rin nagwagi. Tapos blade ay nagamit na rin niya. Kelvin mamamatay. 2 blades lang ang kukunin. Pero sabi ng Team Spirit, sige, try nating habulin itong si Diablo na bit-bit. At 5 miyembro nagtulong sa kanya. Double kill pa para kay Zaur Egoist. Nag-aabang pa sila dito kung sila nagamit ni Sawo. At kukumpletuhin na ata nila ang kanilang mga bucket list dito. Pati Tore ata sa gitna ay kanilang kukunin na. Siya ay madidepensa naman nito ng Ignite Gaming. Pero critical itong si Jay. At kahit hindi nila nakuha yan, parang okay na okay pa rin. Kasi yung Tore sa baba ang next na target ng Team Spirit.
At sobrang okay talaga niya, no? Mapapanood natin sa replay nitong turtle fight na to. By all means, this was a 50-50 turtle fight. Nanalo pa rin sa retry. Dito si Zor Egoist. At dito talaga natin masasabi na mukhang nag-iinit lang talaga itong Ling na to. Right after this fight, 4-0-1 na ang Ling. And kung babalikan natin yung mga changes sa Berserker's Fury na item din ng isang Ling na nag-deal na rin ng true damage kapag nagkikrit. At alam naman natin na laging nagkikrit ang isang Ling. Medyo malabo-labo ang buhay dito ni Diablo.
Oo nga, yung isang sundot pa lang na yun, alam mo na kagad kung saan anong pupuntahan. Pero si Sawa kanya sisipain. Bad decision ata ito. Aminowin Fury nagamit. Tapos yung blade naman mula kay Zaur Egoist. Tutulakin lamang dito ng Team Spirit. Sunset Lover ay tagumpay na sa pagbasag. Pero si Jay ngayon na magiging target na. Zaur Egoist ay atras. Buhay pa rin naman itong si Jay. Recall na muna pa atras. At si Roy, wala na rin siyang choice pare. Wala siyang ultimate na maganda-ganda kunin. Kundi yung Tempest of Blade na lang pang iwas.
Oo, pang outland talaga. Ang other choice niya dito would be either yung Zushin, pang reposition, or maybe even the Minoan Fury. Pero ang problema kasi kapag nag-Minoan Fury ang isang Valentina, yung loading time pare, hindi ka naman kukunat eh. Magdadabog ka doon, hindi ka makunat. And kadalasan yung pa yung magiging kamatayan ng isang Valentina. Makakadepensa naman dito ang Team Spirit sa may bandang ibaba at mukhang meron din silang counterplay doon sa may bandang itaas habang ang Lord ay sinusubukan ng bigyan ng fish ni Sawo at pati na rin ni Diablo. Team Ignite or Team Spirit rather ay lumalaki na ang kanilang kalamangan, halos 6,000 na.
Oo, magpapakita si Diablo kung sila ay magagamit din ng Team Spirit. Tutuloy sila, nasa lubong yung SOD at walang magiging contest para dito sa Lord na ito. At tutubo na nga kagad ito sa itaas na bahagi. So ang Ignite Gaming ay kailangan magpulong-pulong or magsama-sama para nga naman ay wala nang makita sa kanila dito. Kasi sa totoo lang, yung lineup ng Team Spirit pare, pang pikop-pikop to eh. Yung si Hiko, si Zaur. Kaya siguro pag tungo ng 6-minute mark, sama-sama na ang Ignite kasi alam nila na yung threat na yun ay sobrang kitang-kita na eh.
Oo, hindi lang kitang-kita, parang ramdam na rin talaga nila. Ang nakakailang dito, no, if your Team Ignite or Ignite Gaming ay ang tapang kasi ni Zor Egoist mag-Tempest of Blade sa ilalim ng Tore. For some reason, despite having 0 marksmen sa lineup na ito ng Team Spirit, ay sila pa nga nangunguna sa pag-push ng mga Tore. At dahil yan sa tapang na pinapakita ng kanilang mga fighters at pati na rin ng assassin, tingnan yung ginagawa, papasukin nata ni Zor Egoist to, pero mukhang hihintay naman niya ang Lord. Papasok ang Lord at sasabog din mula doon sa shield at nagkayato ng ating fight. Tempest of Blade sa loob ng base. Makakatakas naman SOD kakabit pero makakapag-blade palayo at tatakas na dito side ng Team Spirit at hindi ata nila makukuha ang mga inhibitor turret.
Oo, pero parang sulit pa rin yun kasi 3 flaker ang nasunog ng Team Spirit against dito sa Ignite Gaming. Napakagandang Crimson Beacon mula kay Sunset Lover. Para lang mabit-bit yung tamang target doon. Unfortunately, hindi nila na pagtagumpayan. Pero babalikan ko yung sinabi ko, mga flaker naman yung nasunog nila. So parang sulit na sulit pa rin yun kahit papano, no?
Oo, at hindi lang kahit papano dahil mukhang kukunin agad nila yung fruit ng fight na iyon. At isa na agad ang babagsak, hihilain pa si Diablo.
Wow.
Mapasok with the Tempest of Blades pero magandang makakatakas. After burning the flickers, 2 ang kanila makukuhang kill.
Walang pantakas si Kuya Jay eh. And nakikita na natin kung papaano inilalamang ng Team Spirit yung larong ito. Minoan Fury nagkakamitin din. Nakapat si Roy ay hindi na nakatakas pa. Iiwas na muna ang Ignite Gaming. Aantayin nila na mabuhay itong si Jay 1 second. At nandito na nga siya kung sila kanya magagamit. Hahanap sila ng kill? Hindi, didepensa na lang muna sila. Dahil medyo makapal-kapal yung wave dun sa may bandang gitna. Pero dalawang base turret ang napatumba ng Team Spirit.
Oo, medyo swerte pa nga ang Ignite Gaming dito na malapit-lapit sa Lord yung mga na-push na inhibitor turret. Bagamat hindi mo kang swerte dito sa makikita nating gold lead na meron ng Team Spirit, may at least hindi nila kailangan isipin yung offlane. In fact, pwede pang gumawa ng play dito yung Moskov sa may bantang itaas. And this is what we expected sa mid-game. A double fighter lineup ay laging nakakahanap ng paraan na makalamang ng early to the mid-game. And for Ignite Gaming, kailangan na lamang nilang bumili ng oras. They have to defend and tiis pogi muna talaga.
Mahirap nga lang, no? Masasabi natin na ganun nga naman talaga ang plano nila. Kasi wala na rin naman silang choice dito kundi gawin yon. At yung early game kasi na-secure ng Team Spirit hanggang sa mid. Dalan-dala na nila to patungo sa late game. So siguro may mga 8 minuto hanggang 10 minuto pa tayong kakailanganin para sa Ignite Gaming para makita natin yung kakayahan ng kanilang composition dito. Kasi even itong si Roy, hindi nila magamit Kasi ano ba kukunin mo? Minowan's Fury. And sinasabi nga natin kanina, kapag Minowan's Fury ang kinuha mo, mga 2 hanggang 3 segundo kang tatayo sa gitna para ikasa yung Minowan's Fury. Parang hindi pa rin sulit yung kaya nga nauuwi siya sa Tempest of Blade
Oo, at magpupush na side ng Team Spirit dito. Top lane, ang kanilang punterya. Agad nilang papasukin dito sa may bandang itaas. Minowan's Fury on to 3. At mukhang maaga ang New Year para sa IG.
Yeah, and this time ay tutuloy-tuloy na ata nila ang larong ito na kukunin na kagad ng Team Spirit.
And Game 1, mapupunta sa kamay ng Team Spirit after a big performance coming in from Zor Egoist. Matagal nating inintay ang MSC performance sa mga nanggagaling sa bagets na ito. Pero bukod sa Paris na baget, ay mukhang makakakita din tayo ng bagets na malalakas mula sa Team Spirit. Hiko and Zor Egoist nagpakitang gilas sa game number 1.
Wow, napakatindi ng performance ng Team Spirit. I believe, first time natin makita sa day 1 na magkaroon ng ganito, halos 14K, 13K, 14K yung naging gold lead ng kanilang koponan bago tapusin itong game number 1. Sobrang na-dominate nila ang Singaporean powerhouse team na ito. Kanina ay pinag-uusapan natin yung first 3 picks ng Team Spirit na talagang sobrang nagamit nila. Yung pangmamama ni Sunset Lover, yung secured na objective palagi ni Zor Egoist, and yung presensya ng isang pakito na hawak-hawak ni Hiko ay talagang nagbigay kulay dito sa larong ito. Nakikita natin mukhang I love you pa nga si Zor Egoist dun
Oo nga At bukod dun ayun nakita mo, parang marami kasing syllables sa ata yung language na ginagamit nila. Kaya mahirap talagang basahin yan. But just look at the combo na nanggagaling dito sa side ng Team Spirit. Kapag naipit ka talaga sa 2 o sa 3, napakadaming crowd control at napakataas ng burst damage. And if you cannot survive the first few seconds, ay kadalasan talaga ganun na magiging itsura ng mga team fights. And tama yung sinabi mo, Burrito, this is perhaps one of the biggest gold leads na nakita natin so far para sa ating MSC main stage. A 14K gold deficit ang pinakita against the side of Ignite Gaming at medyo malala talaga ang nangyari na yon para sa game number 1. And kung ganun ulit ang mayari sa game number 2, Burrito, hindi malayo na makita tayo ng isa pang sweep para sa araw na ito.
Tandaan natin, 2 lang ang buhay ng mga teams dito ngayon sa MSC. Kapag nalaglag ka na sa lower bracket or naibaba ka na, kailangan mo nang mamanalo ng sunod-sunod. Kasi if ganun man ang mangyari, 2 beses kang matalo sa isang serye, ay eliminated ka na sa iyong tsansa doon sa ating knockout stage. So sobrang importante nito para sa Singaporean representative na maitabla nila itong larong ito. Dahil sa totoo lang yung game na yun, medyo nakakadurog ng mental yun
Well, may oras naman para mag-reset ang side ng Ignite Gaming dahil nanalo na ang Team Spirit ng game number 1. Hindi pa po dyan nagtatapos ang ating gabi dahil pwede pa tayo makakita ng 1 o 2 laro sa pagpapatuloy ng ating panghuling serye. Uomi at Purito, nagatid sa inyo na aksyon. Magbabalik ang MSC at Esports World Cup.
guys, my name is Fel. Right now we want to test the players' reaction time by playing Don't Hit the Bell. Right now I'm with Diablo from Ignite as well as our Egoist from Team Spirit. So what you guys will be doing is you guys will keep hitting that plastic Tupperware thing and one of you guys will try to remove it so the other hits the bell. You guys understand the game?
Yes.
All right, Diablo, you will hit first, and then Zara Egoist, you will hit second. So get ready on the count of 3. Let's try to see who wins or not. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, okay. Close, close, close. All right, keep going until someone loses. Almost. All right. Zara Egoist is actually doing very strong. Okay. Oh, wait, I think that was a hit. I think you won. Did you hit the bell? No.
I don't feel it. Yeah, I don't.
Hold on. Okay, there you go. You know what? Congratulations, Diablo. It looks like have very good skill. And Zaragos, I think you are too fast for your own good. That's it. That's Don't Hit the Bell. Congrats to you. You're looking pretty good. So we'll see how they do on the battlefield. We'll see you guys later.
Nagbabalik ang MSC 2026 at Esports World Cup at kami pa rin po makakasama nyo para sa gabing ito. Uomi with Burrito para ihatid sa inyo ang aksyon. Game 1 ay napunta sa kamay ng Team Spirit at dito po natin malalaman kung makakabawi pa ang Ignite Gaming ng Singapore o matatapos na naman ba ng isang sweep ang panghuling serye ng gabing ito. Burits, kamusta tayo dyan? 10 o'clock mo, maagang uwian na.
Oo nga eh. Medyo maaga-aga nga talaga at ang ganda nito no kasi kahit papano ay hindi tayo humaba ng gusto kasi tuloy-tuloy naman ang mga nagiging laro at tuloy-tuloy din ang naging abante ng Team Spirit dito sa larong ito. Napag-usapan natin kanina na medyo nakakadurog talaga yung game number 1. Pero hindi ito ang panahon para magpadurog ang Team Singapore or ang Ignite Gaming. Masakit nga lang, mahirap nga lang yung 14k gold lead. Pero feeling ko dun sa mga picks nila sa first 3 picks talaga nagkatalo nagkanda loko-loko yung kanilang team dito Kung nabago yung first 3 picks, I believe magbabago talaga. May mga chine-check pa siya si Idol Diablo. Parang check nila yung ano ba yan, yung mga heroes.
Ewan ko pero at that point parang mapapaisip ka talaga dapat katulad ng sinabi mo, Burrito, no, yung 3 picks kasi na nakuha ng side ng Team Spirit ng first phase ay talagang hindi ka nais-nais para sa Ignite Gaming. I feel like understatement pa nga yung hindi ka nais-nais. Parang nakakabigla nakaka-overwhelm. Pero yung mo, no, Zushin in the mid lane, Pakito in the XP lane, may Ling na agad sa loob ng jungle. Doon sa 3 pa lang ay recipe for success na talaga yung makikita natin. Pero hindi nga Pakito XP yung nangyari, pare. It was an Esmeralda in the XP lane. Flex pick pa yung Pakito na yon. And let's see if kung may magbabago ba para dito sa pangalawang game natin. And para po sa mga kakatutok pa lang ng ating Filipino broadcast, ay upang huling serye na po natin. Hindi pa naman huling game. Hindi pa natin alam kung makakabawi nga ba dito ang Ignite Gaming ng Singapore. At dito natin malalaman sa papalapit nating game number 2.
Matindi-tindi ang ating aabangan dito. Lalo na't na pag-usapan natin na sobrang importante ng first 3 picks. Dito natin makikita na kung paano mag-a-adjust
and out the Eudora and the Atlas. They are still really leaning into the idea of we're definitely going to pick up assassins no matter what.
And the Eudora has been a big kind of even pick in mid lane to allow some type of stun, some type of CC, potential outplay, or slowdown of the assassin so far. But Trex, I saw you pointing at that ban.
Well, that just means there's a lot on the field still. The Marcel it's a good ban, but it's also a throwaway ban because of the fact that we're seeing Atlas and Eudora banned out. We have Freya, we have Harara, we have Jushin still. There's a lot on the field to be traded with, and now it's up to Team Spirit. Do we give kind of a off-brand ban so that we can get the
2 of 3
2 or 3 of, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We get the swing back. Harara has been monstrous. They do it. So it's a Belleric ban, meaning we have Freya and Harara both normally have been banned consistently are on the field.
Yeah, Freya, Hirara, Ling, all still open. Wealth of choices here, which means Ignite are willing to trade out. And in first pick, which means Ignite are willing to trade it out. Team Spirit can't get everything, and Ignite might just be able to, math-wise, end up with more by the end of their first 3 picks.
Wow, so they go for the Ling. So they take it away, and they say, this is ours now. You're going to have to figure something else out as well. Does that mean the Freya goes to the side of Bumba and Zhao are egoist?
Ooh,
go Freya Harara?
Yeah, I'm okay with the Freya Harara. Just go for damage right away. It's honest, but it's the good kind of honest. You know, it's like you're not going to get punished for that kind of honesty because those picks are just way too strong that not a lot can really deal with it. Let's see if they'll go for another switch up, but that'll be too early to show. I think Ignite might end up walking away with a Paquito later on.
They don't need Harara here because no matter what, Ling's already been picked, so they can pick something else here. Get the Harara in 3rd pick.
Yeah.
Jushin.
Push it back.
Yeah. Okay, so that's another game for Sunset Lover and the Juicen this time, and it was impactful. It did give a lot of difficulty for Jay and Roy to be able to hold the center.
So Ignite here. Did they lock in what's been the popular pick? The Valentina. It didn't do amazing last time. This is tough, honestly. I don't know if I would have went for the Ling up front.
Yeah, I might have been too honest at the time. You mentioned the Valentine. I think the Valentine is okay. Or you pick up your gold laner now, so you can just start taking away gold laners at the second phase. Yeah, they do. They end up picking up the Brody, and then they'll go for the glue. Good chance it's going to be in Rome, but of course I can still be flexing to the EXP lane. And as you expected, Trex, there's the Hirara at third. So now you're just going to be playing a lot of trades through the mid. I would like to see Ignite consider a Lilia for their glue, just so that it's that constant pressure around the juice and then whichever roamer it's going to be paired up with. Or if they want to go for instant burst right away, or if they want to play around the box, an Eve is alright, but actually no, I'll go back on that. The Eve might actually be too difficult against the Freya, Hirara, and Juicin. Excuse me, the Eve, yeah.
The glue's a clean pick, though. I like it against the Freya, against any kind of big brawly fighters. It's a great stopper.
Yeah.
And also, as you said, most likely will be Roam, but there is flexibility to it coming into second phase, something you do kind of want on blue side, because you don't exactly get last pick. So more bans coming in from Ignite. They're taking their time this game, honestly, in terms of picks, in terms of bans. They take out that Minotaur, back over to Team Spirit.
Yeah, I think they realized that the Minotaur and Juicin together was just annoying. Too much crowd control together, plus that extra heal popping out of the Minotaur actually saved Team Spirit a lot in the last game.
Esmeralda also banned this time around. Stolen is the Ling, so that'll be on the opposite side. And again, some priority for Zushin on both sides, repicked.
They take out the Uranus.
Uranus also banned.
Which, even though Diablo didn't have the greatest game on it, it can still be a nuisance.
And it's still an option, right?
Yeah,
it just limits his choices at this point.
So on this side, last ban from Ignite. Do they continue to home into the roam here? Or do they focus on the gold? You mentioned them possibly taking on any gold laners. We haven't seen any. I think at this point they know that there's not like that one gold laner that just owns the game at this point. So is it really worth? Yeah, you ban out the Hereth, they pick out the Moskov. You ban out the Moskov, they get the Hereth or the Claude. So you might as well get something that might have a bit more of an input, and they go with the Arlot.
Yeah, it looks like they're not going to be playing around the static mid laner. They want to get somewhat close to mid-range, a lot of dive. And the Arlot makes sense as a ban. They're still respecting the possibility that Freya might go gold, and then you suddenly go get an Arlot EXP. Suddenly, team fighting for a lineup, playing around the Brody looks even more difficult. So they cover their bases, and they do not have the damage to deal with this Barras unless they pick a Lunox at mid.
Barat's roam, though?
It's a Barat's jungle.
So where's Harara going?
Wait, no, you're right.
Team Spirit's getting spicy right now.
Barat's EXP Freya gold. Then jungle Hirara, mid Juicin, and then
unless Harara goes somewhere crazy.
Mathilda roll. Yeah,
it's got to be Harara jungle. So yeah, Barat's EXP.
Wow, Kid Bamba with the
Freya gold. They're going for the fighter. Yeah, they're going for the bulky offlaners again.
They go Mathilda. Just so that you get the or no, they still go Cho. Team Spirit, you are surprising us in the best way possible. You're packing up picks, and it makes sense. Again, it doesn't have the damage profile early on, and even once it gets later. But let's see if the Lillian Brody might be enough to melt through this overly aggressive, high damage, high crowd control, very tanky frontline.
What I love about it is it's showing how much trust they have in their brand new jungler. Picking up these funnel strategies where they know that, listen, we're going to pick this big bulky box and just do your thing, Czar. And right now, the faith that they have in him is showing up.
All right, Team Spirit getting a little funky here with the Barats on the side of Kid Bamba. He'll go up against Alice on Diablo's side, and we'll see if Ignite can pull it back even or if Spirit will close it out 2-0. Let's send it over to our casters to get games 2 started.
Coach Coldstar and the rest of Team Spirit are cooking in the draft, and this is going to be a big statement if they end up 2-0 with this kind of draft. Gideon, this is so, I want to say, unusual for what we're seeing, but I love to see it, man. The meta is continuing to focus and shift into different ways than what we're used to.
There have been rumors about this Barat's EXP. The question is, I wasn't really expecting it to show up this early on into the tournament, but now we're also seeing what's going to happen on the opposite end, right? Like, the big problem with the Barat's EXP is how do you maintain your stacks consistently, especially both junglers starting on that side of the map, so you don't really have anything to, like, maintain your stacks in the meantime. meantime while you're waiting underneath turret or the enemy side.
Yeah, this is one of the things that we'll have to see executed through Kid Bomba. Again, Barrett's XP is not something you see too often, but it's tanky enough. Yes, he's going to struggle a little bit to get some of the stacks, but then again, maybe it's going to result in something where, he's just trying to set up the Daytona's welcome for the team. Again, your crowd control utility on this composition from Team Spirit is just kind of out the roof because you have a choke kick, you have the lantern flare and the beacon from Sunset Lover, and this gives a lot of space once again to just funnel things into your jungler and the Hirara. We just saw this earlier today too. If you manage to go ahead and scale crazy fast on a Hirara, and let's say even you to the point where you pick up Sky Pierce and you got 8 stacks, dude, you are a killing machine basically in your own right, and you're hard enough to catch.
Yeah.
So when you're centered around that and you have all the crowd control in the world, that's the difficult part for Ignite Gaming if they want to go ahead and fight this. Now the Ling for Kelvin can essentially do the same thing, but you're playing into that. Your Lilia does a lot of this early game damage. Eventually the Brody can scale up as well. So there's a lot more, I feel like, possibilities for Ignite Gaming to make use of.
Speaking of possibilities, I'm thinking whether or not Kid Bomba's entire purpose is to just bog down Diablo, right?
Yeah.
Go for the Daytona's welcome, eat him up, make sure they don't have an access to Throne Ruin. Iframe's already out, Throne Ruin coming through, Flicker, Diablo connects onto 2 as the Daytona's welcome connects as well. Pinning him against the wall, Hiko takes out Jay, but now the Bladed Tempest is out. First blood is done, but there's only so much he can do. Hiko catches him mid-air as his first turtle has turned into a bloodbath.
He looked like a Valkyrie there. I mean, he was in the air and he flickered for the kill, and he got it. 2 kills for Hiko on the gold lane of Freya. That is once again just a team fighting upper hand that we see from Team Spirit. Again, this was a great gleam into the Throne of Ruin setup. Look at the health bars of Team Spirit here. They get so low, and you'd think this is a great point to follow that Tempest Blades, but man, Hiko had his mark and locked down Kelvin.
Really good stuff. Even Kid Bomba was making sure, like, hey, I see Kelvin coming down. I'm going to make an attempt with the Daytona's welcome, despite everything.
Yeah.
I think it's really great, right? It's about denying the follow-up from your opponents, and I think whoever makes that big impact at the very beginning of that fight usually makes the difference here. Despite Diablo having to lose out on a big chunk of EXP, I think it's all right. I mean, he did lose his Flicker, unfortunately, but that doesn't matter. They've got to wait until the next turtle before they're even going to consider another team fight.
Yeah, that team fight basically showed us that kind of this choreography here. As you see it again, the Gleam, the Throne of Ruin being used up. But I feel like even if they land those, they're just not, unfortunately, in that position to go ahead and capitalize it unless Kelvin is there. He's a big part of this. Daytona's welcome, though.
Well, it's already good, and I think they should be able to find a kill here, but the Bladed Tempest will allow Kelvin a way out. Does he still have his pinch points? Yes, he does. And now he's going to exit from this area. I don't think they have the early game damage to make this work.
Yeah.
Kelvin is running the killing spree. He's not running Warcry for the early exceptional damage. And not to mention that even CS has been kind of isolated for a large majority of these fights as well because they can't seem to get the rotations down. Roy, maybe in some trouble. Black Shoes already out here, and that's just the power of this Hirara.
That's one of the scary things, Zara doesn't have to do anything crazy. It's just like he does the combo. You essentially have to pop your Black Shoes, your ultimate, or even, let's say, a Flicker later on. So, that's something to deal with if you're IG, not being able to fight at full force. And what you're noticing, too, Kid Bomba, because he has a Daytona's welcome, and sometimes he's just going for Kelvin, gets the ultimate out of the Ling. You don't have that anymore. And slowly but surely, that's going to delay the Ling further for Kelvin, but they're going to fight it off here. Second turtle is up. He's going to grab his purple buff. We'll see if he gets here in time. It is delayed quite a bit, so IG does a good job at that. Team Spirit, though, they'll calculate this. Again, Hiko's pushing up top towards that top turret. Here they break out, though.
Yep, they're slowly attacking him. Sawo spots out where the backline is supposed to be. Hiko's thinking about maybe going for it, but he's shown presence here on the map. He might start making his way over into the mid lane. Bomba still maintaining his stacks as much as he possibly can here. Throne of Ruin only connecting onto one, but Sunset Lover is looking to respond. With max stacks on those butterflies, Sawo finds the kick in a perfect angle on top of the glue. Jay should explode here, but he's got nobody to jump on, and Sawo just makes it out with a sliver of health. CS takes him out, and now Hirara looking for an opportunity, but unfortunately just ain't enough, and even flickering forward with the Daytona's welcome. Kid Bomba trying to get the trade, misses out at the very end. Unlucky for Team Spirit, but it's not over apparently. Jay decided to take matters into his own hands.
Okay, I understand what Jay was doing there. They had a whole lot happen for IG in that team fight.
Oh
they
my
really
God,
punished. Oh, Kelvin. Okay. He survives, stays alive, turtle secure. That's what matters. But again, going back to that fight, it just seemed like Team Spirit was actually not in connection. You know, like they were all going in at different times. They got kind of caught in a bad position, and it was great to see IG punish that. But then, of course, you know, they need to continue building up on that. And that's why I was saying, you know, playing into their cards here, they got many options to play with. There's a kick once again.
Oh, it looks good now. Okay, Throne of Ruin comes down through. Sawo is in a lot of trouble here. Forces out the conceal. Even Diablo is going to cut him off eventually. He should die, but no, it doesn't seem to be. Kelvin finally finishes him off. Black Shoes has been called as well. These fights are slow and painful, but that's exactly what both sides want.
Yeah, right now too, CS has been able to go ahead and farm up on this Brody. It's going to be a big part of it. You know, earlier on he had the Blade of Hepsies. He was actually able to do some decent damage just with that one item, but of course, you know, getting those marks off and then that torn apart memory, he's got a lot of space that he could work with depending on how the team sets a fight up. But that's, I guess the biggest part of that is where does Diablo land with his Throne of Ruin? Is he going to be able to gleam on the right targets? Because like in the last one, again, whether you hit 1 or 3 members, that changes a big part of the team fight, you know? And so now these battle spells are coming back online here for Team Spirit. Same for IG. You still got about a minute for that flicker to be available. And, you know, the flicker isn't always needed for an Alice to get that setup that you're kind of looking to see, but nonetheless, it's better if you have it. You cover more distance, you know, and you can surprise Team Spirit from that. So right now, they're just kind of staunching the bleeding here. There's a kick.
Oh, it's so good, but do they have enough damage? Unfortunately, not enough. Blade Tempest is already out, attacking Hirara, and even using the Finch Poise, thinking about chasing, but Kevin decides not to. Sees Kid Bomba and Sunset Lover and has decided, I'm out. I'm done with this. Even Diablo and Roy, just making sure that the rotations are slow so that the reinforcements don't come in time.
This is an opening, though, for Team Spirit to go ahead and take this turtle. Retribution still not available for 15 seconds, so this should just be an easy turtle to take.
Oh, Throne Ruin coming in, and now the descent with Valkyries as Hiko's thinking about who he needs to be on top of. For now, Jay able to at least get one with the help of CS. Are they not going to punish this? I'm expecting a punish here, but Sabo going to go for a completely different target as Diablo is dead. Hiko takes out CS, and can they? No, didn't see it, but Roy will pray so hard. Like, how do you get rid of this Freya continuously walking in your face? Kevin is gonna try. Oh my god, he's about to get Sunset Love. Finch Poise gets him. He might actually outplay this, and he does. He gets on out of there just in time.
That's what we need to see from a Ling if it's picked up. Great play and movement there from Kelvin. And yes, Team Spirit was able to get a couple kills in the hands again of Hiko. But you gotta keep this Ling scaling up. You gotta build that snowball.
That was some hot stuff. I mean, he just purchased the Haas Claw, and all of a sudden now he can enter in and out of the fight, especially if the rest of the members of Team Spirit just don't look at him for half a second, right? Because the fight begins, they start this huge engagement right into the center of the turtle pit. The worst part about it is that Zara Egoist didn't take any of that damage. That's why it's so difficult to kind of get past the anchors of Sunset Lover, because even if you do commit, that's a lot of HP to cut through.
Yep, looked like there was an initiation here in the mid lane. They're going!
Counter initiation even better as they find it. Ignite might have just cracked it open as Team Spirit have already lost 3 of their members in this fight. Mid Tier 1 going to collapse.
Wow, that was a big fight. I wonder if we're going to get a chance to go in and see how exactly that all started. But again, off of it, Tier 1, Tier 2 falling now in the mid lane. IG, this is the ignition they needed, man. Ignite Gaming finds it. They open up the map a little bit more. 13 seconds away from the Lord. Here's the replay brought to you by STC. This is where it started. Kelvin, again, this damage that he has off of a couple item pickups already showing, and then a good follow through with the Alice from Diablo here to make sure they won that fight in the mid. Now Lord is up.
At this stage, unless Zara has a lot of Sky Piercer stacks, it's going to be hard, but here we go. Blade Tempest early on, early retribution. Oh my goodness, thank goodness. They find it. Hiko takes out Roy, and now Roy takes out Kelvin. It's just a chain reaction, but nobody can get on top of this Brody. And they're able to pull through. He turns it around. Hiko, triple kill. Gets, oh man, Zara takes away the potential maniac here. But man, what a full team wipeout.
A triple kill for Hiko. He's off to it again. here in this iteration of MSC at EWC 2026. Yes, they got the Lord. Lord was secured here, but look at the team fight. This was set up for success, but then it all fell apart because of the way that you position yourself around the map. Beacon coming in clutch here, giving that opportunity for Hiko.
The timing that Sunset Lover just gets the purchase of the Ice Queen wand came in clutch. All of a sudden, IG realized, whoa, we're not keeping up with them as much as we are. And now Sunset Lover's in trouble. Blade of Tempest forcing out the flicker, but Kevin, he's looking for anybody at this point. He wants battle spells. He'll sniff blood in the water.
Kelvin is mad, man. He knows that shouldn't have happened after that Lord secure. So essentially, what does it result to? You know, this Lord that they were able to take, it doesn't really get much for them. They're back to square one, but that's not too bad if you're IG, because you needed to go ahead and get yourself settled into this game, build up on that Brody. You can see it. He's got the Sky Piercer, Blade of Hepsies, which he had the first item, Malefic Gun now locked in too. He's able to get that little bit of extra range to work with, which is pivotal for them to win these fights, because as we're seeing, Hiko's a problem, man. Someone's got to shut him down, and he has been sticking to the right targets. And if it's not CS, because CS has movement to work with, he's right on Roy. He's going for Kelvin. You know, he's able to go ahead and be that nuisance, especially when he has the flicker available. You know, you think you get away from the Freya, the next you know, she's flying forward to you.
Yeah, it's just a lot of handle, if I'm being perfectly honest. Oh, Sawo, he sees this. Luckily, isn't able to knock Kevin off this wall. Roy's got to be really careful because he's going to be the most reliable source of damage. Only second to CS, and that purple buff is going to get taken away. Now they're initiating Throne of Ruin just to disengage. Kibama, does he want to punish this, though? Won't commit with the Daytona's welcome. They all split, and now back to the lane management.
Tier 2 turret going to fall up top. Another jungler battle here. Kelvin, no buffs, but he will be able to go ahead and survive. Doesn't need to go ahead and use the ultimate either, so keeps that. Will grab his orange, and this is just Team Spirit playing pressure in their side of the jungle against IG. You know, if you're IG, you kind of want to get them out of that space. You know, you don't want to get too far caught up because, again, with the Jushin or the kick available for Sawo, it's like, you know, any overstep, you could get thrown in this fight, and you're going to end up burning the flickers and everything else, which are pivotal for the next Lord fight up here in 10. They're testing the waters here.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what they need to do. As scary as it is to put your foot over no man's land, praying that you don't get shot whenever you lift your head up in the trenches, I think that somebody has to be brave enough to try and bait that reaction from the side of Team Spirit. And so far, in a lot of these scenarios, Team Spirit has been very cool, calm, and collected.
Oh, this is going to be started up really quickly. Kelvin thought he'd go back to base, but there is a bit of a push up here too. Now mid lane. Look at the positioning of Sawo as well. Oh, CS is gone.
They picked him off, and now IG can't contest this no longer. Diablo, he's trying to get on out of there, but it's too late. He goes here, and he's here to destroy, demolishing the entire backline. Double kill already.
This feels a whole lot Hiko Mania, man. I mean, he had 9-0 and 3 on a Freya.
It's ridiculous, and I mean, it was Bruno initially, and now it's this Valkyrie, and it's so scary to see Spirit in this almost psychopathic mentality, right? Like, nothing seems to be phasing them. We're not getting much reactions from these guys as well, yet they are playing like absolute machines. Sawo knows, right?
Sawo knows. He knows Kelvin's there. I would assume so, unless, again, buff is not available, so maybe they just think it was stolen and Kelvin is elsewhere. But now they'll start to make a move across the map here. Team Spirit has that advantage. I mean, turret-wise as well. They've opened things up a little bit further. They're going to try to cut that wave up top to keep it from pushing as the Lord makes its way up top side. But Kelvin's still there, so right now he's going to work on it. Again, he should be able to clear this out pretty quickly, but you can see two members, Team Spirit, Saul and Zariguis, they're here.
Oh, good Finch Boyce coming in from Kelvin. Good reaction time just to buy a little bit of space for the team to just breathe for a moment, look at the map, and now simultaneously these waves are not going to be able to crash in at the same time, but at the very least they can delay it and then hit them one by one, minimize the structural damage overall.
Yep. He's going to go ahead and cut that mid-wave again. So good usage. Again, this is what you expect with the Ling. Look who's on him, though. Zariguis.
I don't think that this is something that Zar should try for, not without help, or at least a single bit of CC. Look at how mobile they are as they're looking to steal away another purple buff.
Yeah, this is one of the things, though. They can't really knock down these turrets easily without getting in range. One of the disadvantages of not having that traditional marksman that you're used to seeing. So even with that Lord, they'll do a little bit of damage to the base turret up top, but essentially not able to start taking them down. So IG, they're still okay. I mean, I know this is a 4,000 gold lead for TS, but IG, based on their team composition, might have a chance to go ahead and win a big team fight, play the map. Kelvin is doing exactly what he needs to do on the Ling.
He's finding that space. He's buying that time. We're already 16 minutes in, and probably not exactly where Team Spirit was hoping to be. Oh, he just got off the Finch Poise. He's in trouble right now. He's got the Bladed Tempest here, but the question is which direction to go. He tried to outplay it, but unfortunately, it's just too much damage for him to handle, and now the rest of the team might just be in some trouble as the way the Dragon has already been used. They're trying to pull him away, and now they pull him right in front of Roy. He doesn't get it off in time, and the rest of the team is now in some huge trouble as Team Spirit. Oh, they're gonna let Hiko die for this? Nah, they just want to punish Jay. That should be it. That should be an inhibitor turret, unless they can stop this. And they hit it. I mean, what can they do at this point? Under tower, they literally can absorb all the damage.
They're gonna chase down Diablo too. They're gonna whittle him down enough. They got a mid-wave push here. TS looking to cap out a game.
They're gonna be able, they might actually, no, wait, hold on. Roy, how long until he's come back up? I have no idea. Now, apparently, his Eternal Black Shoes as Diablo get kicks out, and that is going to be it. Look, Kevin, does he have it? Retribution, anybody to try and clear that wave, and manages to do it in time.
Oh, Kelvin will keep them in the game for now. IG buying themselves a chance, but the Lord is up, and Team Spirit will make their way forward. Yeah, the purple buff's going to be taken, but based on what we just saw in that team fight, that misplay from IG, Team Spirit will get themselves this Lord and get ready to go ahead and once again get towards the base of IG, capping out potentially this series.
Yeah, but now the rest of the team is actually scaling. There's some real damage here from the side of Ignite Gaming. The only problem is whether they can consistently peel Hiko, and that's the big issue. There's so much CC across the board that splits them apart.
Here's the good thing.
What's the good thing?
A lot of the battle spells are down for Team Spirit.
Okay, that's not bad.
And what we've seen so far for Hiko is he's wanted those flickers to be able to make those plays, right? So there is a chance here for IG to go in and clear this out. Conceal going to be used. Kelvin's going to go do his own thing, cut that wave if he can. This base turret's going to be worked on up top, though. Base is going to be fully exposed. Half health on this Lord. They're on the defense. They're going to go and try to slice and dice their way through this as Lord is cleared out. Now Team Spirit, what does Kelvin do here? Do they just want to clear out the waves?
Yeah, I don't think they have a real answer to this Lilia just clearing these waves, and not to mention that if they overextend themselves, there's a good chance Diablo will respond in kind. It's going to at least be a Wishing Lantern purchase coming in from Sunset Lover, and I can't think of a way for TS to really like force the end unless IG makes the mistake and accepts the challenge of the fight.
Yeah, this has to be one of those cases where that end angle for Team Spirit is they got to get a pick. Oh, House of Blades used. Kelvin's going to be fine. He can just Finch Poise on out. But, you know, essentially when you're waiting for this, you know, 90 seconds for that Lord to be up, this is, again, very similar to what we saw in the previous match where you had 80 stacks on the hero. This one's 77, but nonetheless, still deadly.
So dangerous. And I mean, at least for Ignite Gaming, they're playing the tactical approach, right? Just continuously be hidden shadows across the map. Make sure that TS has to react to you. And if they respond, they're the ones wasting time and not the other way around. Okay, Hiko pops that ult. And the flicker as well, leaving Jay all by himself, and now the conceal comes through for the side of Team Spirit, but really no need to fight here. Just wait for the Lord in 60 seconds.
Yeah, interesting that he attempted that. I think that was more of maybe a limit test type thing, you know, just see what he could end up happening, but he's not going to have the flicker now for this Lord take.
Oh, I just saw the items, and Jay has been a very naughty boy. He goes for the Genius Wand on top of everything else, and there's only two people that really benefit off of this, which is the Alice alongside with Roy on the Lilia.
He just wants to shred that magic defense, man. You know, shred it enough where then maybe the Lilia, maybe you have Diablo contributing to those fights, getting them down. Because, again, what is Jay going to essentially do? He's going to find his target, he's going to stick onto them, whether that brings them back to the team or not. But yeah, maybe if he was a little more durable here, a little tankier, it could help them in the long team fights. But right now, they just don't have much of a choice, Gideon, given how the nature of this game is gone. You're down this much gold, which at a certain point, doesn't matter so much about the gold difference. It's more so how they're executing things. And this Lord is up, so they want to get in position, it looks like, to actually contest this one. But they're going to have to get here fast if they want to. Already half health on the Lord. Positioning from Sawo through this. Kelvin's going to join it.
Where is it? Oh, whoa, wait. Actually, Sunset Lover loses our Mazal and is forced to recall here. IG take the space, and they might be able to steal this Lord away. Kid Bomba looking to take the space back. Sawo, is there going to be a kick? No. They're going to reset it, but now the front root already catching onto 4 targets. They're looking to turn this around as IG needs to start kiting backwards slowly. And Diablo, can he regain composure with the same Kid Bomba goes down? EXP laners traded.
Battle of the XP laners falling on both sides. They got a wave pushing up top and mid. And this is the advantage right now of having the base turrets down. Team Spirit has an angle here to go ahead and start up this Lord once again, even without Kid Bomba. They know that IG has to deal with the waves, but this is an evolved Lord, so it's going to take a little bit longer for them to secure. And the wave clear from IG is great. But half health now, they're back here for it.
Oh, Kelvin, he's going to try. He's getting spotted out by Hiko, and they completely give this up. They're attacking Sunset Lover, but he immediately has to use the Winter Crown Blade. Tempest is out. He flickers away. All defensive spells have been used. And now Team Spirit understand we've won the game of attrition. We get the Lord now.
What a push and pull for this Lord. And Team Spirit shows that experience, that veterancy that they have in this basically evolved type of dance. You know, for the Lord, it's weird to see, especially when assassins are in play, but that's the nature of things now.
This is some Muay Thai, right? We thought it was boxing. No, it's kickboxing. No, it's straight up Muay Thai. They are doing everything they can to hurt their opponents, right? Low leg kicks, hurt the ankles, make sure they can't move around as well, get away the battle spells. And now this could be the final moment.
This Lord, healthy and heavy, pushing on in. They're going to go for it.
They're just going straight for the end game, straight for the base. And you can see that Hiko, he's not hesitating. He goes for the throne. There you have it. 2-0 in favor of Team Spirit.
A day of sweeps here in our opening day for MSC groups. And man, I'll tell you what, it was great to see all the unique drafts, the way the teams, you know, some of them had their debuts here on the international stage and everything else. We can chalk some of it up as, you know, working on the nerves, international stage, but there's also clearly teams here who have refined what they've showed us previously in previous MSCs and previous internationals. And now it's begging the question of, man, the meta seems almost, I don't want to say completely wide open, but it's definitely different and teams are taking advantage of it.
And I think it's just, you know, only the bold and brave can find a certain level of refinement to it. I mean, let's look at this fight all over again, right? Right from the very beginning, we see the teams play, and I think that Spirit understand exactly what each member respectively needed to do. Like, if Sunset Lover had died 2 or 3 times within the 5-minute to 8-minute mark, I don't think this game would have looked exactly the same.
Yeah, this is, once again, it was a game, too, where the adjustments for Ignite Gaming was better. You know, I feel like they had a better idea of what they want to do in comparison to Game 1. They had a game plan here. They're trying to execute it. But, again, with Team Spirit, they had a whole lot to play into, whether that was Zardegois or Hiko. Hiko is a main point of focus for a lot of teams that are eventually going to face off against Team Spirit. On this type of performance for Freya or whatever he's able to go ahead and play is something to watch out for if you're up against Team Spirit. And the whole team just has this synergy that works really well. And you said it well, man, it's refinement. I mean, even on this push, you think there would be a bigger attempt at defending, but they weren't able to do it for IG, and Team Spirit knew it, so they went right for it. So, again, congratulations to them. We're going to be throwing it over on stage, though, I believe, to hear for our winning interview with Milosh.
We have the one and only Zardegois with us here. Congratulations to him and to Team Spirit. A few questions post-game. Now, how does it feel to finally play at MSC now that you've hit 16 and officially part of competition?
Thank you. I don't have any feel. I don't know. I just play this game. I just enjoy, and that's it.
Okay, well, then about the meta itself, how do you feel it's been developing so far, especially that your Ling in this game was flawless?
Еще раз.
Как вы считаете, сама мета, как она развивалась? Особенно, что ваш персонаж, Линк, был вообще просто великолепен.
I think it's very good meta for me because I like play assassin hero, and yeah.
You looked very comfortable. Look, I have to say it. You have Egoist in your name. You're seen as this big prodigy mechanically also that's coming up. Is this how it is in the team, or are you more laid back, everybody's playing together, focused on one goal?
Вы такой продикт, все так видят, что вы так удобно играете, да, вам комфортно. Это ваш общий дух в команде? Вы как вообще ощущаете себя?
Да, это общий дух.
Yes, this is a general team spirit.
General team spirit. It's not Team Czar Egoist. It's the entire squad together.
Yeah, of course.
Very much so. Thank you very much, Czar. Thank you to you and to Team Spirit. Congratulations. Big story for them. Let's send it back to our desk and wrap it all up.
Thank you, Milos. Our Egoist on the Ling made a big impact, and Team Spirit continued to dominate as they, yes, were your winners, as you guys predicted as well. I think it was 92% or something like that going for Team Spirit heading into this, and yes, you were absolutely correct. But it was a longer game again, and Renmar and Trex joining me back on the desk here to close out the day. I think we've seen two series that were pretty one-sided. However, that second game is given despite what you guys thought, which is the 9%, which was correct in terms of Ignite Gaming did not have a chance to do it against Team Spirit. We saw improvement. We saw different choices in the draft. We saw ways to elevate and try to go toe-to-toe. Haymaker versus Haymaker instead of just sitting in a corner and getting wailed on. And I think that was hopeful for these two teams because they've still got more MSC to play.
Yeah, you definitely could see that this could have gone to a game 3 at multiple times. It's just that I feel like the lineup that Team Spirit fielded with and some of their timings, especially with the entries of Hiko and the eventual entries with whatever picks our Egoist would end up with, or specifically in game number 2 when he ended up with a Hirara, it just asked too much from Ignite Gaming just to deal with one pick. And then when they've rightfully so used everything that they can to take down that one pick giving them problems, there's another. And then suddenly they realize, wait, we can't drag this out for as long as we can when it comes to the team fights. At the end of the day, Team Spirit's team fighting is just deadlier.
Yeah, it was a good point. Zari goes earlier on the Ling, now on the Hirara as well. We had Kelvin actually doing a good job of kind of trying to distract in that background for Team Ignite. Wasn't able to do it, Trex, unfortunately enough. It came down to a big Lord push at the end of the game that just allowed Team Spirit to close it out.
Yeah, I think it goes back to Team Spirit just being steady these past 2 games. Whether Ignite gets a small lead, kind of gets the advantage, Team Spirit was able to just push it in. And that second game, we saw it even more. Even if it takes a couple Lords, they took their time with it. They were able to eventually get the upper hand. And we saw Diablo had a good game this time. Kelvin, even with a rough start, ended up coming online in the mid game. But some of those problems was he would get caught off, and Team Steady was always just Team Spirit.
Team Steady.
Team Steady.
Were they Team Steady? They're pretty steady.
Looking for those moments where they can get the small advantages and end up getting those big pushes in.
Yeah, and again, interesting point. Team Spirit did not run a single marksman this entire series. All of their basic attacks came from their melee carries. It came from the Ling in game number 1. It came from technically the Barretts, but most importantly, of course, the Freya in game number 2. Team Spirit, whatever they've cooked up with, I don't know how long they can keep this up or how long they're going to continue with. But if this is their approach, then let's see it keep going further.
And because we're only on day 1 and we've got a chance to see best of 3s, it does kind of limit the counter to the counter, because we've seen these teams who start off strong. The adaptation is really on the team who's now down 0-1, and they have to do something different. But then what we saw here is they did take the first pick in terms of the Ling away, but then they got the Freya, and that was a 4-0 finish for, I believe, Hiko, who was on that, and it set up another problem that they didn't answer. Now, if we have to do this in game best of 5, even best of 7, which our grand finals will be, there will be continual adaptation. We don't know where that's going to end yet, though, Renmar.
Yeah, exactly. Which is why I'm so excited now to see where Team Steady goes from here. Will Team Spirit continue that steadiness and that creativity, or will teams solve them? I don't know, but I really want to find out.
I think the great thing about this that we know about Team Spirit is we know Hiko can still play marksman. We know they have that in their bag. So this is definitely only just a taste of what we're seeing from Team Spirit. This is an angle that they can continue to approach matches from. And if it starts to lose, they can always go back to Old Faithful of Hiko popping off on a gold laner. So if anything, this is only added to the repertoire, and we know that they are pushing even more the limits of what they can do this tournament.
Still, maybe a little bit more to be said and asked of Singapore's representative there in Team Ignite, but obviously Team Spirit really standing strong. Today's results show that the favorites that especially you guys thought and who we kind of thought might have the edge in terms of today, well, it was not close. It was not close in terms of going to any sets of final games to determine a winner. It was 2-0s across the board for Team Vamos, Team Falcons, PH, Team Vitality, and Team Spirit. That means those teams will be meeting each other again in the bracket, and it also means that Team Falcons Meta, Guangzhou Gaming, and of course Team Ignite, you'll see the full graphic here as well, and it's also going to be Team Falcons Meta who are going to be fighting against each other in this elimination match. So Renmar, look at the stakes. I mean, these teams already had a lot on the line. You mentioned the True Rippers Guangzhou Gaming matchup. Also, Team Falcons Meta and now versus Ignite Gaming. We get a clearer picture on the stakes for those matches. Two of those teams are going home.
Yeah, True Rippers and Guangzhou, we talked about how heartbreaking that would be, of course, for Team Falcons Men and Ignite Gaming, two regions who has been here for quite a long time. Honestly, of course, with SG being here much longer compared to Mena, but there were a lot of high hopes for both, and we have to see one of them go home again. That's the sad reality of the sport, and of course, with the makeup of Group A, with how it looked like, it's just how we're going to get it.
Team Vitality, Team Falcons, PH, that's going to be a big matchup as well. And Team Vamos going to be against Team Spirit, who we just saw the top and the bottom of the day. Trex, what matchup catches your eye a little more?
Oh, that's tough. I think the Vamos Team Spirit. I feel like we've seen some great matches from Malaysia and EECA in the past.
Oh, yeah.
We've seen some great matches from them in the past. And there's kind of a little known rivalry, I feel like. So I'm excited to see how those matches go tomorrow, or whenever we end up seeing them. Not tomorrow, right? Tomorrow will be
Group B.
We will find out soon. Yeah, Group B, I believe, is going to be tomorrow. We'll get that schedule in just a second. But also, we want to show you the results for the tournament pick'ems so you guys can see the leaderboard as it stands. We've told you that you have a chance to earn your share of $300,000 and to be involved in the broadcast by selecting the picks that you think are going to be the case in terms of how the match will show up. We're going to bring that leaderboard up for you in just a second. And when we do, you'll be able to see who is actually at the top of it. That's the intention for it. Because again, you guys have been right for almost the entire time. Renmar, we've seen it as well, that the audience has almost leaned completely in favor of the winner. Whether that's a little bit of just knowing the scene so well, or maybe that's a little bit of just maybe there's something special with our audience watching MSC.
No, they know. They've been
You're not special?
For
Is
a
that what
long
you say?
time. I'm just a dude. They're special. I'm just here. No, but honestly, our viewers, our community, they've grown so much. They've really studied everything so much for such a long time. And you guys are great. All of you. You're all great.
But you're not special, is what Renmar was trying
to say. No, I said you are special. Come on, don't get me in trouble, man.
I'm just kidding, man. You know, it's been so fun hanging out with these guys. This is just day 1 of 9, as we mentioned. And to verbalize what was happening, you guys have Team Liquid at about 69% to take it all. Trex, I mean, can you really argue with that one?
I cannot.
Yeah.
We love us some Team Liquid.
Yeah.
I'm going to say, you know.
Defending champs.
Defending champs.
You know, how can
monsters
you not?
in their own right. Some of the best in the world over there.
Easy,
some of the greatest of all times. You know, I do think if there's a tournament that any upsets could happen, MSC has told us before that those things can happen.
Okay.
Different regions win every year. Can TLPH give Philippines a back-to-back win in MSC? We haven't seen it for 4 years now, maybe a little over 4 years since we've seen a region win it twice. So
first step back on the golden road, right? Trying to get there. So big conversations for this MLBB tournament. Of course, tomorrow the conversation continues and we'll show you what to expect as you tune in. It's Group B's opening day, which means that we get to see who Mirko was really excited to talk about. And just from a top-down point of view, Renmar, many thoughts that we had with our first panel indicated that we could see a winner of this entire tournament from this group.
Yep.
all champions save for one, and it's weird to say that it's Onyx who's the only one here in this bracket that's not a champion in the region that they came from. Who would have thought in the year 2026 we would be saying that about MSC in a specific group? This draw was crazy.
Yeah, this is a group. We talk about groups of death, but this might just go down in history as the group of death right here. Only four are going to make it out.
Yeah, that's what's crazy about it. It's that they have to face each other, and they're going to send each other home even to get to the other side of the bracket. So we're seeing some serious stuff there, guys. Just some final thoughts on day one, what we've noticed so far, Renmar.
Happy with the meta, happy with the performances for the winning teams. Hope to see more from the teams that struggled.
Trex.
So many teams have brought something different to the meta. I'm excited to see how it evolves, and I'm even more excited to see tomorrow's games.
All right, well, it's been amazing here on desk with Trex, Renmar, and of course we had an earlier showcase of all of your talent across this MLBBC. My name's been Rain Day, and I'm going to leave you with the STC recap to close out day one of MSC. We will be back tomorrow, so don't go anywhere.